Chapter 1, Opening Ceremony. Boom boom. Feeling the continuous explosion sound from outside, by the way, he turned his head and looked at the several indescribable mosaics beside him. Li Qingyuan felt a burst of brain pain. Who can tell him why it was a bomb instead of firecrackers that woke him up? He was still having a headache how to face the 7 aunts and 8 aunts who urged him to get married. Now he is finally relieved. As a middle-aged and elderly man who is close to the age of 40 and has not been married, every Chinese New Year family gathering is simply a meeting. Criticism. Yesterday, he was still worried about how to face today's family criticism meeting, but now it's fine, there is no need to worry at all. What he needs to worry about now is how to survive. After a nap at home, he crossed directly, which is too childish. For others, they may hesitate for a long time when they encounter this kind of thing, but for Li Qingyuan, who was a street novelist in his previous life, is it not a normal basic operation to go through this kind of thing? Yes, before he crossed the road, he was a dead man who wrote novels, because the 3 views of writing were not correct, the lack of innovation and the lack of brains led to no readers at all. If he were not working as a part-time security guard, he might even have problems with survival. Difficult to solve. Just now, Li Qingyuan looked around, and felt that this one was about to kneel. He is now in the living room on the 2nd floor. Just now, the body's predecessor was preparing dinner with his parents. As a result, a missile flew from where he fell directly from the ceiling, and then there was a loud explosion. Opened. It is reasonable to say that he was smeared by a missile at close range. Unless he has a superhuman physique, he is definitely dead, but it is clear that crossing the gods does not teach the basic law at all. Even though the parents of this body and the 2 hapless men brought down by the missiles have all become indescribable mosaics, but his body is still unharmed, not even a piece of oily skin is broken. Of course, it is not completely unharmed, after all. This soul has not been replaced. Patted his cheek, and got his own memory from the remaining soul fragments. The unlucky child who was traversed by himself is called Jack Ma. He is 18 years old this year and is a Chinese born in Sokovia, a small country in Eastern Europe. Damn! Knowing his situation from the memory fragments, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but cursed. Jack Ma's parents were native flower growers, but 3 months before he was born, his parents sold 5 sets of courtyard houses handed down by the imperial capital and came to Sokovia to seek a living. Okay. This story really made everyone laugh to tears, but considering the social environment at that time, this kind of suffocating operation did happen a lot. Fortunately, Jack Ma's parents did a suffocating thing, but the 2 of them are quite diligent. They have worked hard in Sokovia for more than 10 years. Relying on the love of real estate by their children, they finally settled in Sokovia. Kovia owns a building. That's right, you read that right, passing through a building. Jack Ma is also a 2nd-generation building in Sokovia. Only now, listening to the sound of bombing coming from his ears, it is estimated that the 2nd generation of his building should be the end. Shook his head and put his dream of the 2nd generation behind him. What he needs to consider now is how he can survive. The sound of gunfire and bombing outside was chaotic. Although I don't know what happened, I think with my toes to know that something is definitely going on. Even missiles can fly into my living room, I can imagine what the mess is going on outside. Just staying in place is definitely not a good idea. Because there is still a missile inserted above the head. This 6-story apartment building was the property of his predecessor parents. The restaurant was opened on the 1st floor, and his family lived on the 2nd floor. All the buildings above the 3rd floor were rented out. The missile seemed to have flown in from the 3rd floor window just now, and it opened the floor of the 3rd floor and the ceiling of the 2nd floor directly, and then exploded in his living room. And the missile inserted above the head is about 1 meter long, and it is inserted diagonally into the floor of the 3rd floor, tilted at a strange angle. The missile may be detonated at any time. Even if it does not detonate, if it falls from the 3rd floor, it will probably explode with a bang. So his current priority is to quickly escape from this dangerous building and find a safe place to hide. Although it is not safe outside now, it is at least much better than a missile on your head. Just when he was about to run away, he suddenly noticed that the missile had the Stark logo printed on it. The Stark Group? Li Qingyuan's brain buzzed. He had no idea when he learned that his country was Sokovia. After all, there are many small countries in Eastern Europe, unless they are BRICS who are proficient in world geography. I dare not say that I can remember the names of all countries. But Sokovia plus the Stark Group, if he can't remember any more, he's really ashamed of his reputation as a writer. I unexpectedly crossed to Marvel in a daze? And what is even more annoying is that reading www.yuyugonshu.com and other people crossing Marvel start directly in New York. The village head of the new village is either Phil Collison or Spider-Man, or Iron Man or Golden Union. But what about yourself? Actually started with a head-on shot of a missile developed by the Stark Group? This gap is too big, right? And if I remember correctly, the parents of this body seem to have been sent directly to the sky by a missile developed by the Stark Group? Really need to be counted strictly, isn't Iron Man his father and mother killer? Woo, woo. Just as he was wandering beyond the sky, he heard waves of crying in the gap of the explosion. There are still people alive? Li Qingyuan looked up, because he couldn't see the scene on the third floor because his vision was blocked, but it was clear that the cry came from the third floor. But he has no plans to save people now. God knows when the missile will explode, so he should run away quickly. It's hard to cross once, but he doesn't want to do it again just because he is a good person. This is the Marvel world, where boss runs all over the place where aliens go crazy. He has little arms and legs, but he can't afford to be a hero. Besides, with his character, it is too difficult for him to be a hero. The door has been destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion, but fortunately, it is only the second floor. If you jump down and die, you will get a foot. The problem is not big. Just stepped forward to walk to the window, his steps turned back awkwardly. Looks like? In my memory, the last name of the couple who rented their house upstairs is a bit strange. What does it seem to be Maximove? Chapter 2, picked up one Scarlet Witch. Wanda Maximove. Li Qingyuan obtained the name of the youngest daughter of the family upstairs from the remaining memory fragments. The couple upstairs has a twin daughter. The youngest daughter is Wanda. What is the name of the twin son? Sorry, he forgot. Glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall, 2006. Combined with the memory in his mind, the one crying upstairs should be the Scarlet Witch in the state of Little Loli. There is no way. It is not a good time to be a writer in the street these years. He didn't know how many movies he watched back and forth to write about Marvel. It can be said that Wanda's life experience is back and forth. Of course, he definitely does not admit that it is because of the greatness of Crimson that he carefully observed it. Marvel was founded in 1939. Except for Stan Lee, who has always been a hidden boss, everyone from the chairman to the cleaner has changed for several generations. Because of shifting gears, Marvel's worldview of the universe has actually been overthrown and updated how many times? After all, 10,000 writers have 100,000 ways of writing. The worldview designed by the previous one will definitely not be fully accepted by the next one. Anyway, the Marvel Universe, the setting is for eating books. The Scarlet Witch, that is, Wanda Maximove's personal settings have also been changed several times. With the addition of messy copyright issues, it can be said that even if Stan Lee comes in person, he can't be sure what version he has gone through. But if it is the place name of Sokovia plus Wanda, who is just 10 years old this year, then basically it can be determined that what he is now in should be the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan slightly slowed down. Although the Marvel Cinematic Universe is also in crisis, it is much safer than those unreasonable comic universes. At the very least, there will be no guy who breaks through the fourth wall in this world. Is it Wanda? Thinking of this, he immediately shouted into the big hole in the roof. There is no way, the gunshots rang out again. If you don't shout loudly, you won't be able to hear it. Woo, woo. Obviously, the little Lolita who was in a mental breakdown did not hear him at all, but continued to cry. Brother Jack? Are you still alive? But although Wanda didn't reply, the other kid did. Damn, what does it mean that I am not dead? This kid really can't speak. Li Qingyuan felt a crow flying over his forehead. No wonder this guy was written to death after only one appearance. With this broken mouth, he can live for 3 minutes as a screenwriter to save face. Pietro Maximov, Wanda's twin brother, is also a late-stage fast silver. Kuei Yan's ability is to move at a super high speed, and the speed is said to be on par with that of a child in the red clothes next door. Originally, this guy should be considered a general of the Women's Federation, but it seems that this guy's special effects were too expensive, so he was written to death. Tell a joke. Kuei Yan, which was faster than the speed of light, was killed by a machine gun. Okay, anyway, because of funding problems, even Gu Yi could just fall downstairs to death, and Kuei Yan's death by a machine gun is not a joke. The Maximov family has been renting in this building for several years, so the twins and Li Qingyuan's predecessor are also considered acquaintances. Of course, it's just the kind of acquaintance who is a nodding acquaintance. After all, the age difference between the two is 7 or 8 years old. The previous Jack Marco was not interested in playing with 2 little kids. Brother Jack, how are my parents? Pietro yelled and asked without waiting for him to reply. Originally saw his parents being bombed directly downstairs by a missile, Pietro had already drawn an end to his parents in his heart, but now he heard voices from upstairs, which made his young mind suddenly full of hope. Since the landlord's stupid son is fine, maybe my parents are fine too. Well, your parents are in very bad condition. Li Qingyuan looked at the pile of mosaics speechlessly. It is estimated that even if Wolverine becomes like this, I am afraid it will be troublesome to resurrect. Woo, woo. Well, Pietro, who was still holding on in front of his sister, also started to cry. Li Qingyuan went under the hole, looked at the height of the room, and considered how he could climb up. He didn't have any thoughts about the current redness of Wanda in the future. After all, he was only a 10-year-old child, and he didn't dare to risk being scratched by the river crab. The main reason for going to find the Wanda brothers and sisters is because according to the plot in the movie, it seems that the location of the 2 children can survive the war safely. There is a turmoil outside now, he dare not rush out to find death. Although there is indeed a missile lying across it on the 3rd floor, he knows the story well that the missile is a dumb gun. Took the chair out from the corner of the room and put it on the rubble. Li Qingyuan reached for the floor of the 3rd floor. Thanks to his predecessor for always exercising. In addition to his 18-year-old young posture, if he had his physical fitness before crossing, reading www.yuyugonshu.com would not be able to climb up even if he wanted to reach the floor. After trying his best to climb to the 3rd floor, he cried and saw the twins hiding under the table. In other words, what's the use of you 2 hiding under the table? Could it be that you 2 think that a wooden table can withstand the shock wave of a missile? This is not an anti-Japanese drama. Brother Jack! Pietro shouted at him with red eyes. Although the 3 of them didn't know each other very well before, they could be regarded as acquaintances anyway. The 10-year-old suddenly lost his parents and had to stand up as a man in front of his sister. Now he finally met an acquaintance, Pietro couldn't help it. Up. After all, he is just a 10-year-old kid no matter what. It's okay, don't be afraid, now you 2 come out first. Moving away the broken bricks blocking the table, Li Qingyuan tried his best to show an amiable smile. He reached out and grabbed the wrists of the twin brothers and sisters, and dragged them directly out from under the table. Woohoo! Wanda still squatted on the ground and kept sobbing. Although Pietro said it was a little better, he still seemed to be a little bit innocent. You can't expect a 10-year-old child to be calm and composed in this situation. Besides, if these two guys are really so calm, then Li Qingyuan will have to wonder if they are the same as himself, and they have also crossed over. The host contacted the world node character Wanda Maximov and opened the teleportation qualification. 10 minutes later, the first teleportation will begin. Just as he was considering how to comfort the two children not to cry, a mechanical sound suddenly came to mind in his mind. Okay, my cheats finally arrived. Chapter 3, Make a discussion. If you don't bring a cheat in this year, you would be embarrassed to go out and say hello. Not to mention the dangerous world of the Marvel Universe. If the protagonist does not have gold fingers, he is basically here to send food. Whoever wants to send himself here will never be idle thinking. See your own 10,000 tricks to die. System, what is the first world? What is my mission? It only took 3 seconds for Li Qingyuan to accept the setting of his own system. After all, he can accept things like crossing Marvel immediately. Isn't it a matter of course to distribute a system? The countdown begins. The first world is Godzilla 2. King of Monsters. The mission will be released after the host's crossing arrives, and the host has 9 minutes and 40 seconds to prepare. The cold mechanical sound of the system immediately replied. Obviously, this is a system of unreasonable emotions. Damn! Even if he could directly communicate with the system in his mind, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but curse directly. You said that if it is the old version of Godzilla, the latest version of Godzilla 2. King of Monsters? Monsters are walking all over the floor, growing mushrooms all over the world, and my small body is sent away, let alone a mission, and nuclear radiation can't stand it. This Nima will not be a mentally handicapped system to tease oneself. Wanda and Pietro, who were crying, suddenly stopped sobbing. Both children raised their heads and looked at Li Qingyuan, who was swearing suddenly, with 3-point fear and 2-point confusion in their eyes. It's nothing. I'm a little bored. Seeing his actions terrified the two children, Li Qingyuan had to show a wry smile, and then reached out and rubbed their heads. System, can I change the task? I'm a newcomer. Is it too exaggerated to directly transmit this plot? Although knowing that his request is useless, Li Qingyuan felt that he should fight for it a little bit. Maybe this mentally handicapped system suddenly collapsed. The ability of the host is being analyzed. According to the detection that the host's attributes are slightly lower than ordinary people, the survival rate of Godzilla 2. King of Monsters is 0.00000001 per thousand, and the story world is changed. Now it is changed to Titanic. Yay! Excited Li Qingyuan immediately picked up the little Wanda in his arms, and then came to a 3-tiered lift. Wanda looked at this suddenly crazy big brother with dumbfounded eyes, a little bit unable to understand his actions. Pietro quickly pulled his sister away, and looked at the dancing guy with a little caution. This guy is not stupid, right? Titanic. Li Qingyuan looked at the first story world that appeared virtually before his eyes, and felt that his wave was stable. Titanic is a love movie adapted by James Cameron based on real historical events. It would have swept the entire film and television industry as soon as it was released, and won the awards. The whole movie is not dangerous from beginning to end, but there is a little trouble when the ship sinks. But for him who is familiar with the plot of the whole movie, can that little trouble be considered trouble? I want to cross the Titanic. The task should be to save people or get the heart of the sea, or a little bit evil, but also to trick the heroine Ruth. In other words, although Kate Lewinstar later gained the nickname of Fat Wen because of her release, but when she was filming Titanic she was still flourishing. If she really had a mission, then she would not. It's a disadvantage. You two wait here first, I'll go to the toilet and I'll be back. Seeing that there are 7 minutes remaining in the countdown, Li Qingyuan immediately told the brother and sister in front of him. After speaking, without waiting for the two brothers and sisters to react, he immediately crawled down the hole. It's difficult to get up and go down easily. The total drop is less than 3 meters high, so there is no problem even if you jump straight down. Looking at Li Qingyuan, who suddenly disappeared in front of him, Pietro and Wanda had forgotten their fear and crying, and the two children suddenly looked at each other. Pietro, is Brother Jack stupid? After a long pause, Wanda asked his brother in a low voice. Maybe, he might have hit his head. Pietro scratched his forehead and said uncertainly. Even if you really want to go to the bathroom on the 3rd floor is not broken. As for jumping back to the 2nd floor? Without thinking about the complaints of the two little guys, Li Qingyuan immediately rushed into the bedroom and started to pick it up. Although Titanic is a very simple task for newcomers, this is the first time I have traveled through the plot anyway, so I have to be fully prepared. First of all, weapons. The cheap parents of the predecessor are certainly Chinese, but after more than 10 years in a place like Sokovia, there are still means of self-protection. 2 Beretta 92 pistols, plus 4 cartridges. Doing business in a place like Eastern Europe doesn't work without weapons. It's just a pity that the weapons prepared by the predecessor's parents were pretty similar to those punks, and when they encountered missiles falling from the sky, there was really no way to fight back. But with these 2 guns, it is enough to deal with the dangers that may be encountered on the ship. Then Li Qingyuan quickly opened the bedroom safe again and drew a few gold bars from it. Reading www.yunsha.com. Thank you for the good habit of the second daughter of the Zonghua family of former parents to save private money. There is not only a large amount of cash in the safe, but also a lot of gold bars. Those dollars brought to the Titanic world are absolutely impossible to use. After all, the timeline of the story world is only 1912, and the paper currency versions are different. But the gold bar is the hard currency of the heavens and the world, and you can definitely use it to cope with emergency needs at any time. By the way, he hung the kitchen fruit knife belt on his belt. He was going to look through the utility room to see if there was a lifebuoy or something. Although I am 99% sure about how I can escape from the ship, but God knows if the system will play with myself and throw myself directly into the sunken ship. So it is necessary to prepare a lifebuoy in advance. Just before he opened the door of the utility room, he heard the cold voice of the system and started to remind him. The preparation time is over, the transmission will begin in 3 seconds, 3, 2, 1. His sober head suddenly became dizzy, and it seemed that countless light spots were passing by in the mist. Li Qingyuan wanted to take a closer look at what those light spots were, but instantly felt a buzzing in his brain. He quickly closed his eyes. He had never killed a pig but had eaten pork. Knowing that this situation is because his strength is too low to withstand the side effects of the so-called spatio-temporal turbulence, he simply closed his eyes to feel better. Ding! The host has been successfully transmitted. Please integrate into the current environment within 10 minutes. And the main mission will be released in 10 minutes. Li Qingyuan opened his eyes when he heard the voice in his head. What does this smell? He just opened his eyes and had to cover his nose quickly. Chapter 4, Titanic. The cramped cabin, disgusting smell. Li Qingyuan covered his nose with his hands, feeling depressed and annoyed. I knew I had brought a mask, or else I could bring a bottle of air freshener. The smell is as disgusting as the sewer pipe of an apartment building suddenly burst and then emitted after being exposed to the sun. This can definitely be regarded as a chemical attack, with its own highly toxic effects. Where is this? The protection time of the system is only 9.5 minutes, so even if the smell is really spicy, he can only hold back and start looking around. This is a small cabin with a total area of less than 10 square meters. There is not even a window. If the dim light bulb above his head is still flickering, he would really think it is a coffin. There are countless daily things in a mess, and the ground is covered with things like straw and cotton wool. And the disgusting stench comes from these things. I'm not being sent directly to the garbage dump, right? Li Qingyuan deliberately left this place where people couldn't stay, but the protection time of the system hadn't arrived yet, so he could only stay here and endure the stench. Fortunately, when he sent it, he gave a brief memory by the way, so that he could understand his current situation. The system arranged for him to be a businessman from the Qing dynasty, who would take a boat to the United States to prepare for business. It is reasonable to say that he originally bought a third-class ticket, but because those crew members looked down on others, he was directly arranged to the staff cabin on the ground floor. No way, this year is my Qing dynasty, the Chinese go out with their own aura of inferiority, it is normal to be discriminated against. The area of this cabin is not as big as an ordinary kitchen, but it was stuffed with 9 Chinese, and there was not even a breathable window. The environment inside can be imagined. Before coming, he roughly recalled the plot and historical information about the Titanic. He still remembered that there were indeed 8 Chinese laborers on board. But now that there is no one in the cabin, I think I should go to work. These years, the Chinese are a discriminated class all over the world, and their situation is not much better than that of black slave labor. From the fact that he obviously bought tickets but was thrown into the warehouse, we can see the miserable situation of the Chinese. If you meet a young and passionate young man, you might be ready to work hard for the rise of XX at this time, but as a middle-aged man with a mental age close to 40 years old, Li Qingyuan feels that it is better to play steadily. After all, this is just a story world, and besides, with his current strength, he can't make any waves. It's still better to see what the tasks released by the system are, and then just mix some rewards. System, open my properties panel. In just 10 minutes from the journey to the present, he has experienced his first visit to the world of Marvel plus the Crimson Witch in the lowly state. He also opened his personal system and was sent to the story world. In the middle, he was delayed because of the search for materials. After a while, he was so busy that he didn't even have the effort to blink. So until now, he has time to take a closer look at his attribute panel. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male earthling. Power, 4, 5. Agility, 5, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Skill, none. Is a very concise attribute version, there is no messy evaluation and bad language. It can be seen that my system is a very formal original authentic product, not the coquettish goods that hang the system name and lie outside. The strength is slightly lower than that of a normal person, but considering that this body has just been 18 years old and there is still room for development, it can be seen that the predecessor still pays more attention to exercise. As for why the spirit is so much higher than the normal person, I think it should be because of the fusion of the soul of the predecessor. Of course, the mental power of 2 people is much stronger than that of 1 person. Is just the empty skill bar, which is really speechless. At any rate, I have been in the society for more than 10 years, why didn't I even get a skill? I don't know what time the plot is going now, it's really difficult to handle my current status. Touching his chin, he began to think carefully. As for the foul smell in the air? After a few minutes of smelling it, he got used to it. After all, life is like that. James Cameron's Titanic was based on historical events. The main summary of the whole movie is that the aristocratic Lady Ruth, who is about to go bankrupt, and his fiancé, Carl, went to New York by boat to get married. Jack, a poor boy, also got on the ship with the dream of getting rich and wanted to make a fortune in the United States. During the voyage, the female protagonist Ruth Wenking suffered an illness and felt that she was not living the life she wanted. At this time, the male Jack took advantage of the vacancy and made the male second Jack to pick up the green hat in confusion. 1. Of course, in the final stage, the hero and the heroine were separated from each other forever because of the shipwreck, and it was a lot of tears. When he first watched this movie, he was only a teenager. At that time, he only felt that the love of the hero and the heroine was moving. Reading www. Yuyuganshu.com was later discovered by Li Qingyuan as he got older. Isn't this Nima the same as Aunt Kyung Yao's view of feelings? What did the sad male second do wrong? A person comes from the sky sitting in a hat at home, and by the way, is he turned into a despicable, shameless, greedy villain who fears death? The protection time is up, now the main mission is released. Just as he began to think carefully about the plot, and by the way, thinking about how he should start from, he only heard the system's prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Is it an escape mission or a rescue mission? Main mission, the world line has deviated. The iceberg SW626 melted on the way due to global climate problems. Please host the Titanic cruise ship by bombing it into the original sea area on the fourth night to restore the world line. Quest reward, 1 free attribute point, primary bomb specialization. Mission failed, forced to enter the Godzilla 2. King of Monsters plot, singled out Gillian Godzilla. A mouthful of old blood choked himself to death in his throat. Li Qingyuan carefully observed the main task in front of him. Is this system playing himself? It's so good, you actually asked Lao Tzu to blow up the boat? System, is this task bad? It's easy to make people feel like I'm the villain? Because he had the first bargaining experience. He felt that the sand sculpture system he attached seemed to be quite talkative. We don't ask too much. Change the task to escape? Really can't go to soak Ruth. The world line of this story has been changed. In order to prevent the entire world from collapsing, the Titanic must be sunk in the original sea area. The system was not moved at all, and said persistently. Chapter 5, Adults have a lot. I want to withdraw. Sir, are you going to take the position, right? If you want to take the second class, you need to add another 17 pounds. Peters quickly woke up from his doze and said in a panic. If you are caught fishing by your boss during working hours, it is estimated that a reprimand is indispensable. His task is to be responsible for the various problems of third-class passengers. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as customer service and after-sales service. Yes, I want to move the position. Li Qingyuan said sadly. What kind of tasks the system had arranged for him was a bit anti-human. But no matter how outrageous he was, he could only accept it with tears. After all, singled out Godzilla in Gillian, this task is used to cheat people no matter how you think. Not to mention that he is just an ordinary person now, even if his level is upgraded to the level of superhero, he is probably a cool master when he meets Gillian Godzilla. After all, that thing is a monster that can treat nuclear bombs as seeds, unless it can reach the level of being a tyrant, otherwise ordinary superheroes can really only give food. But before completing the task, the first thing he needs to solve is his own accommodation problem. He absolutely didn't want to stay in the staff cabin on the ground floor. Not to mention the other places, the smell alone can suffocate people. Just now he flipped over 200-pound notes in the cabin, thinking it was the initial startup fund given to him by the system. His current status is a businessman from Qing dynasty who is going to go to the United States to do business. It is normal for him to carry a large amount of startup capital. In this era, the United Kingdom is well-deserved world hegemon, and the pound sterling is also the most precious currency in the world. 1 pound can be exchanged for $5, and if converted into gold, it can be exchanged for more than 1 gram. 200 pounds is definitely not a small sum. In the original plot, the actor Jack wants to board the ship, relying on the ticket that he won only after playing cards in the casino. In fact, a third-class ticket only costs £3. It can be seen that the male protagonist is definitely a pure cock, the kind of jingle with poor pockets. There is no space left, you should go back. Peters was a little bit worried about being complained, but when he saw that the man standing in front of him was actually an Asian, he immediately pulled him up. Here is 20 pounds, I think there should be a cabin. Seeing the disgusting face of the fat white man in front of him, as an old man who has been in the society for more than 10 years, Li Qingyuan still doesn't know what he thinks. If an ordinary person asks to lift the cabin, this guy wouldn't dare to talk nonsense at all, but the other person changed his words directly after seeing him. The main reason was his skin color. Britain is still the hegemon of the world these days, but am I clear? Forget it, don't say it, it's tears if you say too much. After receiving 2 10-yuan notes in his hand, Peters comfortably whistled. Sir, you need to pay an additional £17 for the second class. You. Although he knew that these British guys were dark-hearted, but Li Qingyuan never thought that this guy was so dark. If you don't have money, please go back, don't hinder my work here. Peters said happily, holding his arms. What if I hacked the other party's money? £20, almost worthy of my salary for most of the year, did not expect this yellow-skinned monkey to be so rich. But this guy speaks good English? Generally speaking, aren't these yellow-skinned monkeys speaking badly? Peters is not afraid of the other party making trouble at all, because on the ship, no one will believe what the other party says. A few years later, Europe may go to the other extreme, but in this age, racial discrimination is definitely politically correct. I'll buy a second-class ticket. Although he couldn't wait to take out a pistol from his arms and kill the white fat man in front of him, after carefully weighing his current situation, Li Qingyuan had no choice but to suppress his anger. Took out 2 10-yuan notes and said, Don't be angry, anyway, this fat man won't live for a few days. Take it, here are the keys, find it yourself. Peters threw a ferry ticket and key directly to him, and then stuffed the £20 into the drawer. Of course, there is no change or something. Li Qingyuan, who is depressed, will naturally not be entangled with the other party for the 3 champions, anyway, he will be buying a coffin for the other party. Originally, he was a little unbearable for the tasks that the system arranged for him. Even if he knew that the world was virtual, all the characters in the plot had nothing to do with him. However, as a person for more than 30 years, he was still quite obedient. Good, law-abiding citizens are always a little bit reluctant for that kind of frantic task. But now? After going through a few pointers on the road, he felt that it would be better for the broken ship to sink earlier. Oh my God! How can the White Star Company allow a lower-class person to appear in the upper class? This guy should be Japanese, right? Isn't this kind of person supposed to stay in third class? How can he stay here? The third-class cabins are basically under the deck. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and the second-class cabin is located above the deck, so when Li Qingyuan appeared on the deck, the white people standing on the deck watching the scenery next to him all turned on the taunt mode. The so-called gentleman's demeanor is a question that will only be considered after eating. The Europeans today and the Virgin Mary in 100 years are completely two extreme products. Anyone who sees him along the way will say something casually. Hey! Enduring the mood of being watched as a rare animal by others, he found his cabin. Li Qingyuan opened the door and walked in, only to calm down his grief and anger a bit. To be honest, even though I knew that Chinese had no social status in Europe and the United States when I was studying history, the things that appear in the book are only appearances, which can only be truly understood when I personally experience it. Took a deep breath, and he calmed down. Don't be like a group of dead people. Lying in the cabin, Li Qingyuan began to think about the possibility of completing this mission. Sinking the Titanic is not a simple matter. When watching a movie, I feel that sinking a ship seems to be simple, but in fact, when you are inside such a top luxury cruise ship, you will know how unrealistic it is. The Titanic is 270 meters long, 30 meters wide, and has 9 floors. It can be said to be a mobile fortress. Not to mention that he does not have any heavy firepower. Even if he is given a few grenades, it is impossible. The ship was blown up. After all, this tonnage cruise ship has considered various emergencies when it leaves the factory. If you want to dig a hole to sink this behemoth, it can only be said to be naive. Chapter 6, London Number 1 Scum. The starry sky over the sea is really beautiful. Jack Dawson lay on the deck bench, looking at the stars in the sky and exclaimed. The United Kingdom is now the world's hegemon, and it is also the world's largest environmental pollution. London is called the Fog City because of the high use of coal, which causes the sky to be grey. If there is any PM 2.5 detection in this era, it is estimated that the value of London can directly explode. As a wandering painter, Jack has seen many beautiful scenery, but it was the first time he saw a starry sky as beautiful as tonight. There is no way. Although he is bragging and coaxing, he is actually just a penniless pauper. Apart from a handsome face, he has no other advantages at all. The reason for escaping from Europe to the United States this time, apart from the dream of making a fortune, the biggest fundamental reason is that he owes a lot of romantic debts here. It is said that several British guys who are wearing his hats are preparing to get them. He died, so Jack had no choice but to leave his hometown. By the way, those British guys really don't have the slightest gentleman spirit. When they wanted to repair home appliances for others in France, even if the male owner who was driven home hits the other party, he would at most softly ask to remember to wear insulated gloves, who is like those the British guy actually wanted to yell at himself. If you don't use home appliances for a long time, there will be various minor problems. I help them repair them for free and don't charge any fees. It's like the legendary sun is coming. Those guys don't know how to be grateful, and they are disrespectful to themselves. Speechless. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly thought of the beautiful girl he saw on the deck in the afternoon. Although the distance between the two was still 2 decks away, he dared to swear in the name of repairing appliances for many years, that girl is definitely still a original factory. If it weren't for the cruise ship now, Jack would definitely try his best to get close to that girl. After all, with his experience in repairing appliances, the kind of stupid white sweetness of aristocratic family would be the best to cheat. Think about the name of his Western European small silver gun, it was blown out by a mouth. It's just a pity that the girl is a first-class passenger, but he is only a third-class passenger. Titanic strictly abides by the different treatments between each class. First-class passengers can go anywhere on the cruise ship at will, but third-class passengers cannot step on the second deck at all. So unless the girl ran out of the brain, otherwise they would not even want to talk. This starry sky is really good. Just as Jack was considering whether he should get up and go under the deck to hook up a gypsy girl to spend this long journey, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Hello, I'm Ching Yuan Li, what's your name? Looking at the slightly startled actor, Li Ching Yuan greeted him with a smile. After clearing his thoughts in the cabin, he was ready to complete the task properly, but when he was really ready to do it, he found that he had no clue at all. In the original plot, the Titanic sank because it hit an iceberg, and according to various scientific data analysis later, if the main structure of the ship was not destroyed when it hit the iceberg, then the ship might not sink. So now he has 2 main tasks. One is to get the structural drawing of the ship and find the structural points of the ship. The second is to see if there are any black market merchants on the ship, and find them to buy powerful explosives. The structure of the ship is easy to find, because this is the first voyage of the Titanic, so its chief designer Thomas Andrews is also on board, and he definitely has the structure in his hand. As for explosives, the black market merchants on the ship definitely have them, but I don't know how much inventory they have. Although he has analyzed the task very clearly, it is not easy to accomplish these 2 points. Andrews, as the chief designer, by the way, is a famous top talent throughout Europe. Naturally, he lives in the first class. Even if he lives in the second class, it is not a normal difficulty for him to talk to each other. After all, his identity, even if he is willing to spend money to buy first-class tickets, those people who want to come will not sell him. Although black market merchants only look at money and not people, if no one is a mediator, they would definitely be at a loss if they go to the bottom to look for it. So after thinking about it for half an afternoon, Lee Qingyuan decided to look for the man in charge of the show, that is, the scumbag named Jack Dawson in front of him. Jack Dawson, Qingyuan Li, you are from the Qing dynasty. Jack the scumbag jumped up from the chair and showed off his extraordinary waist and abdomen skills. Those in the first and second class cabins can give pointers to Lee Qingyuan's appearance, but as a penniless poor boy, Jack is not in the mood and emboldened to complain about an Oriental who seems to be rich. Even if the Orientals are inferior nations in Europe now, he is just a wandering painter who can make a living by cheating women for money. Who is entitled to look down on each other? Furthermore, it is said that the rich among the Orientals are very rich. If you can deduct some money from the other party's pocket, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com may have all the entanglements in the United States. Jack, I think you are a man with a great story. He stretched out his hand and shook the opponent, and then Lee Qingyuan began his strategic plan. According to the plot, after a while, the heroine Ruth will rush down from the first-class cabin because of some trivial matters, and then run to the stern position to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. God knows what Bai Fumay's brain looks like. A guy like her who was born superior to others is still thinking about suicide. What does this make the working people think? Of course, the more foolish the heroine's brain is, the more beneficial it will be for him to wait. If he meets a smart and capable person, Lee Qingyuan is not absolutely sure that he can fool him. But before fooling that silly Badian, he needs to get rid of the guy in front of him. Of course, I can say that I am the person with the most stories in the whole of London. Do you want to listen to my story? Jack Dawson immediately became energetic when he heard Lee Qingyuan's praise of himself. Normally, he is too lazy to chat with men. After all, in this free time, he can definitely rely on his own face to tease two little girls who are not involved in the world or young women who are in urgent need of repairs because their husbands are in the outer room all year round. But considering that the Oriental man in front of him seems to be very rich, Jack decided to make it difficult to talk to him a little bit. No, but Jack, I have something I want to find you. Of course, Lee Qingyuan has nothing to talk about with this scumbag, he just wants to drive him out. Jack, I am a businessman and I want to buy some contraband, but because I am an Oriental, other people will not sell me at all. Do you know where there is a black market? As a scumbag, you can have a good relationship with others, said it is Jack's law of survival, so he can definitely find the black market on board. Chapter 7, How to Get Winking. With a £5 benefit, he sent Jack to help him find a black market merchant. Then Lee Qingyuan lay comfortably on the bench where Jack was just now looking up at the stars. Jack's expression just now obviously used him as a fool. £5 is enough for the other party to spend more than a month in London. Now he only needs to help contact the businessman to get so much money, obviously in Jack's heart. Lee Qingyuan must now have equated with stupid money. But if the unlucky kid knew that he had lost the greatest opportunity of his life because of a mere £5, he would definitely regret his intestines. As for saying that although he lost his love, he reaped his life? Don't be funny, without Ruth's silly white sweetness as a springboard, Jack is just a poor thread in the third class until his death. When the cruise ship sinks, he will definitely be buried in the sea with the ship. After all, third-class cabins have no human rights. After about 10 minutes, he heard a rush of footsteps while counting the stars. Okay, the heroine is on stage. Lee Qingyuan followed behind and watched the woman in a red low-cut evening dress rush to the back of the deck in one breath, shaking with both hands on the railing. Of course, she was shaking. This girl wore an evening dress. It is estimated that it is all vacuum. The temperature in the North Atlantic is below 10 degrees. It is cheap if she does not freeze to death. Ruth was attending a dinner with other people in the first-class banquet hall just now, but she couldn't help it only halfway through. Every day is a boring party and dinner. Every day, she wears a mask of a good girl to greet others with a smile. Such a depressive life has already caused her to collapse. Ruth DeWitt Booker, the only legal heir of the Booker family, her father was the Earl Pro appointed by Her Majesty the Queen of Great Britain, and also once served as the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. When the old Booker was still alive, their family was considered a noble family, but when the old Booker passed away from tuberculosis, the Booker family instantly fell down. No way, both Ruth and her mother are eldest ladies who are not well versed in the world. Both of them are the kind of masters who only spend money but not make money, especially because they spend money not so fast. So the legacy left by old Booker was quickly spent, and Ruth DeWitt Booker, who felt that he was about to become a poor man, was the mother of Miss Ruth. He immediately thought of a good one. Method. Although the Bouquet family has become a yellow flower yesterday because of the death of the old Bouquet, in the eyes of some people, the Bouquet family is still a high-quality asset. Even after 100 years, those upstarts will be happy to find themselves a famous ancestor, let alone now. The Booker family is an earl certified by the Queen, and Miss Ruth Booker is even more beautiful, and by the way is the first heir to the title. For those emerging rich, they certainly have money, but it does not prevent them from wanting to add a noble title to their family. So after thousands of choices, Mrs. Ruth Booker finally found a perfect home for her daughter. Carl Hockley, the steel king from the United States, owns more than a dozen steel factories in the United States, and is a handsome millionaire. The millionaires of this year are truly top rich people, and they are not a creature of the same dimension as those of the next generations. Carl Hockley is in full compliance with the standards of all diamond kings, young and rich, suave, definitely the type that a woman can't fit her legs. In the eyes of everyone, Ruth and Carl can be regarded as a match made in heaven. But in Ruth's personal feelings, she seems to be a puppet, controlled by her mother to choose her own life. In particular, because Carl is the president of the Hockley Group, his style of behavior has naturally brought the shadow of a somewhat overbearing president. This style is estimated to be crazy for little girls in a century, but for Ruth, for the eldest lady, she felt that the other party did not respect herself at all. In Ruth's impression, that guy Carl was an arrogant man, and the reason he was willing to marry himself was only for his noble title. So when the two of them had a dispute over some trivial matters, Ruth ran out of the first class with the excuse of going to the bathroom. In fact, she herself doesn't know why she wants to run out, but people are always dizzy. She held the railing at the stern, wondering where she should go. Stared at the back for 10 minutes before Li Qingyuan was sure that this eldest lady had no intention of jumping into the sea at all. Even if I want to come, as the top white rich beauty in London, even if Ruth is completely dissatisfied with her current life, she will never think of suicide because of such a small matter. The main reason why she almost fell into the sea in the plot was because a chattering male protagonist was instigating her. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. In fact, the people who jump into the sea are the same as those who jump from the building. If she is the only one, then she will take the initiative to leave for at most 10 minutes. After all, not everyone has the courage to die. And if there are onlookers nearby, by the way, when the onlookers are still talking nonsense, then it will give the person who is about to jump off a strange illusion, as if to encourage her to jump down. Because the messenger Jack had been sent to the cabin to find a merchant, so now no one came to pull Ruth to talk nonsense, and the young lady was blown by the cold wind for 10 minutes, and the blood was surging in her head. Slowly cooled down. Oh see, what are you talking about? It is an eternal question. Sky, what is your answer? It is eternal silence. Just as Ruth wondered if it would be shameful to go back in such a dingy manner, she only heard the sound of poetry surging behind her. As a severely literary and youthful patient, Ruth is the least resistant to the so-called artist. It can be seen from the fact that she was deceived by the crappy and vagrant painter in just a few days. Of course, although Miss Ruth has all kinds of silly talents, but at least one thing, she is still very good at art appreciation. So after hearing this poem, Ruth instantly forgot her purpose of running out, but began to look at the source of the sound. "Excuse me, did you write the poem just now?" Ruth straightened her slightly messy dress, walked lightly behind Li Qingyuan, and asked in a low voice. "Excuse me." Hearing Ruth's voice, Li Qingyuan made a victory sign in his heart and turned slowly. Chapter 8, Export into Poetry. I have to say that, like the original male protagonist, using the life experience that Ruth has never touched can definitely stir the heart of an unworldly girl, but the consequence of doing so is to abandon the entire aristocratic class. It is true that this Ruth in front of me is very big, no, it is very white, it is not right. Forget it, don't say it, that's what it means anyway. Li Qingyuan forced himself, raised his gaze slightly, and aimed at Ruth's face. This woman was absolutely deliberate. She actually dressed like this and jumped into the sea. She didn't know what she thought. The 18-year-old Winslet is definitely at the peak of his appearance, and the round and spherical object in the future is completely at two extremes. The current Winslet, no, it's Ruth. Ruth's body is the kind of fat that men think of, as the so-called fat, thin and thin. This kind of figure can definitely be called a peerless beauty in the Tang dynasty plus an almost evening dress. It's really hard to concentrate. Fortunately, as a middle-aged man with a mental age of close to 40, Li Qingyuan is now past a healthy age, using great perseverance to control himself, trying to pretend to be nonchalant. This poem was sent by me just looking at the stars. I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful lady at this time. Ruth DeWitt Booker, nice to meet you. Compared to other people's discrimination against Orientals, Ruth is silly and sweet without that kind of concept, but very happily extended her hand to face Li Qingyuan and introduced himself. After all, in her cognition, an artist who can write such an aesthetic poem is worthy of admiration and worship. Qingyuan Li, Miss Ruth, I am also glad to meet you. Holding Ruth's little white hand, Li Qingyuan showed a harmless smile. The two soon talked about the so-called art of poetry, although he said that the poems written by Westerners can also be called poetry. But it did not prevent him from using it to fool the silly white sweet chick in front of him. At any rate, he is also a legendary street writer. He knows all these words well. If he meets those masters who are proficient in literature, he will be vulnerable, but he is used to fool a noble lady like Ruth. More than enough. Life is as gorgeous as summer flowers, and death is as quiet and beautiful as autumn leaves. Ruth muttered the two poems she had just asked from Li Qingyuan, and instantly felt that she was almost wet. Was able to write such touching language. The poet from the Qing dynasty in front of her suddenly felt like she hated not meeting her when she was not married. No way, young girls, especially girls like Ruth who have not been beaten by society, always have a lot of unrealistic fantasies. If Li Qingyuan's mission in this world is to take Ruth down, then he can now declare the mission completed. It's just a pity, but his mission is so frantic, so he can only push away Ruth, who is about to stick to him, with a pity, and keep a little distance between the two. No way, he still needs this silly Badian and her fiancée's connections to clear the relationship for himself, so he can only reluctantly cut his love and shut the door to the door. Miss Ruth, who was pushed away, realized how frivolous she was just now. Although the British did not pay as much attention to men and women as the Orientals, but she had just met each other, so doing it was indeed a bit arrogant. Well, I just wanted to discuss the culture of poetry with you. Ruth decided to save some points for her presumptuous actions, at least not to let the distant Eastern poet in front of him regard herself as a frivolous woman. Ms. Ruth, your knowledge of poetry makes me admire. For an intellectual woman like you, I can't find a second one in London. It is true that he can't directly push the horse for the successful completion of the task. You can say a few good things without spending money. Maybe you want to use her to change your taste after completing the task in 2 days. The awkward atmosphere between the two was swept away, and they sat down on the bench together to study the so-called poetry. Mr. Qing Yuan, I found the person you were looking for. A panting Jack ran up from below the deck. Just now he played his own specialties and learned the position of the black market merchant on the ship from the gypsy girl. The speed of the 100-meter sprint rushed back, ready to find the bully for a reward. To know that the total area of the Titanic is close to that of an ordinary town, Jack can find his mission goal in a short time, and he can only be said to be the son of luck in the plot. But when he saw Ruth sitting side by side with Li Qing Yuan, he suddenly felt that something important in his life had been taken away. Hello. Beautiful lady, my name is Jack Dawson, and I am glad to meet you. Jack quickly sorted out his embarrassed appearance from running. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and smiled at Ruth with the most perfect smile. Strike up a conversation. Ruth raised her head and nodded slightly. She is now full of the verses Li Qing Yuan said to her just now. If it weren't for the good upbringing all the year round, she wouldn't even care about this guy who suddenly popped out. I am. Seeing Ruth being rather indifferent to him, Jack quickly raised his voice and prepared to start his own pick-up mode. Of course, this girl seems to have a fiancé, and by the way, she is still a first-class eldest lady, and by the way, she seems to have some affinity with her new employer. But what's the problem? Jack. Silver gun. Professional maintenance of electrical appliances for 30 years. Dawson, how can he give up his goal because of such a small difficulty? Jack, what do you think is the most thought-provoking sentence in Shelley's Ode to the West Wind? Seeing Jack, the bastard, wanted to pry the corner face to face, Li Qing Yuan asked calmly. Can indeed hook up many ignorant girls. But what did you tell him, Shelley or Byron? Do you think he has money to study? If I am a fallen leaf floating with you, if I am a flying cloud flying with you. Although Jack didn't know, Ruth, who was a literary girl, immediately replied. I like Shelley's 2 poems the most, they are simply the sweetest interpretation of love. Looking at the 2 guys who were talking strange words, Jack felt that his outlook on life was under attack. Can you call poetry even with that sentence? Chapter 9, Number 1 Rich Man in the World. Ruth. After Li Qing Yuan chatted with Miss Silly Badian for about half an hour, Ruth's fiancé Carl, the bitter master in the original plot, finally found out. Carl used to chat nicely with other people in the banquet hall, but turned around to find out that his fiancé didn't know where he was going. Suddenly he felt that Carl, who had a green light flashing on his forehead, rushed out with his bodyguard, but he knew that his fiancé seemed to have something abnormal in his mind. God knows if her brain gets hot and does something strange. But fortunately, when Carl found Ruth, she was neatly dressed and chatting with others. It might be a bit ambiguous to say that a man and a woman sit and chat together at night, but if it is 2 men and a woman, nothing will happen to you. This is why Li Qing Yuan didn't drive away the crappy light bulb next to him. Jack, this kid can not only be used as a background board, but also as a personal identification for himself, by the way. Otherwise, just look at her fiery eyes with Ruth, God knows if the other party has any evil thoughts. Never underestimate the enthusiasm of a brain-dead fan, they are simply a bunch of irrational guys. Carl. This is the great poet Qing Yuan Li from the Far East. Ruth excitedly introduced to her fiancé. Hello, should I call you Mr. Li? As a millionaire, Carl Hockley's knowledge is much higher than his silly fiancé and poor boy Jack. At the very least, he knows how to address people accurately. Is Mr. Hockley the president of the Hockley Group? Li Qing Yuan stretched out his hand and shook the Green Hat King in the original, and asked by the way. Yes, is Mr. Li also interested in the steel industry? Carl frowned slightly. Although he was dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of 2 men next to Ruth, he could only suppress his unhappiness due to the face of his fiancée. In fact, apart from being a poet, I have another identity as Prince Qing's staff. Prince Qing wants to find a partner for himself in the United States. I don't know if Mr. Hockley is interested." Ignoring the contempt in Carl's eyes, Li Qingyuan whispered. "Prince Qing? The Qing prince of the Qing dynasty." At first, Carl had some contempt for Li Qingyuan, because for him, who is in the top class in Europe and America, despising Orientals is completely politically correct. But when Li Qingyuan told his intentions, his eyes lit up and he held the opponent's hands excitedly. There is no way, the businessman is chasing profit. As the chairman of the Hockley Group, Carl can never be like Ruth, who only thinks about love. Qing Prince Yuqiu, this fame may not have been heard by many people, but in fact this guy is truly famous in this age. This old guy is more famous in Europe and the United States than the Queen Mother, because like many people don't care about the names of those in power in the Middle East or Africa, but most people still have some personalities that are closely related to them. Understand? Yuqiu has a great reputation in Europe and the United States, mainly because he is rich. The Qingji company established by this old boy will sell all the official positions of the entire Qing dynasty at a clear price, up to 6 books and down to the ambassador County Cheng, all there is no credit for cash on delivery. Even Yuan Shikai spent 3 million taels of silver to buy an official from the other party. One can imagine how ruthless this old thing is. And Yuqiu's money has never been kept in the country. All his money has been exchanged for British pounds and US dollars and stored in banks in various countries. He is definitely the first person to diversify investment and naked officials in the country. Refused to complete the statistics, the HSBC Bank in the UK alone, UD has deposited no less than £7 million. You have to know that even if it was to build the Titanic, it only cost £1.5 million, and to build the world's top-notch battleship Intrepid, it only costs £2.5 million. It can be said that the current Prince Qing Yuqiu is the undoubtedly richest man in the world. Although Carl Hockley is a millionaire, he is a younger brother compared to Prince Qing. For capitalists, they only look at the amount of money, and they won't be negligent just because the other party is an Oriental. What kind of race, skin color, and humbleness these days, is money important? Li Qingyuan knew that if he wanted to get into the first-class cabin, there was no hope at all by Ruth, the idiot. The fat woman Molly Brownkin invested in Jack in the original plot because the other party was a handsome white guy. God knows that. Do women have any strange thoughts? But if I want to mingle with these superior people, it is absolutely useless to rely solely on Ruth. The key is to rely on those who are in power. Is like talking about the circle of people sitting next to him now. The role of Prince Qing's staff is better than anything else. In just half an hour, the people around him have changed from Ruth's idiot to directors of several large companies. As the saying goes, parents are not as close to relatives as relatives to money. No matter where the rich are, they will definitely be offered as ancestors. The current state of Qing dynasty is very bad. For those low-level tourists, they may not even have heard of the term Qing dynasty, but for everyone sitting in this box, their vision is much higher than that of third-class cabins. Up. In the past few years, high-ranking officials of the Qing dynasty have continuously transferred their assets to the UK, but super bosses like Prince Qing have really never encountered them. After all, that old fellow thief had a brain, regardless of whether it was Yuan Datu or Sun Depao, he owed him a lot of favor, so even if the emperor changed several times later, he still died. But this kind of thing is unknown even in the Qing dynasty, let alone these British people on the other side of the earth. It's not that no one has ever doubted Li Qingyuan's identity, but these years I want to find someone who is fully familiar with the internal environment of the Qing country in the international form. By the way, if I know the astronomy and the geography, I can still speak English. It's more than a catch. Only aliens are not easy. In addition to the recommendation of Carl Hockley, it took only half a day for Li Qingyuan to successfully penetrate the enemy's interior and become a first-class guest, and by the way, he became the big fat sheep in the eyes of countless businessmen. That is the Prince of Qing who claims to be rich in assets. Even if he just leaks a little bit from his fingers, it is enough to eat for several lifetimes. What's more, Li Qingyuan has also been a street writer for more than 10 years. He knows some general economic concepts. Although it is absolutely impossible for him to make a detailed plan, he can just pretend to be an expert and just call a few words. It is more than enough. So by the next morning, he had become a hot character on the ship, and the invitations for him to be a guest had been queued 2 months later. Chapter 10, Chemical Formula. Mr. Li, this is what you want? Jack put the purchased items on the desk with a look of curiosity, not knowing what the adult from the mysterious East did with so many medicines. Thank you, Ruth, can you help me pay for Mr. Jack's goods? Li Qingyuan nodded slightly and ordered Ruth to settle the bill. Heaven and earth conscience, he really didn't think much of the heroine, because the system task had nothing to do with her, and he didn't want to be out of line. It's just that, obviously, he had miscalculated the combat effectiveness of the brain-dead fan. After learning that Li Qingyuan was alone, Miss Ruth relied on her identity advantage to run to him as the chief financial officer. In her original words, what if Mr. Li traveled across the ocean for thousands of miles without a person to help? Carl almost turned blue because of this, but he couldn't say anything about Ruth, especially when Li Qingyuan said that he would only let Ruth be his secretary, and by the way, he would only help him during the day. Slightly relieved. As for whether he can comprehend the real purpose of the secretary, it is unknown. A total of £32. Jack quoted 3 times the purchase price without a heartbeat. Only when he started, he really had a good impression of the chick in front of him. The feeling was like being shot in the heart by Cupid. But after several contacts, Jack found that he couldn't keep up with the other's brain circuits. Now Ruth is full of the poems Li Qingyuan taught her, completely ignoring Jack's flattering behavior. So after experiencing 2 failed performances, Jack has completely released himself. Anyway, the entire Titanic, third-class gypsy girls do not know how many, and his handsome face does not require much effort. Why do you have to hang on a tree that you don't need? Besides, his most important task now is to make money. As long as he has money, he can become a rich man. Then he still wants to play that one? Here is 32 yuan. Ruth drew the money from her purse and handed it to Jack. The latter's smile began to reflect light. Sir, is there anything else I can do for you? Jack stuffed the ink-flavored banknotes into his pocket and asked flatly. I only made £20 after running for a day. This kind of business is simply a loss of money. Not for the time being, I will look for you again if I have something to do. Li Qingyuan waved his hand directly, he no longer needed this man of heaven. What he is now racking his brains is how to reduce the formula of nitroglycerin. As a street writer, he must have a certain understanding of the so-called messy knowledge of cement manufacturing, glass casting, gunpowder composition, hybrid rice, etc. After all, these days, whether you are going to pass through the alien world or the ancient times, skills are the only way for the protagonist to make a fortune. But it's easy to say, it's hard to sit up, it's like the simplest black powder. Everyone knows the ratio of 1 carbon, 2 nitrate, and 3 sulfur, but it is estimated that there are not hundreds of trials, and I am afraid it is difficult to really do it. Furthermore, with the size of the Titanic, it is difficult for the black powder to blow it down, so he can only choose the more powerful yellow powder. Is the yellow powder invented by the alchemist Nobel? The medicines he asked Jack to buy were all medicines for the treatment of angina. The basic ingredients of these gadgets are nitroglycerin, and only a little filtering can get extremely high purity nitroglycerin. Then, just pour a little egg white, rust, and fine sand into the nitroglycerin, stir evenly, add the plant ash and air dry, and you can get the frightening yellow gunpowder. This kind of trick can be obtained on the internet in the 21st century as long as it is intentional, but in this age, it is an unspoken secret in major laboratories, so he is not afraid of being discovered by others, because others will see it. I don't know what he is doing. As for the formulas and data written in the diary, if you can find a chemist who is proficient in Chinese on the Titanic, then it can only be said that the system has become more difficult. At first he wanted to buy explosives directly on the black market, but after learning about the black market, he had to give up that plan. It is true that as black market merchants, they don't care about what is prohibited or not. Those merchants do have explosives on their hands, but they are just scattered black powder particles, and the weight is so small that it is unbelievable. Li Qingyuan doubts that even if he collects all the explosives from the black market on the ship, it is difficult to say whether he can hold a fireworks show. Use those black gunpowder, trying to survive and burn a hole in the floor of the Titanic. You know that for a giant cruise ship like the Titanic, the bottom steel plate alone is 5 centimeters thick. With the addition of various interlayers, the thickness of the bottom plate is estimated to be more than half a foot. Even if it is the yellow powder in his hand, he wants to come the most. Just blow a big hole. 2 or 3 square holes may be a fatal threat to small ships, but they have no effect on the Titanic. UU reading www.yukanshu.com. The water seepage problem was considered when the ship was built, so 20 airtight cabins were specially designed. Even if 4 airtight cabins see water, the other 16 airtight cabins can ensure the safety of the entire ship. In the original plot, it sank mainly because the iceberg smashed 5 airtight cabins at once, and then too much water entered the back of the ship, which caused the entire ship to be tilted and then broke from the middle. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt helpless. He stretched out his palm and scratched his forehead. How could this task feel unreliable? The explosives in his hand can blow up 2 compartments even if it is dead. If it is dispersed into 5 compartments, then maybe even the steel plate will not be broken. As for collecting more materials to make explosives, let alone whether there are so many raw materials on the ship, he can't be too busy himself. Making explosives is not about moving bricks. You have to find someone to get it. It is estimated that the other party has blown up the cabin before you go out. The alchemist Nobel also made the yellow explosive after he sacrificed his family. Qingyuan, did you think of any wonderful poems? Seeing Li Qingyuan scratching head and ears, Ruth suddenly felt that the other party had such a temperament, even the way he was thinking was so handsome. No way, when a person is crazy and obsessed, even if you shit, she will feel that your strength is completely different from others. Ruth gently walked behind Li Qingyuan, and then gently approached him. Mr. Li, Carl Hockley pushed the door directly in, and then found a scene that made his forehead flash green. In other words, why is Mr. Li's head resting on his fiancée's big white? Chapter 11, Nice Guy. Admittedly, Carl said that his fiancée is indeed very big and white, and sometimes he has the idea of wanting to play a few basketballs, but he is his legal fiancé after all. What's the situation now? Mr. Hockley, you are here. Facing Carl's green face, Li Qingyuan greeted him warmly without any embarrassment. Heaven and earth conscience, he really doesn't have the hobby of putting hats on the other party, so I can only blame silly Badian for being too active. Anyway, he has an absolute clear conscience. A person who is as righteous as himself is naturally impossible to do anything illegal. Originally, Carl was still wondering about the relationship between Ruth and Li Qingyuan, but when he saw Li Qingyuan's behavior, he started to wonder what he thought. Just now, did you make a mistake? Ruth should be massaging each other, right? I must be too nervous. This Mr. Li looks very decent. Besides, it seems that the Orientals seem to be very cautious about the relationship between men and women. I am definitely worried about it. As an excellent male second, Carl is quite open-minded in dealing with Ruth's lifestyle. In the original plot, even if Ruth and Jack are both flying, he can resist pretending not to see it. In the end, Ruth insisted on asking Jack to draw a picture of an erotica for herself, and then put the picture on the table to show Carl deliberately, which made him angry and abandon the goodness he had always been. After all, if you encounter such a thing, you can't bear it. You fooled with other wild men outside and made me lose face. You even sent the photos directly to my hands. It's nothing more than murder. So when Li Qingyuan spoke with him righteously, Carl said that he definitely thought too much. Mr. Li, you said that the chief financial officer of Prince Qing is already waiting for your drive in New York. I want to ask, do you have any investment plans for your trip to New York this time? The entire ship believed in the identity compiled by Li Qingyuan and who, on the one hand, because his demonstrated ability is really convincing. At any rate, is more than 100 years ahead of his knowledge. Although he certainly can't tell the details, it's easy to fool people in the general direction. What is even more trustworthy is that Li Qingyuan said that the treasurer of Prince Qing in the United States is already waiting at the New York port. As soon as the ship arrives, he will preside over the investment of Prince Qing's assets in the United States, with total assets of up to £2 million. A huge sum of £2 million, not to mention a mere Carl, even if it's a card too, he has to kneel and talk now. As for whether the other party is a liar, the ship will arrive in New York in at most 7 or 8 days. If it is a liar, who would dare to speak such a big deal? If he lied to someone, could he still fly into the sky? For £2 million, Carl decided to define the scene he saw just now as a head massage. After 2 days of understanding, I think the thematic investment should now be in railways and movies. Li Qingyuan flipped out a so-called plan and said while flipping. Anyway, no one here can understand Chinese characters, and these people can only stare at what he wrote. Movies? Qingyuan, are you going to invest in movies? Before Carl could speak, Ruth instantly became excited. Movies are still a new industry this year, and it has been 40 years since its invention. It is definitely a sunrise industry. Moreover, the current film and television industry is relatively tall. Movie stars are basically decent celebrities, and there are few unspoken rules. Female stars are respected by thousands of people. Even if their private lives are chaotic, they will not be as filthy as later generations. Unbearable. Especially for Ruth, who is a playful, active, and silly and sweet, making a movie is definitely an exciting thing for her. There is such a plan. Seriously, if it weren't for the mission to blow up the Titanic the day after tomorrow, he was really ready to go to Hollywood to make a movie. Great, how about letting me be the heroine then? I can definitely do it. Ruth smiled at him and turned to reveal her figure. To be honest, although Ruth's waist is slightly thicker than the slender waist that she holds, she has other advantages. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan really diverged his thinking slightly. With hundreds of years of advanced experience, as well as familiar with all kinds of classic film and television dramas, he can get into the position of the godfather of Hollywood. At that time, it will not be a rotation of various big-name actresses. With heavy kind. Even female stars can change for male stars if they get tired of it. Forget it, I don't want that much, I am a decent person, and I definitely can't think so dirty. That, Mr. Li, do you think you want to know more about steel? Carl is immune to the surprise of his fiancée. Standing with such a fiancée, I can only say how I was blindfolded by her bewitched appearance and dab eye. Just like her, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com doesn't look like a noble lady. Steel? The industry looks good now, but I think the potential is limited, and there is a great possibility that it will collapse in the next 20 years. Li Qingyuan shook his head, still remembering that this guy Carl seemed to be in an economic crisis more than 10 years later. Bankruptcy, committed suicide by jumping off the building. Judging from the fact that the other party is relatively respectful to him in the past 2 days, Li Qingyuan feels that he can give him a hand. Even if the bill is paid. Mr. Li, we at the Hockley Group are now studying new types of steel. Believe me, as long as the development is successful, it will definitely lead a new round of steel innovation. If you invest now, you can get at least 3 times, no, 5 times the return. For Lee King-yuan's statement that the steel market will collapse in 20 years, Carl is absolutely unbelievable, but now he also urgently needs new investment because the R&D of the Hockley Group has reached a critical moment. Any technological innovation is inseparable from a huge amount of funds. Even if the Hockley Group is a giant in the steel industry, it is somewhat dwarfed by the astronomical R&D expenditure. Originally, Carl had already planned to give up research and development, but now that he met a big gold master from the Qing dynasty on the ship, he would naturally not give up this opportunity. Mr. Hockley, I really think that the steel industry is already in the inflationary stage. I think investing in the steel industry is definitely not. Lee Qing-yuan was about to send Carl, but halfway through his words, he was blocked by a report from the other party. Mr. Hockley, I think the steel technology innovation you just mentioned is very promising, I want to study it carefully. Chapter 12, The Key to Breaking. Brother Carl, good man. While pretending to be nonchalant and observing the bottom compartment of the Titanic, Lee Qing-yuan spoke. Mr. Lee, what did you say? Jack as the guide feels like he is about to be cooked. Like all cruise ships, the bottom layer of the Titanic is the power layer, which is what most people call the boiler room. The giant boiler that is more than 10 meters high is roaring, and nearly 100 workers are shoveling coal into the boiler at a fast speed, so that this behemoth can obtain sufficient power. It's nothing. For the guy Carl, Lee Qing-yuan still needs to give him a good face because of his wife's face, but he doesn't need to care about Jack as a scumbag. This may be the so-called same-sex repulsion. For a guy like Jack who brushes women with his face, the whole earth will be left alone. If there are more good people like Carl, the world will definitely become better. Originally, he was still thinking about how to blow up the ship safely and effectively, because there was only one chance. If he couldn't sink it in one blow, it would be an impossible task to cause secondary damage. But because of the power and weight of the explosives, he was wondering whether he could complete the mission. After all, being able to make these explosives has made him rack his brains. Wanting to get more explosives is completely wishful thinking. But now, those are not problems anymore. The steel report form that Carl sent him showed that the vulcanized steel currently used has a flaw that is harmless. That is, the steel currently produced will undergo a cold brittle reaction in an environment close to zero, that is, the steel at that time will be as fragile as glass. Of course, it is just a metaphor to be as fragile as glass, but it is undeniable that steel will be much more brittle than normal at low temperatures. This is determined by the current industrial environment. The chemical composition of vulcanized steel makes it have such shortcomings, which cannot be solved at all. It's just that this shortcoming is like the formula of yellow powder, which has been controlled by the major steel giants, and the outside world doesn't even know the news. After all, no one will be significantly bored and hit a warship or cruise ship in a 0-degree environment, right? After reading the report that Carl gave him, Lee Qing-yuan understood why it felt so strange when he first watched the movie. Ming Ming is such a huge cruise ship, the whole ship will break due to the water in the second half. You must know that even the model will only sink the whole ship, how can it be directly disconnected from the middle? Now he finally understands, the reason is here. At that time, the Titanic crashed into an iceberg. In that low-temperature environment, all the parts in contact with the iceberg became fragile, causing the main body of the ship to fission. Everyone knows that if there is a crack on the glass, it will not be far from breaking. After obtaining the information, Lee Qing-yuan decided to come to see the environment. Jack, as the first dogleg under his command, learned that the Chief Kim was going to inspect the warehouse, and he immediately volunteered to be a guide. Qing-yuan, is there anything good here? Ruth asked, clinging to Lee Qing-yuan tightly. Even if they are some distance away from the boiler, the temperature here is still so hot that it is hard to control, and Ruth's cheeks are covered with large beads of sweat. Those sweat beads stayed straight down her neck, as if ripples appeared on the exquisite artwork. Jack's eyes looked straight, which made Ruth, who was aware of his sight, suddenly unhappy. Ms. Ruth just got the real value of the medicine from others in the morning. Knowing that the glib guy in front of me actually blacked her by 20 pounds, which annoyed the aristocratic lady who has always regarded herself as an elite. She doesn't care about the $20. After all, even if the Buchert family is downright, it is also a noble family. $20 is really not in the eyes. She was angry that this guy actually dared to lie to herself. He looked a little handsome and seemed to be a vagrant painter. Miss Ruth still had a good impression of Jack. In the end, I didn't expect such a guy to deceive herself for $20, which made Ruth feel that the other party was simply a shameless villain. No way, for Jack, if his goal is to soak Ruth, then he naturally wants to establish himself as a perfect and good person, but now anyone with long eyes can see that this silly white sweet has a heart. Tethered to Li Qingyuan. In this case, Jack would naturally not be boring himself, so it would be just right to use the convenience of work to make some extra money for himself. It's nothing, since I want to take a stake in Mr. Hockley's shareholding group, I have to study it. After patted Ruth, relying only on her arm, Li Qingyuan said with a faint smile. This woman, your husband is standing next to him, so please pay attention to influence. Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead, not knowing whether it was hot or angry. Mr. Li is really careful, and he has to do this by himself. Others, as investors, want to look at the experimental data. As Party B, Carl naturally has no reason to refuse, and even to make Party A's father happy, he didn't even see his wife's embarrassing behavior. Anyway, Carl has already decided that when she arrives in New York, she will lock Ruth in the house and prevent her from going out. This woman is really unconscious. Although it is said that the rich and powerful couples often play their own roles, but in public, everyone still has to pay attention to a bit of face. Now you look like you can't wait to be posted. You don't know it. You think Ruth is Li Qingyuan's mistress. The matter of the Food King's loyalty to the king, this is part. Li Qingyuan arched his hands and said. Mr. Li, what are you talking about? Carl was a little puzzled, why he could understand what the other party said separately, and he didn't even know what it meant when he was connected. It's nothing, Mr. Hockley, you said that all the steel for the Titanic is supplied by Hockley Group. Does that also include these? Li Qingyuan asked Carl after stepping on the bottom shelf under the foot. They are already 10 meters underwater. If the partition under their feet suddenly splits, it is estimated that all the people in the group will sink directly into the sea to feed the sharks. Yes, but you can rest assured, Mr. Li, that the steel products of the Hockley Group are of quality assurance, and there is absolutely no problem in terms of safety performance. Chapter 13, Circadian Clock Disorder. Yawn. Seeing Li Qingyuan's appearance not awake, Ruth suddenly walked to him with some concern. Qingyuan, don't you have a rest? I have come to write inspiration these 2 nights, so I can't sleep at night. In these 2 days, he started almost 24 hours a day making explosives and condensate during the day, and ran to the bottom bin to smash steel plates in the dead of night. After learning that the current vulcanized steel technology has fatal flaws, he started working day and night. Because there was too much movement during the day, he could only smash the boat secretly until there was no one at night. Pour the condensate on the steel plate of the silo, wait for 10 minutes, wait until the steel plate of the silo begins to form frost, and then slowly tap it with a small hammer. The cooling steel plates hit by a small hammer seem to have no difference on the surface, but if you look closely, you will find that these steel plates have many small patterns. These patterns are so subtle that it is hard to notice anything abnormal even if you look with your eyes wide open. If you drive normally, there will be absolutely no problems. Even if you are hit by fish in the ocean, as long as it is not a large tonnage and powerful killer fish like sharks, whales or swordfish, there will be no major problems. But if it is impacted by the aftermath of the explosion, don't think about it, these steel plates will surely shatter like glass. 48 consecutive hours of high-intensity manual labor, and by the way, to prevent being discovered like a thief, it is really a difficult job for Li Qingyuan. It's also because of the young body he traveled through. If I replaced it with my previous body that was tortured by various sub-health, I probably wouldn't want to finish it. Do you have any new poems again? Can you tell me to listen? Ruth beamed her eyes, and took out a small book from her pocket to record. It's another day, I may need to rest now. He yawned again, and he was really not in the mood to deal with this silly Badian now. It's the task time tonight, he needs to recharge his energy to deal with the changes that might happen then. Are you going to bed? But it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Ruth looked at the clock on the wall in surprise, and she couldn't understand someone's biological clock. Ruth, you have to know that as a poet, my biological work and rest are different from ordinary people. The early hours of the night are when my mental state is the best and the most excited. I see. Then please take a good rest, I will stop the others. A light flashed in Ruth's eyes, and she nodded. Was also not interested in knowing what Ruth had understood. Li Qingyuan, who had been staying up for 2 consecutive days, fell asleep. Well, didn't know how long he slept before he woke up from his dream. In other words, why do you feel that there are more people on the bed? Ruth, why are you here? Looking at the woman next to him, and then at the sky outside, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that the whole person was a little bad. To be honest, although he is definitely not a good person, but he is definitely not the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a woman. If the girl Ruth has been around for a few days, he can hold on with great perseverance. The most important reason is that he doesn't want to cause trouble. He is now able to mix on the Titanic mainly because of his familiarity with the plot and putting on a vest on himself, but if he has a relationship with Ruth, God knows if there will be any mess. Things happen. When you have the ability, Lang Na is called a game life, if you don't have the ability to insist on Lang, it is to die. That's why he didn't respond to Ruth's performance. But he really couldn't think of why this girl would appear next to him. Qingyuan, you wake up. Compared to his doubts, Ruth appeared to be more casual. She didn't care if she didn't wear anything, but greeted her casually. Well, why are you here? After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyuan felt that he still had to ask. Although this question is a bit too straight to be a straight man, he did not do anything since he slept in the morning until now. If this woman wanted to rely on him for this, he would not admit it. I'm here to call you to the dinner party, but when I came, I found you were still sleeping. By the way, I was a little sleepy, so I borrowed your bed and lie down for a while. Ruth said with a flushed face. Okay, I believe you a ghost. Looking at Ruth's appearance that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Li Qingyuan knew that he was wronged by the other party. I have always heard that Western women dare to love and hate, but now he has seen it. It's just that he doesn't know. If he really doesn't want to have a favorite storyline with Ruth, he must keep a distance with the other party at the beginning, instead of losing his principles by being shaken by the other party and agreeing to let the other party help him. In Li Qingyuan's opinion, he is looking for someone to help with the work anyway. Of course it is better to let Ruth do it if you find a bad guy. At the very least, is it seductive? But in Ruth's opinion, that is that this poet from the Far East is actually very interested in him, but because of the inherent reservedness of the Orientals, the other party can't let go. So after thinking for a few days, Ruth felt that she should take the initiative. After all, this ship will arrive in New York the day after tomorrow, and based on Carl's performance these days, it is estimated that when he arrives in the United States, he will be locked in the manor by the other party. So in order not to leave any regrets in her life, Ruth decided to come directly to a fait accompli. In her opinion, it is better to find someone pleasing to the eye instead of handing it over to the fiancé that she doesn't like for the first time. There is nothing to say about the next plot. Although Li Qingyuan has been trying his best to avoid trouble, since the other party has sent it to the door, it seems too fake to refuse. 3,000 words description omitted. Mr. Li, where is Ruth? Didn't she say to invite you to the dinner party? An hour later, when Carl saw Li Qingyuan in the banquet hall, he asked in confusion. Carl was very uneasy about the performance of his fiancée, but after a few days of understanding, he felt that the opposite Mr. Li was a real gentleman, and Ruth was with him, and he was very relieved. Furthermore, the other party has signed an initial investment plan on behalf of Prince Qing with the Hockley Group. The first investment is £150,000. With the assistance of such a large sum of money, even if Carl knew that Ruth would be taken advantage of by the other party, he still felt innocuous. Anyway, as long as you don't break the bottom line, right? Chapter 14, Ending. Miss Ruth said she was a little tired. Go back and rest first. Didn't you see her? As the so-called Li comes, as a social person who has been in the society for more than 10 years, he will not tell lies. What's the matter? Ruth is indeed sleeping now, but it's better not to go into the question of where she is sleeping and why she is sleeping. Then I'll go back and see. Carl didn't know the twists and turns inside, and didn't ask carefully after hearing that his fiancée was tired. Li, I will be in New York the day after tomorrow. About when will the investment you mentioned arrive? Carl began to ask about other things after hearing Ruth's departure. By the way, other people also came over with their glasses. There is no way, the tiger skin is too much, it is not that simple to want to lie. But fortunately, Li Qingyuan knew that he would never need to meet these people again, so he chatted with them in an indifferent manner. The more confident he is, the more people will find him unpredictable. The atmosphere of the whole dinner is very harmonious, there is no difference. Until... Buzz buzz. Everyone only saw the chandelier overhead and the wine glasses on the table buzzing, and the whole ship seemed to shake violently. How is this going? Li Qingyuan held the table with one hand and asked the people around him. I don't know, it should be a storm. Carl replied while wiping the wine stains on his body. He was holding a glass of wine just now, preparing to drink, but the ship shook and the glass of wine was spilled directly. Don't worry, everyone, the Titanic is absolutely tolerable. This is the safest ship in the world. It was just a chance encounter with wind and waves, and it is all right. Within a moment, someone stood up and told everyone that it was a false alarm. Field. Everyone in the banquet hall immediately calmed down and continued singing and dancing. But Li Qingyuan directly retreated from the banquet hall under the excuse of being too strong to drink, and then returned to his cabin. Ruth was still lying limply on the bed, the chick came to tease him unconsciously, and didn't want to think about who was the hunter and who was the prey. Papa! 2 slaps to wake Ruth, the silly white sweet chick whispered in a daze. No way, you let me rest, I really can't do it. Get up, the ship is sinking. It is reasonable to say that he shouldn't care about each other's life and death, but after all, the two have just had the closest contact, and Li Qingyuan felt that he should also give each other a hand. The current Titanic does not continue to persist on the sea for more than 2 hours like the original, because in order to prevent his poor craftsmanship from sinking, he worked overtime to break all the floors of the 8 airtight cabins. By the way, he also broke the central keel and the load-bearing wall to pieces. Anyway, if you are idle, you are also idle. If you knock a little more, the insurance rate will be higher, right? The explosion happened just now because he stuffed all the yellow explosives made these days into the coal pile. As a steamship, the Titanic consumes a huge amount of coal every day. Thousands of tons of coal are stuffed with dozens of caddies of explosives, and even the gods can't find it. Those boiler workers have been dizzy due to the harsh working environment all the year round. Even if someone finds that the shoveled coal may be abnormal, no one will pay close attention to what is going on. Regardless of what it is, don't you throw it into the boiler and burn it directly. So when the explosives were thrown into the boiler, there was no need to explain in detail what happened. The boiler room exploded in an instant. The boiler that was originally at the critical point would explode once it exploded, which directly exploded the boiler room into a ball of twists. If it was just an explosion in the boiler room, it would not have been a fatal effect for such a behemoth. At best, the ship would no longer be able to move. But when the surrounding airtight cabin floors were shattered by the aftermath of the explosion, then the fate of the ship was immediately doomed. Even if Li Qingyuan doesn't know much about architecture or proficient in mathematics, he knows that this ship can survive for hours at sea. Maybe the bottom compartment is already filled with water. What? The ship is sinking? How could it be? Ruth got up sleepily, thinking that the other party was joking. This is the unsinkable Titanic, the highest masterpiece of the British Empire. How could it sink? This year, British manufacturing represents the world's first place, not to mention that this ship is still the face of the British Empire, so even if Ruth is obsessed with the man in front of him, she still firmly believes in the credibility of her country on this issue. Get up! There is no time and no interest in arguing with each other. Li Qingyuan has always felt that those people who are still reasonable with women at the time of crisis are simply mentally ill. He slapped Ruth directly and told the other party to hurry up. Suit up! Ruth was a little dazed by the two slaps, but even though she was quite dissatisfied, she still obediently put on her clothes. The two walked quickly to the deck. At this time, there was no figure on the deck except for a few staff members. It can be seen that wherever they are, public opinion control is very important. Until now, except for Li Qingyuan on the entire ship, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com estimated that what happened to the captain and several senior executives. You stay here, I'll get something, and when the lifeboat will be released, you will immediately follow and leave. I will come on the next boat. Holding Ruth's hand, Li Qingyuan told her Tao. Seriously, if he hadn't left because of the completion of the mission, he really wanted to stay in this world for 2 more days. Qingyuan, I'll be waiting for you. Although I don't know what happened, Ruth felt that if she let go now, she would never see this man again. Be obedient, we Oriental men don't like disobedient women. Seriously patted Ruth's palm. Li Qingyuan knew that this stupid girl was a tendon. If she didn't tell her clearly, God knew if she would be with the boat. Sank. At any rate, it can be regarded as one's own spoils in this world. If it were to die like this, I would be sad for a while. Will take a few minutes. Fortunately, at this moment, this fellow Carl also ran out of the banquet hall and hit 2 of them. Originally, Carl was still attending the banquet, but when he found out that his wife and Li Qingyuan had disappeared, he felt a little bad and rushed out of it. Carl, you came just right. Seeing this suffering master, Li Qingyuan felt that he should be able to entrust Ruth to him. Whatever you say, this is the real fiancé. Well, at least Ruth following him is much better than the scumbag following Jack. As for whether Carl would commit suicide like the original book, I have told him so many later economic development laws in the past 2 days. If he insists on going all the way to death, he can't stop him, right? Chapter 15, Lao Li Next Door. The final reward is being settled. When Li Qingyuan sat on the highest peak of the ship and looked at the floating pictures below, the system's unfeeling voice suddenly sounded from his ears. At present, most of the Titanic's hull has sunk below the surface. It is estimated that this ship will be a wreck in the icy Atlantic Ocean, following the trajectory in history. Now there is a mess on the deck, and everyone is jumping on the lifeboat one after another. The inferiority of human beings has reached its peak at this moment. In the original plot, a bunch of people went to justice without fear in the face of death. That is basically the result of the beautification of the film. It is true that people like the captain and the chief designer are indeed ready to coexist and die with the ship, but others can join forces. Don't think so. Ants can still survive, let alone people? Looking at the people who were crying and screaming, Li Qingyuan silently poured the red wine in his hand. Even if it is practiced for them. Anyway, Ruth and Carl had already made the first lifeboat and escaped because of his reminder, so he couldn't control the others. After all, everyone is not very familiar, right? The main task, sinking the Titanic, has been completed, with a completion rate of 85%. The evaluation is excellent, and 3 free attribute points are awarded. Hidden side mission, have close contact with the heroine Ruth DeWitt Booker and get the title reward. A newcomer task reward skill is being drawn now. Hearing the hidden rewards of the system, Li Qingyuan was a little startled. Can you get a reward? This system does not seem very serious. The newcomer's task completion is excellent, now you can upgrade the elementary bomb mastery to a blaster for free. The mission has been completed. Will the host return immediately? Can I continue to stay in this world? Li Qingyuan asked suspiciously. He thought he would return immediately after completing the mission, but who knew he could continue to stay in this world? I knew that I should have gone with Ruth just now, but he developed 2 poses, and there are so many tricks before he can use it. The host can stay in this world for 2 hours, and will be forced to return after 2 hours. Well, 2 hours can't do anything at all. Besides, this broken ship will sink in a few minutes at most, so there is no need to stay here. Return. Grabbing the picture frame and bronzeware in his hand, and chanting these 2 words silently in his heart, Li Qingyuan instantly returned from the top of the boat to his room in Sokovia. Looked at the alarm clock hung on the wall, the time still stayed at the moment before the journey. It seems that crossing to other plot worlds to do tasks will not have any impact on the real time. Looked at the picture frame in his left hand, and as expected, the painting in his hand was taken out. Is just the bronzeware he held in his right hand but was not brought back. It is probably because of his lack of strength. In addition to making explosives and condensate on the ship these days, he also collected some valuable things by the way. Is like the picture frame that I just brought back. This is the original Picasso obtained from Ruth. The same is true for that bronzeware, which was bought from an unknown rich man, but it was a pity that it was too heavy to be sent back together, otherwise it would definitely sell for a good price. Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan took out his pocket easily. Ocean Heart. This very precious dark blue gem from the original plot just appeared in his palm, and he picked it off just now while Ruth was sleeping in his room. The conscience of heaven and earth, at the time he was just thinking that this thing was considered an important plot item at any rate, and it should be able to trigger rewards. He had absolutely no other ideas. After all, in various legends, this gem is known as a cursed stone, possessing strange magic power. But now, it seems that this thing is just a beautiful gem, nothing special at all. Forget it, keep it as a souvenir. Took out all the miscellaneous things in his pocket and put them away, and then he began to count the rewards for this mission. 3 points of free attribute points are natural. Needless to say, anyone who has read infinite streaming novels knows how to use it. However, considering that he currently doesn't know how to add points, he decided to keep it and talk about it later. The remaining 2 rewards are 1 title and 1 skill. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male earthling. Power, 4, 5. Agility, 5, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Lao Li Next Door. Skill, Demolition Ghost Talent. Lao Li Next Door. When you assemble this title to interact with married women, there is a certain chance to trigger the passive enhancement effect of this title. Seeing the system's comment on this title, Li Qingyuan almost vomited blood. This system is absolutely poisonous. It is a slander for Chi Kuokuo to give such a decent person to such an absurd and absolute title. Besides, in the Titanic, I was passive all the time. Okay, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com itself is definitely a victim. Brother Jack, are you still there? Just as he was about to call the customer service to complain, he heard Petro's panicked shout from above. What's the matter with these two kids? Li Qingyuan climbed up the big hole in the middle of the floor in 3 steps in 2 steps, and saw 2 children shuddering in the corner. What's happenin'? He asked a little strangely. It stands to reason that the psychological qualities of the Scarlet brothers and sisters are much higher than those of ordinary children, so they shouldn't be scared like this without seeing themselves for 2 minutes. Diddy. But the noise from behind immediately answered his doubts, and saw that the missile actually started to flash red. Damn! Li Qingyuan suddenly cursed, this plot is simply wrong. Didn't it mean that the missile didn't explode after being placed here for 2 days? Why doesn't it seem a bit bad now? He quickly took 2 steps forward to take Wanda brothers and sisters for a run, but just raised his foot, he turned around and returned. The moment he saw the missile, the structural design of the missile suddenly appeared in his mind. Explosive ghost, you are familiar with most explosives, you can make bombs in the eyes of ordinary people, and you can explode them in a way that ordinary people cannot understand. The missile manufactured by Stark Group can definitely be regarded as a high-tech product. With his current skill level, if he confronts Iron Man directly, he will definitely be abused, but the thing in front of him was only made by Tony Stark 10 years ago. The military products of China do not have much technological content at all. So only in an instant, Li Qingyuan made a decision. Chapter 16, Please eat lollipop. What is he doing? Wanda looked at Li Qingyuan, who was squatting in front of the missile, and asked his brother softly. The two of them are already 10 years old. 10 years old may be an innocent age for the flowers growing in the greenhouse, but for children living in the small troubled Eastern European country of Sokovia, 10 years old is already considered half an adult. Especially the 2 siblings who have just experienced the tragic death of their parents, their psychology has accelerated to mature. He seems to be dismantling the missile. Pietro said uncertainly. As a lawless bear kid, Pietro often likes to disassemble some things by hand, but generally only limited to alarm clocks and things like missiles, he absolutely dare not touch it. After all, he is just a bit naughty, not to die. It will explode. Wanda's 2 big eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't want to be blown to death in confusion. Should we run first, right? Pietro suggested unscrupulously. The 2 of them and Li Qingyuan can only be regarded as nodding acquaintances, and the relationship between their parents can only be regarded as normal. Since the other party wants to die, it is naturally impossible for the 2 of them to stay with each other to finish. But we can't get out. Wanda pointed to Li Qingyuan, who was crouching in front of the missile and didn't know what to do, and then pointed to the gate that was blown up. The door has been completely buried in the ruins. As for jumping the window? Do you think 2 10-year-olds can survive by jumping off the 3rd floor? Not to mention the guns are still firing outside, I don't know what the situation is. We can jump to the 2nd floor first and find a corner to hide. Pietro said, pointing to the big hole in the middle of the living room. The power of this kind of small missile is actually not great. If it is estimated that the lethality is about 20 meters in radius in an open area, the power in this kind of building is even more compressed to individual floors. The first missile exploded in the living room on the 2nd floor. The siblings on the 3rd floor were both unharmed. Although the protagonist had a halo bonus, the missile's power was indeed not good, which was the most important reason. After all, this type of missile manufactured by Stark Group is used to destroy the target in the center of the city, so it must be ensured that the power is compressed to an acceptable range. Otherwise, the whole city will be turned into rubble after a battle. What is the point of being occupied? 2nd floor. Wanda's eyes were a little confused, only then did he think that his parents seemed to be lying on the 2nd floor now. Petro, Mom, and Dad. Thinking of this, Wanda couldn't help but started crying. "Don't cry, Wanda." Seeing that his sister started crying again, Petro was anxious. God knows what the Jack Ma is doing. If his sister's cries affect his movements, they will explain here. But in the face of the crying sister of Iwarain, Pietro seemed a little at a loss. "What's wrong?" Li Qingyuan stood up and walked to Wanda and asked. "Did you fix the missile?" Pietro raised his head in surprise, and saw that the flashing missile had lost its luster, and the front section was opened to reveal a bunch of mechanical components that he couldn't understand. "What do you mean by fixing it?" "I broke it. Now this thing will not blow up even if you throw it down." Li Qingyuan casually played with two small parts, worthy of the missile produced by Iron Man. Quality is guaranteed. If he had such a ready-made material in the last plot world, the task should not be too easy to complete. But if there is no skill that the system gives away, even if the missile is placed in front of you, you can't figure it out. "Brother Jack, would you actually dismantle missiles?" Pietro looked at Li Qingyuan with staring eyes, his small eyes full of admiration. In the hearts of boys, those who can shoot guns are masters, and those who can dismantle missiles are masters. For a moment, Pietro even forgot about the death of his parents. His eyes glowed and started to circle the dismantled missile. "Brother Jack, will it really not explode if I touch it now?" Pietro wanted to reach out and touch the war-killing weapon, but he was a little worried. "It's okay, even if you throw it on the fire and roast it, it's okay." Li Qingyuan waved his hand casually. The current instruments are so precise that, even if the missile is more than 1 meter long, the actual explosive composition is still less than 100%. 1. The Stark Group is indeed a profiteer. Woo, woo. Wanda is still sobbing. Girls are always more sensitive than boys. She is still immersed in the sadness of losing her parents. "Wanda, don't cry, brother will give you candy." To be honest, Li Qingyuan didn't know what to do when facing a crying little loli, so he had to take out a lollipop from his pocket coaxed at her. "Woo woo woo woo." As a result, Wanda cried louder. "I said you don't want to cry, okay?" If it is Pietro that dares to be so annoying, Li Qingyuan promises that he has fisted down and taught him how to be a good man. But the one crying in front of him is Wang. This really made him blind. Can't catch Wanda and fight it. "Brother Jack, you can't eat this mint-flavored lollipop, Wanda." Petro didn't know where it came from at this time, and took the lollipop in Li Qingyuan's hand directly and quickly removed it. Unwrapped paper and stuffed it into his mouth. Wanda gave Petro a glance after crying, and it seemed that his mood had recovered a lot. "What about this? Banana flavor?" Fortunately, he grabbed a handful of candies before coming up, and Li Qingyuan quickly took out a lollipop and asked. "Woo, sucking, woo." Wanda cried and licked a lollipop, making it hard to understand how she did these two things at the same time. But fortunately, her crying voice was finally reduced. "You two should rest in the room first. Let's squeeze it tonight." Listening to the gunshots still roaring outside, "I don't know if I can finish the fight tonight. Now the whole city is not safe, hiding in the room is the best choice." Wanda and Pietro both nodded silently. Both children grew up a lot in an instant. If there are any guys who are full of love and the heart of the virgin, they will definitely feel sorry for the two 10-year-old children who are as sensible as adults, but for the heartless Li Qingyuan, if these two guys really keep crying, he kept thinking about whether he should leave them alone. Although it is said that the Scarlet Witch in the future is very good and great, but that is not a few years later. It's really hard to say whether this business is a profit or a loss for a potential stock to catch up with my current life. Chapter 17, Plan for the Future. After some tossing, Wanda and Pierrot finally fell asleep. After so many things in just one day, even adults will be exhausted physically and mentally, let alone their two children. So even though there are still gunshots outside from time to time, the two of them still enter the dream directly. Looking at the two siblings lying next to him, one on the left and the other on the right, Li Qingyuan was a little sighed. He came back from a full sleep on the Titanic, so he can't sleep at all. Besides, Wanda and the others have experienced a war and bereavement, but they have experienced crossing plus system plus infinite plus Marvel and so on. If they can still sleep, then his heart will too big. Opened his eyes wide and leaned against the head of the bed, he began to think about what to do next. Sokovia must not be able to stay in this ruined place anymore. According to memory, it seems that local wars break out in this place on average 3 or 4 times a year. I don't know how the cheap parents of this body adapt to it. Furthermore, according to the plot, it seems that there is an old castle left over from the last century around the city. The owner of the castle is Baron Strack, a Hydra and Snakehead. In the Marvel movie, Baron Strack only played 2 shots before he died. Ultron, who he regarded as his trump card, was killed in the cell, which was a deadly super useless. If you are not interested in the history of Marvel, you probably don't have any impression of this bald head who just showed up. But in fact, Baron Strack is an authentic Hydra veteran. He thought he was Red Skull's right and left hand during World War II. After the war, he took over a lot of Red Skull's strategic heritage. The power he holds is no weaker than S.H.I.E.L.D. You must know that when Avengers 2 started, the entire Avengers power was assembled to destroy Baron Strack's castle, and this was because the other party actually wanted to use a strategy to disintegrate the Avengers. Trap. It's a pity that Baron Straker counted to the beginning and did not count to the end. The Avengers were indeed disintegrated because of ideas and other reasons, but he was killed by the crazy mechanical life Ultron directly in prison. The extremely frustrated. In the original work, Baron Strack has been working hard to develop human superpowers, and Wanda and Pietro are each other's successful experiments. Some people may say that they have to give up if they want to have power, but Li Qingyuan doesn't think so. My own little Wanda is so cute, why bother to do those human experiments that might be fatal? If it's Pietro, you might consider throwing it. The gossip is gone. Originally, if there was no system, Li Qingyuan was considering taking Wanda brothers and sisters to a country that cannot be said to live in seclusion. Anyway, it is said that the country cannot be said to have the protection of the crab god, regardless of whether the tyrant's finger or the explosion of the universe, a country can stand safe and sound. It's down, not even a trace of spray can be turned over. But now that I have the system, if I still want to continue, let alone my inner disagreement, the readers would also disagree. I finally came to a new world and had a golden finger like a system, so I have to make a career. After researching, he found that the system he carried seemed to be able to trigger missions by contacting the plot characters in the original work. His first mission was opened because of contact with Wanda. As for Pietro, who he contacted first, did not trigger the task. Either this system is not 100% triggered, or the kid Pietro has a bad reputation at all, and even the system thinks that he is not a key figure in the Marvel Universe. After all, compared with the famous name of the Scarlet Witch, it is a mere silver, who remembers? Of course, it may also be because this system favors women over men. But these are just guesses, and if you want to master the rules, it is estimated that you will have to conduct many experiments. And based on the fact that the first time he opened the system was Godzilla 2, King of Monsters, the world opened by this system should be related to the quest characters he came into contact with. The ancient alien beasts in Godzilla 2, King of Monsters are indeed capable of destroying the world, and even Gillian Godzilla can use nuclear bombs as seeds for superheroes like Team America and Black Widow. Entering is definitely to deliver food, but if it is a complete Scarlet Witch, then it is really impossible to say who abuses who. Therefore, under the premise of ensuring his safety, the superhero he should contact next must definitely be carefully considered. The first world is specially adjusted for him because of the newcomer plot system. God knows if there is any such preferential treatment in the second one. If he ran to get in touch with Marvel's handlebar Iron Man now recklessly, the ghost knew what plot he would throw into the system. If it were in the world of War of the Gods, it is estimated that he would be killed by a sneeze by a small soldier halfway through. Before I can't catch my own strength, I'd better avoid the guy and go. But although Iron Man can't touch it now, other heroes or villains can still be touched. For example, Black Widow or War Machine or Falcon, who are not so powerful, can only dominate among ordinary people. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start to figure out the next steps. When the situation is a little stable after the fight tomorrow, he will take Wanda brothers and sisters to run away. This breaks the country, he doesn't want to wait for a minute. The former parents left a lot of inheritance, and they should be enough to go to New York by themselves. Wanda brothers and sisters shouldn't be a problem. If the two children are unaccompanied, if they don't want to follow them, they can only go to the orphanage. If they want to come, they will not be so mentally retarded. Although the place in New York is a place of chaos, it is only that kind of place that allows you to quickly get in touch with various plot characters and quickly increase your strength. It's the end of 2006 now, next year that stinky guy will become Iron Man, and the Earth will enter the era of great extraordinary. In New York, he can still follow the development of the plot and use the advantage of the profit to mix the rewards with the system. Although the crisis is a bit bigger, unless he can hide in a certain country that cannot be said, otherwise it is dangerous anywhere on the Earth. Only the tip of the iceberg is shown in the movie, and the hidden crisis in other places is not necessarily smaller than in New York. After all, this is the world of Marvel. God knows if you are eating well at home if you will suddenly be crushed to death by a big green ass. Don't leave me. Wanda hugged his arm tightly and muttered to himself. It's probably a nightmare, this kid. Gently patted Wanda on the shoulder, Li Qingyu sighed in his heart. She is indeed a great Scarlet Witch. She is only 10 years old and is comparable to those 17 or 18 years old in China, and she doesn't know how she grew up. Chapter 18, Sokovia Chaos. The war was over in the early hours of the morning. The situation in Sokovia is similar to that of the Republic of China. There are 5 warlords in the slapped country. These 5 warlords have to fight several times a year. The warlord who finally captured the capital will proclaim himself president. Although the longest term of this president is only 1 year, he is a president anyway. If according to the Marvel Comics world, Sokovia should be the Dumu, the site of Dr. Destruction, but Li Qingyuan carefully searched in his memory and found that his predecessor had never heard of this name. Think about it again. When Marvel was destitute, it seemed to sell a lot of the copyrights of superheroes and supervillains, which led to a big difference between the Marvel movie universe and the comics, so I want to come to Dumu and the Fantastic Four. The world is eliminated directly. Similarly, the mutant group has disappeared into the world, and there should be only the funny alien race. What a pity. He is still very interested in invisible girls and witches. It's really not good, so can Polaris. Fortunately, there is a Wanda beside him, which can relieve his pain a little bit. Although this Wanda is still in a state that can only be seen from a distance and cannot be played, but it sounds like a very big thing to develop a Scarlet Witch. The 3 woke up the next morning. Both Wanda and Pietro thanked him. The 2 children also knew that if it wasn't for Jack, who doesn't deal with very much, to save them, maybe they would be bombed yesterday. Into meat sauce. May also be killed by random guns. The victorious troops began to take over the city, and the rescue team methodically maintained the damaged buildings and rescued the wounded. After decades of warlords fighting in Sokovia, a one-stop post-war treatment plan was formed. Although it is chaotic here, there is a chaotic order. Basically, no matter who occupied the capital, there will be no destructive plunder. On the contrary, the situation will be stabilized during this period to ensure the safety of residents and property. Because everyone is fighting for the economic and political status of the capital. If the capital is smashed into nothing, it will be a smashing deal for everyone, and no one would dare to risk angering the other 4 companies. This kind of solidity and fishing. Yesterday's predecessor and Wanda's parents were killed by the missile, but it was an accidental injury. There is no way. Thousands of unlucky people die in the melee every year, but relative to the millions of people in Sokoya, the people who died in the melee have not died in car accidents. If this kind of thing didn't happen to yourself, no one would care too much. The rescue unit cleaned up all in the corridor, and by the way, took out both parents. Wanda brothers and sisters cried bitterly after seeing the mosaics. Li Qingyuan had no reaction at all. After all, he was not familiar with the 2 dead people. But I don't know why. When he saw the 2 mosaics packed into the box, his heart could not help but twitch. Although he directly replaced his original body with his soul, but the feeling of blood engraved in his bones still made him a little unable to restrain. The team responsible for the rescue put the 4 bodies in a box and took them for cremation. Li Qingyuan took Wanda brothers and sisters to watch the whole process in silence, and then buried the ashes they received in the cemetery. The setting of carrying the ashes of parents around without dog blood, everyone knows that it is not realistic at all. The troops responsible for the maintenance were planning to send the 2 children to the orphanage after learning that the parents of Wanda brothers and sisters were dead, but this proposal was directly rejected by Li Qingyuan. He knew that the orphanage in Sokovia was actually the laboratory of Baron Strack, and the other party used those orphans to conduct human experiments for many years. In a chaotic country like Sokovia, normal people must carefully consider their own tomorrow, and naturally no one will pay attention to those orphans. Wanda tightly grasped the corner of Li Qingyuan's clothes, although she didn't look like a 10-year-old child in crimson development, but where was her height? 1 meter 4. Wanda stood beside Li Qingyuan, who was 1 meter 8, looking so petite and pitiful. She and Pietro are really afraid that Li Qingyuan will hand them over. After all, the name of the orphanage does not sound like a good place. Anyway, as long as it is a normal child, I would never like it. Jack, I can understand your feelings, but have you considered whether it is difficult for you to take these 2 children alone? The aunt of the district lawyer in charge of registration said to Li Qingyuan earnestly. Everyone is an old neighbor for more than 10 years. Although they are of different races, the creatures like ants are the same no matter which race they put in. Aunt Madeline, I know what I'm doing. A place like an orphanage, if you send them to their lives, it will be ruined. Li Qingyuan, who accepted the original memory, began to talk to the black ant in front of him. It seems that the other party always wanted to sell his daughter to the original in memory. Looking at the dark and bloated ant in front of him, Li Qingyuan suddenly trembled. Who can afford this? Rushed to flee Sokovia, another reason. Lao Wang and his wife are good people. How could they be so unlucky? The black ant talked about it for a long time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com all cherished the benefits of the former parents and took the opportunity to ask Li Qingyuan if she should let her daughter come. Help! Now Li Qingyuan can be regarded as an authentic parent with a double family fortune of millions, and he can be regarded as a handsome appearance, definitely a super king and 5. Is it too much to sell your daughter to the door if you say someone just died of both parents? Isn't this to quickly let my daughter come to help them inherit the family from the Wang family so that they can continue the incense? Madeline's old neighborhood as her original parents, she learned a lot of Chinese customs. As for Li Qingyuan is only 18 this year, and her daughter is only 16? Sokovia still pays attention to that kind of thing, let alone 16, even if it is 14, many people get married. It was with great difficulty that Aunt Madeline, who took the opportunity to sell her daughter, was sent out. Li Qingyuan felt that dealing with her was even more tiring than doing the task on the Titanic. Brother Jack. When the rescue team and Aunt Madeline were sent out, the day passed. Pietro and Wanda stood before him and shouted timidly. The 2 children looked at him a little nervously, not knowing how they should live in the future. The 2 of them have no blood relationship with each other at all. The other party's willingness to take them in is already considered as a deep affection, let alone saved their lives. The Maximoves are standard Western thoughts, and the savings on hand are probably not enough to cover the funeral expenses just now. It can be said that the two children are absolutely penniless now, let alone continue to study. If Li Qingyuan ignores them now, I am afraid that tomorrow's food will be a problem. By the way, the two of them now live in assets under the name of Li Qingyuan. Chapter 19, Smuggling. Petro, Wanda, are you two ready? Li Qingyuan sat on the sofa in the living room and asked the Wanda brother and sister in front of him. It has been almost half a month since the last missile attack, and the two brothers and sisters have slowly come out of the pain of losing their parents. After all, the two of them are much luckier than those in the original book. They have neither experienced the torment of death for 2 days and nights nor the physical and mental injuries that followed. There are countless shady scenes in places like orphanages even in developed countries, let alone a chaotic country like Sokovia. Being bullied and humiliated is absolutely commonplace, and it is necessary to endure all kinds of bullying incidents that may occur at all times and the danger of being pulled by Baron Trasco for experimentation at any time. Brother Jack, are we really leaving here? Wanda asked timidly. Call me Qingyuan brother, I have changed my name. Li Qingyuan reminded him by tapping the armrest of the sofa with his palm. He has been very busy during this period. First, he received all the inheritance of his original parents, and then he found a buyer to sell all the real estate, and took the opportunity to change his name. The name Jack Ma always reminds him of a certain pirate king, so while he was busy transferring property, he also changed his name by the way. Anyway, it means spending a few $100s more. For him who has inherited an inheritance of nearly $1 million, can that little money be considered money? Besides, there is still an authentic Picasso hidden in his safe. I dare not say that there are too many gadgets, and you have to start with 8 figures if you throw it to the auction. I'm sorry, Qingyuan brother. Wanda quickly apologized. She knew that now she and her brother both depend on each other's charity to continue their lives, so the two brothers and sisters are absolutely at a disadvantage when facing him. It's okay, just pay attention next time. Li Qingyuan smiled kindly, and then rubbed his little blushing face. Don't say it, it feels really comfortable to rub. Sokovia is a place with constant wars. It's not a good place at all. Besides, our parents were killed here. It's a bit of a situation. I think it's better for us to live in another city. Although he could not discuss directly with the two brothers and sisters. Take them away, but Li Qingyuan thinks it is better to make it clear. Don't even think that these two guys are only 10 years old, but in fact they have no less eyes than adults. Some time ago, Pietro looked at himself like a thief at night every day. It was so disappointing. How can a decent person like himself do something that is not as good as a beast? Somehow I have to raise it for a few more years. But if we leave, can we come back again? Pietro asked weakly, raising his hand. Only in the first few days, he thought that this Jack brother might have some bad thoughts towards his sister, so after finishing his parents' funeral, he has been vigilantly guarding against each other. It cannot be said that he is too precocious, because this kind of thing is not uncommon in Sokovia, and it is not strange that anything happens in this chaotic land. Li Qingyuan and the two of them are not relatives, but not only saved his siblings but also willing to adopt him by the way, which made Pietro feel a little bit confused when he was moved. What the other party wanted to be. So when Pietro saw that the other party often likes to ravage Wanda's head and face, he immediately felt that he had discovered the other party's true intentions. In those few days, he was frightened. Not only was he afraid that the other party would do anything bad to his sister, but at the same time, he was afraid that his guess was wrong, which would cause the other party to furiously drive out his brother and sister. It is definitely not an easy task for two 10-year-olds to seek a living in a place like Sokovia. As a result, after a week of continuous fear, Pietro realized that he seemed to be saving the abdomen of a gentleman with a villain. Brother Jack really likes Wanda, but it's a pure liking, which is definitely not as unsightly as he thought. Of course you can, but you have to wait for the situation in Sokovia to stabilize. Li Qingyuan nodded. If it weren't for the warlord's melee, the environment in Sokovia is actually pretty good, even if it's a vacation. Where are we moving? Seeing that Li Qingyuan was not angry because of his actions a few days ago, Pietro asked boldly. New York, the world's largest metropolis, you should have seen it on TV. Li Qingyuan patted the New York geographic guide on the coffee table and said. Are we going to New York? The eyes of the two children suddenly jumped up. It was the first time they were so excited in the past 2 months. For children, they don't have too many ideas. The two of them know that New York is the largest metropolis in the world. Whether it is in books or on TV, they describe it as beautiful as heaven. The two of them who were still a little worried were immediately washed away by the joy of going to the metropolis. The two guys quickly packed their belongings and followed Li Qingyuan to the beach by car. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. Sokovia is very strict about the exit of its residents due to years of melee. After all, if the control is not strict, all the wealthy people in the country may run away. Is like the original parents. If they can leave the country by legal means, they must have taken their predecessors to other places. But fortunately, no matter how strict the control is, there are loopholes to be found, so the chaotic country of Sokovia is naturally no exception. Li Qingyuan had contacted Snakehead early, and planned to smuggle out with the Wanda sisters. Just the three of you. The Snakehead driving the ferry boat saw the three children appearing in front of him, and asked dizzily. Li Qingyuan and him talked over the phone, because Sokovia's network is not very developed, so everyone usually chooses to communicate by phone. Yes, just the three of us. Li Qingyuan knows what the other party is thinking. There is absolutely no good person doing this kind of ferry boat business. What the other party is thinking about now is how to wait until he is halfway. People get rid of it. But he doesn't care about this kind of thing at all. Do you really think he has been idle for half a month? If there are only 3 people, then you have to add money. The boss of the ship said with a fierce look. Wanda trembles with Li Qingyuan's hand, and the few people on the ferry boat seem to belong to the kind of horror movie villains that can definitely be used to scare children. As for Pietro, now his legs are shaking, like sifting chaff. He wanted to squeeze close to Li Qingyuan like Wanda, but it was a pity that Li Qingyuan never let him have that opportunity. Wanda, just squeeze in, just add to the fun. Chapter 20, Still in Trouble. 100,000 yuan including this car, now leave immediately, pay 30,000 yuan first, and I will give you the rest when I get to the place. Li Qingyuan was not surprised at the starting price of the boat boss, and said straightforwardly. These underworld businesses have never had good people. It would be a strange thing if they don't sit down and raise prices. The boss of the ship looked at them carefully, and looked at each other with a few of his men, and then nodded. Brother Qingyuan, these people look so scary. Until the 3 of them entered the cabin below the deck, Pietro dared to speak. You stay here with Wanda and don't move. Don't go out at night no matter what happens. Li Qingyuan calmly patted Wanda's head and said. Is there any danger? Wanda raised his head timidly, as if tears flickered in his 2 big eyes. Although she knew that she shouldn't cry at this time, she didn't know why she couldn't help her tears. No, just in case. Playing with the clay in his hands, Li Qingyuan's eyes slowly showed cold. I hope these people don't want to kill themselves. He just wants to leave this shabby place safely, but he doesn't want to make any news on the way. Head, when shall we start? Above the deck, the sailor's part-time Snakehead asked the boss of the ship. Doing business on the sea, especially their underworld business, are not good people. The boss of the ship did not speak. He has been in business for so long, and he naturally knows who can provoke and who cannot. Li Qingyuan's composure and sophistication just now made him a little uncertain, wondering if the other party has any support. Let's tie up those 3 people directly later, and after the money is found, we will kill the Chinese. The remaining 2 children can be brought to Lohas first, and then sold to make movies. With the aptitude of those 2 children, they can sell for 100,000. The captain began to calculate a bright future. You can earn 200,000 yuan in a single business trip, and you can also earn 20,000 yuan if you divide your hands. If you can meet it 3 times a year, then a proper annual income of 100,000 yuan. Wait until the middle of the work. The boss of the ship, who was agitated by his subordinates, carefully calculated in his heart, feeling that he definitely did not sleep well last night and caused some mental disorders. Where can there be so many pretending to be pigs and tigers in this world? That boy looks like an ordinary guy, although he can see that the other party has a gun on his waist. What does it matter? How many people on their ship, who didn't have a gun? 6 guns versus 1 gun, whoever wins and who loses still need to talk. Not to mention that some of them are veterans of murder. How can they be afraid of a young man? I'll add something to them when they have dinner. It's best if you don't do it. But as a veteran who has been running the waterline for more than 10 years, the boat boss finally ordered. Understood, boss. The captain nodded excitedly and left. At night, he had new toys to play with, so he was naturally very excited. Hey! Li Qingyuan sighed slightly while looking at the food in front of him. It seems that I still have to do it. Pietro reached out for the milk, only to retract his hand when he touched the cup. No way, it hurts. He covered the back of his hands and looked at Li Qingyuan aggrievedly, not knowing why the other party hit him. Ignoring Pietro's aggrieved little eyes, Li Qingyuan hugged Wanda back. The 2 children stayed in the cabin for an afternoon. Now they were agitated when they saw the hot milk. Wanda, like Pietro, rushed forward to drink. But she was picked up by Li Qingyuan before she was even close to the table. It was precisely because it was difficult to hold Wanda to stop her. Li Qingyuan directly slapped the back of Pietro's hand with the bamboo board in her hand. You dare to beware of yourself for a while before you are wary, you don't know what to say. These things can't be eaten. It seems that they want to go to the dark one by one. Although they have not acquired the skills such as toxin mastery, they can know with the solace of the feet that hot milk is definitely a luxury item. Food, if there are no other attempts, how can it be sent to them? Milk is poisonous. Both Pietro and Wanda stared. Although they were more sensible than ordinary children, the adult world was so sinister that they had never expected. I'll go out and have a look. You 2 have the doors locked. Unless I call the door, I won't let anyone come in and shoot. He took off the beretta from his waist. It was originally intended to be given to Wanda. After thinking about it, he passed it to Pietro's hand. Insurance is here. You can shoot by pressing it first. Wanda will rely on you to protect it, understand? Li Qingyuan said to Pietro in a rare and pleasant tone. Understand, I will protect my sister. Pietro nodded excitedly, finally enjoying the treatment of an adult. Remember, unless it's me calling out, you read www.yuyugonshu.com, otherwise you can shoot directly at the door regardless of who opens the door. Although giving a gun to a 10-year-old child seems a bit tricky, there is really no better way. Instead of waiting for those guys to rush down, it's better to go up and fix it all by yourself. To be honest, if it weren't because he didn't know how to sail and didn't know the route, he would have killed all this group of people long ago, and that would have caused the current situation. You must come back. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to push the door, only to see Wanda holding onto the corner of his clothes tightly and whispering. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Rubbing Wanda's little face, he happily opened the door and walked out. The space for the ferry boat is very small, and the cabin door is opened and 2 steps are taken directly on the deck. The sailors who were squatting on the deck smoking cigarettes were a little surprised to see him climb up from below. They were waiting here for a while to get off to live a happy life. Why did the other party climb out by themselves? Everyone is here. Seeing a few sailors on the boat and the old master book all together, Li Qingyuan shrugged helplessly. I am really a crow's mouth, what is said? If they say that there is no ghost in this expression, then they really don't believe it. Several sailors all looked at the boss of the ship, waiting for his command. The boss of the ship frowned and looked at Li Qingyuan, who appeared in front of him, thinking constantly in his heart. Is the opponent really awesome, or is the newborn calf not afraid of tigers? It's just that he doesn't move, but it doesn't mean that others don't move. The sailor walked out with a grinning grin. Boy, since you ran out by yourself, it will save you trouble. You will hand over all the money obediently, and then tie yourself up. Uncle, my kind heart can give you a way out. Chapter 21, Cleverness. Boom. The captain, who was chatting, suddenly exploded into fireworks in front of everyone, and various splashing mosaics instantly showered several people nearby. Li Qingyuan helplessly put down his left hand that was in front of his eyes. He knew the amount of explosives would be smaller. It's the first time I was so positively face sprayed, and I was still a man, which really makes me feel sad. What happened? The other sailors were shocked. They couldn't even wipe the blood on their bodies, but looked around in a panic. If this is a group of elite soldiers, now at least they have to take out their weapons and spread them out looking for cover. It will be like these sailors. If there are really enemies, they are simply living targets. But considering that some of them are actually incompetent water bandits, it is natural that they cannot be demanded by the quality of the Special Force King. I really don't want to kill people, why don't you just send us out safely? Li Qingyuan spread his hands helplessly, and said lightly. To be honest, the first time he killed someone, he was sprayed by the other side by the way. Not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he was even a little excited. I can only say that the original body is definitely an antisocial personality, but I have been abiding by the law for more than 30 years, and the biggest living thing I have killed since childhood is the chicken. You? What did you do? The boss of the ship reacted first, and prepared to take out the gun from his waist in a panic, but the more hectic, the more chaotic, he couldn't even open the pistol holster around his waist. These guys who run black boats act like Yama King when they face the isolated and helpless stowaways, but in fact they are just creatures at the bottom of the food chain. If you really have the ability, you won't be reduced to running a black boat. I advise you to touch the back of your belt before you draw your gun, but I suggest you lighten it, or it will burst immediately. Li Qingyuan kindly reminded. You? What did you do? The boat boss, who was about to draw his gun, immediately stopped, and by the way, the bodies of several sailors also froze. Everyone looks at each other, look at me and I look at you, and finally saw a piece of chewing gum on each other's belt. The people who run the black boat naturally cannot be so clean, so even if there are more dirty things on the clothes, they will not care. Besides, who has nothing to do to pay attention to the back of their belts? C4 plastic bomb, you have seen the power just now. I only need to press the switch lightly, and you will slam like him. Li Qingyuan pointed at the most unknown object lying on the ground. Said. Is he really shaking hands with everyone when he gets on the boat to please the relationship? Besides, in order to prevent them from being prepared, he just took advantage of the opportunity to see the scenery and installed a lot of explosives on the boat. Even if these guys discovered chewing gum explosives in advance, he could bomb the boat to threaten them. He who possesses blasting geniuses can definitely be regarded as a bomb expert now, and he is the kind of top-level expert, the kind that does not contain any moisture. If he is willing to stay in Sokovia, relying on this technique, he can definitely become a sweet pastry for several warlords to fight for. Or maybe it's more than enough to go to the chaotic region of South America and Africa to be a soil emperor. It's just that for Li Qingyuan, who has an infinite future, that kind of salted fish life is not what he wants. What he wants is the sea of stars. Under the threat of explosives, several boatmen gave in an instant. Everyone just wanted to make some blood and tears, but they didn't want to lose their lives. So in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, Li Qingyuan put on a metal vest for all the rest, or a thicker version. After all, the chewing gum in the waistband is not very safe. What if you accidentally blow up your pants when you go to the toilet? Still put on metal vests for everyone, so as to be safe. The boss of the ship and a few sailors all had a dead mother-in-law expression. They were just big bosses. The most commonly used high-tech is the pistol in his arms. When have you heard of any hydraulic mental disorder explosive device? Whoever hangs a ticking bomb on his chest will have a mental breakdown. Boss of the ship did not know how many tens of thousands of times the sailor had been scolded in his heart. I knew that this young man looked fierce and eagle-eyed. It was not easy to look at the wolf. As a result, the guy had to do it. Now it's all right. Not only did he die without a whole body, but he was also implicated in a time bomb. The group rushed tremblingly all night. The original 4-day journey was completed in less than 3 days this time. Taking advantage of the darkness of the sky, Li Qingyuan took Wanda brothers and sisters directly onto the country of Italy. The most famous Italian is naturally pasta, then Italian cannon, and finally Italian mafia. As for the Italian army? Forget it, we are not on the funny channel. The Italian mafia is obviously more qualified than the Sokovia gangsters who run the black boats www.novel.com. After receiving his $200,000 for the license fee, Li Qingyuan instantly the black households of Sokovia became pure Italian Chinese, while Wanda and Pietro became his half-brothers and sisters. These are the real information that can be found in the database. The certificate processing personnel took him directly to the municipal government office to input it. It is absolutely true regardless of whoever checks it. After a short stay in Italy for 2 days, he bought a ticket to New York under his new identity and rushed to the United States. After all, Christmas is coming soon, next year will be a good day for the birth of Iron Man, I must rush to read the first-hand information. Don't say anything else, it depends on Iron Man to make a fortune or something. The target person has already set off from Rome, and the destination on the plane is New York. After Li Qingyuan took Wanda brothers and sisters on the plane, a handsome young white man hurried to the airport and reported to the instant messenger in his ears. The person who ordered us to meet each other in New York to see if we can absorb it. An old voice came from the communicator. Understood. The young man who received the order replied without change. He didn't expect that he just came to Italy to do a simple investigation task, and he would meet a master blaster. Rushing towards the idea of slashing the roots and destroying the corpses, Li Qingyuan directly blasted the ship after it docked for a certain distance. In his opinion, no one would pay attention to the broken fishing boat that sank in the Mediterranean. Unfortunately, the so-called smart is wrong. If he didn't deal with the explosion, he might not have encountered such annoying things. Chapter 22, Nine-Headed Snake Comes Home. Boss Li, business is booming and wealthy. The same joy, the same joy. New York, Manhattan, Chinatown. Today, a new antique shop opened in Chinatown, so early in the morning, firecrackers were blasted and the dragon and lion dances were so lively. Standing at the door and constantly accepting congratulations from others, Li Qingyuan felt that his smile was about to freeze. As an Italian who moved to New York, he wants to live legally and reasonably in New York, so he must have a clear identity here. It's naturally impossible to work for someone. It's hard to get through, so you have to be your own boss. If it is set according to the general plot, he should now go to a place like Hell's Kitchen to open a grocery store or a small exorcism clinic, so that he can match the main line of Marvel. But after considering the half rate, he felt that such a lifestyle was definitely not suitable for him. In the ruined place in the Hell's Kitchen, 2 gunfights in 3 days and various gangsters robbed the site. How hard is it for me to go to that place to ask for life? It might as well stay in Sokovia. Besides, the current Wanda is still a cute little Lolita. There is no means of self-protection at all. If something happens accidentally, it is too late to regret it. So he thought about it again and again, and he decided that it would be better to be a little more stable. He directly abandoned the two birthplaces of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, instead choosing a relatively peaceful and safe area like Chinatown. Geographically speaking, Chinatown is right in the middle of Hell's Kitchen and Queens district. If there is no traffic jam, it is only 20 to 30 minutes away. If you really want to refresh the monsters, you can take the subway in minutes. When it's okay, it's all about fighting monsters and brushing skills. He has no plans to put his home in the strange nest. If I go out every day, I have to worry about the sudden shot of cold guns and sleep at night. Maybe I will be sent directly to the sky by the bazooka. As for why you want to open an antique shop in Chinatown? Anyway, he is not going to make money from this shop. The main reason for opening a shop is to have a legal identity. Besides, there is an antique shop in hand, and when the time comes to deal with the antiques that I brought out of the mission world, it would be more reasonable. Wanda happily clapped her little hands and jumped beside her. It was the first time she saw a lion dance. It was very interesting. Pietro doesn't know where the madness is. Anyway, he's such an adult, so I'm not afraid of losing him. After enthusiastically greeted the neighbors around, the bustling shop slowly became deserted. After all, antique shops can never be like a restaurant. They are basically the owners who have not opened for 3 years. What's more, all the antiques in his store are fakes just obtained from the small commodity wholesale market, and even the label is not torn. If this is fooled, it would be too ridiculous. Handed the opening red envelope to the foreman of the lion dance team and checked that it was almost 12 o'clock. Li Qingyuan thought about closing the door and took Wanda to eat hot pot. As for Pietro, when the meal arrives, the kid will definitely appear immediately. Don't worry about him at all. It's just that he was about to close the door when he saw a customer appeared in the shop. The other party is holding the bottom of the bowl with the coxcomb cup printed during the Qinzhou period of the Ming dynasty. It seems that the thing is really an antique that has been passed down for hundreds of years, rather than the one he bought from the vegetable market yesterday. Are the guests here to buy things? Slightly raised his head and looked at the young white man standing in his shop, Li Qingyuan asked depressedly. He was supposed to be 1.8 meters tall, and he was considered very good among Chinese, but the guy in front of him was actually half a head taller than himself. It really made people feel the deep malice from the world. And this kid is handsome, even from his man's eyes. The other person's looks are definitely handsome and tall, and overall he is a little worse than himself. If I want to buy it, I should buy that painting too. The young man put down the fake coxcomb cup in his hand and pointed to the Picasso painting hanging on the side wall. Originally, Li Qingyuan was going to send this painting directly to the auction house to sell, but considering the source is not very easy to explain and there are still a lot of deposits on hand, so he put this matter behind his head and prepared. I'll talk about it for a while. Because Picasso's work was really not understood at all except those brick houses, he hung it directly on the wall. Anyway, so many people wandered around in his shop in the morning, and no one found the painting. It's still true. But this guy in front of him found out the most valuable things in his shop at a glance. Not to mention, his vision alone is very powerful. More importantly, why does he always feel that the other party looks familiar? While Li Qingyuan was looking at the other party, Yu reading www.udugonshu.com was also constantly looking at him. Grant Ward, a senior agent of SHIELD, a level 5 senior agent, an expert in stealth operations, has a fighting skill, even in the top 30 within the entire shield. Don't look at the top 30 as if it were just a title of Dragon set, but in fact, in terms of the probability that SHIELD agents spread all over the world, Grant Ward can definitely be regarded as the world's top soldier. Actually, he once completed many tasks that seemed unthinkable to others. For example, he just flew back from Eastern Europe. The last task was to assassinate the consul of a small country. It is reasonable to say that he and Li Qingyuan will not meet so quickly, but who asked Ward to drive his motorboat diagonally across the Mediterranean after completing the mission and encountered an explosion. The entire ferry boat suddenly disintegrated in front of his eyes, and the employees on the ship turned into dust in the Mediterranean without even reacting time, which made Agent Ward's heart chill. Fortunately, I was a little slower, or else I was injured directly by mistake. Generally speaking, action masters like him will have an instinctive protective response before encountering danger, which is the legendary sixth sense. No one can tell exactly what it is, but Ward knew that if that feeling was not triggered, he would have died for a long time. But this time, my sixth sense didn't even have time to warn him. It can be seen that the technology of the person who set up the explosives has reached the point of perfection. Such masters, even within S.H.I.E.L.D., it is estimated that there are very few. So Grant Ward immediately reported to him like his immediate boss John Garrett, and then followed the vine to find the location of Li Qingyuan. Chapter 23, The Solicitation of Nine-Headed Snakes. Frowning and looking at the guy in front of him who was slightly taller and slightly ugly than himself, Li Qingyuan began to search his memory in his mind. Since he looks familiar, he should be a character with a name and a surname in Marvel, but why is he not impressed at all? Seeing the mission goal in front of him fell into deep thought. Grant Ward felt that it was absolutely a mistake that the foster father sent himself. He is not the type who is good at persuading people with reason. He is better at using his fists than using words to impress others. Generally speaking, this kind of matter should be discussed by Phil Collison, the mayor of Zinran village, or if it is really not possible, it should also be discussed by SHI. But John Garrett, Ward's foster father and immediate boss, didn't think so at all. Unlike those Hydra leaders who broke into SHIELD early in the morning, John Garrett was a decent figure of SHIELD at first. Although he was a little selfish, he still followed the general direction. Just in the footsteps. It was only afterwards that he had to retreat to the second line because of serious injuries, and then it happened that a certain black leader actually obliterated the credit of the old comrade, which made Garrett dissatisfied. Don't guess, it's the black bald head. At that time, Garrett could retire as an old man. As a result, because of the hierarchical system used by the black bald head, he turned a legendary veteran into an 8th level agent. You are only at level 8, and your whole family is at level 8. Regarding this definition, Garrett feels that his life and personality have been insulted. Anyway, he also made great contributions to S.H.I.E.L.D's birth and death. 10th level is considered the privilege of the director. He can understand it, but what if he is given an 8th level? What's going on? Perhaps for others, level 8 agents are already in existence that people look up to. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the entire SHIELD, and only a few dozen individuals have obtained this privilege, which is definitely a privilege. But for Garrett, he is not satisfied. Lao Tzu is an old man who has been playing around since the time of Chief Carter. When Lao Tzu and Chief Carter were performing tasks, the black braised egg was still playing in the mud on that street corner. What's more, the black braised egg was nepotism, and he actually promoted a chick who was only in her 20s and had been in SHI. Lao Tzu has been desperate for a lifetime, but he can't compare with the two big legs of others. This Nima is an amazing shady. So Garrett turned his back on him. Anyway, with the connections he has accumulated over the past few decades, he can stand on his own hills wherever he goes. There is no need to hang himself on a tree. It's just because Garrett is the Hydra who just came into effect anyway, only 2 or 3 kittens are available now, which makes him urgently short of talents. So Li Qingyuan, a bomb master, instantly appeared in his sight. As the big boss behind the scenes, of course it is impossible for Garrett himself to come forward directly, and he can't believe in other people, so even if he knows that his son is not the best candidate to be a lobbyist, he can only be a dead horse. Healed. Grant Ward, FBI agent, there is something I want to find out about you. Ward thought for a long time and didn't know how he should get close to Li Qingyuan, so he raised his vest to prove. Anyway, he brought FBI documents with him. It really doesn't work. There are several layers of vests such as CIA and ML6. There is always one layer suitable for each other. Hearing the other party's self-report of his family, Li Qingyuan only then remembered, where did he see each other? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a Marvel TV work launched by Disney after seeing the hot sale of Marvel movies. Because the major superheroes were too paid to participate in the performance, so they could only use the new actor, this Grant. Mr. Ward, he played a very important role in it. Only because it seems that the year of the SHIELD agent was after the Zeterians attacked New York, that is, there are still 6 or 7 years before the original plot, so he suddenly saw this much younger Agent Ward, and he didn't for a while. Think of it. No way, who remembers the looks of such an ugly man? If you change a beauty, he will definitely remember it. In other words, since Grant Ward can appear, doesn't it mean that the Shockwave Girl Sky will also appear? I still remember that the little girl should still be fostered as a stray child. Do I have a chance to cut who? Anyway, raising a Crimson is also raising, and raising a Shockwave Girl shouldn't be a big deal, right? FBI? Only a few days after I arrived in the United States, what can I do with you? Because he already knew the identity of the other party, Li Qingyuan directly instructed Wanda to go upstairs first, and then asked with a little doubt. We understand that your true identity does not match your ID at all. Ward looked at the other person's eyes, and you read www.yuyuganshu.com for a moment, and he seemed to read the feeling of relief in the other person's eyes. This makes Agent Ward very puzzled. Even if the other party is a bomb expert, this is the other party's base camp, so the other party is confident, but who can tell him? What is the other party's feeling of relief? How can I feel that the other party has seen myself through? I escaped from Sokovia. The Italian ID is just to deal with customs. Now that I know that the other party is a member of the SHIELD organization of the Hydra underground organization wearing an FBI vest, I forged my ID. Naturally it is impossible to hide from the other party. The Hydra SHIELD branch is not a mere name. Thanks to the tireless efforts and embezzlement of public funds, the organization has grown and grown into the world's leading behemoth. His life experience is completely transparent in front of the opponent. Coming to the Marvel world, it is impossible not to deal with SHIELD, but he never expected that the other party would come so fast. According to his plan, at least he would not meet the village head of Zinran village until he had spent 3 worlds. Very good, get to know once again, the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, Grant Ward. I think with your skill, I should have heard of us. Ward reached out and said to Li Qingyuan. SHIELD is a ghost unit for ordinary people. Many people have never heard of this name, but in Ward's view, the young man in front of him should know it. After all, the opponent is superb with explosive skills. He must be a good player who has wandered in the dark world all year round. He has definitely heard of the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 24, Mist. The host contacted the node character Grant Ward and started the second transfer qualification. The moment Li Qingyuan shook hands with Ward, the prompt sound of the system without any emotion appeared in his mind. My Nima. Ward only saw the face of the young man on the opposite side change from red to white and then from white to blue, and suddenly felt that the other person would change his face with the legendary magic skills. But now Li Qingyuan has no time or energy to talk with Ward, and the system has begun to directly transmit. It is detected that the host is preparing to carry a living creature for teleportation. Do you consume a teleportation role? There is this operation? In the last plot world, he did consider bringing someone to try and see if he could take it with him when he came back, but considering his limited strength at the time, it would be difficult to deal with it if it really changed. So he had to give up. Anyway, according to his plan, he is going to visit Hell's Kitchen or Queens in a few days, and try to see if he can meet those weak street heroes, such as Daredevil posing as a blind man, or he has not yet become a purple man. Jessica Jones, who can't afford it. But who knows, this guy in front of him is actually qualified to open the world. Isn't this Tomato villain? Okay, sure. It's just that there is no time for him to think so much right now. God knows what kind of world is being transmitted this time, so bring more personal insurance. What's more, even though the guy in front of him is a bastard, his skill is definitely just right. Even those weak superheroes, it is estimated that they may not be able to beat each other. The host did not break the transfer volume, and the transfer failed. As the dizziness came again, Lee Ching-yuan couldn't help but began to curse. You said you made such a show, are you planning to play with people or something? But even if he scolded the entire three-character classic, the system did not respond. As the dizziness slowly disappeared, Lee Ching-yuan also knew that cursing a mechanical life form would have no effect at all except making himself irritable, so he could only start to look at the surrounding environment angrily. Now, seems to be in a large supermarket. Is lined with rows of shelves on both sides, which are full of various goods, and many people around me are shopping for goods. Because of the static relationship of time, everyone's actions seem very ridiculous. It's just that Lee Ching-yuan watched carefully for a long time, and couldn't help but wonder if he didn't see anyone he knew well. What scene is this? I have no impression at all. But fortunately, the main mission immediately solved his confusion. Main mission: survive. The mist from another dimension has enveloped the town, and endless monsters in the mist are about to start massacring the residents of the town. Please survive in this dangerous town. Mission objective: you can complete the mission by surviving for 7 days without any reward. Side goal: after 7 days, for every 10 more town residents surviving, you will get an extra point of free attribute points, such as John Raymond and Son, Ms. Amanda, Mrs. Commodi, Cashier Sari, Principal Ripra, and Supermarket Manager for Ollie, Lawyer Norton, and Mrs. Marjorie survive. They will be rewarded with a little freedom attribute point. Who was still a little confused, after seeing this main mission, he immediately wanted to understand what world he had traveled into. The Mist. The plot of the movie is that a scenic American inland town is suddenly shrouded in mist one day. The protagonist David Raymond and his son Billy Raymond are trapped in the town together with other characters in the plot. Inside a large supermarket, there are endless monsters in the fog. These are terrifying creatures from other dimensions, with incredible size and danger. By the way, the trapped people in the supermarket were actually bewitched by a goddess, because this disaster was brought down by God. Punishment. In the end, the protagonist and his group were about to rush out to find a way to survive. After 9 deaths, they finally took their son and 3 other people into the car and drove out of the town. This was originally an ordinary Hollywood drama, but the director finally made a joke to the protagonist. When the protagonist's car ran out of gas, countless monsters roared in the fog, so in order to make people around him go peacefully, the protagonist killed his son and 3 other followers with only 4 bullets left. Then he rushed out of the car, preparing for the unknown horror. The results of it. The director played with him fiercely. At this time, the fog gradually dissipated, and the military was sending people to restore order. The roar of the monsters just now was the scream of being killed by the military. In this way, the protagonist's personal heroism not only can't be saved by one person, but also killed his own son by himself, which is a completely tragic story. Because it is a low-cost movie, there are no big-name stars in the whole movie www.novel.com, and there are no special effects. The so-called fog monsters are basically looming, and the basic plot is about the sinister heart. You can think of it as a monster movie or a humanistic movie. However, since ancient times, the comments have been more exciting than the main film, so after the analysis of a group of sand sculpture netizens in the sky, this originally not good movie suddenly became a masterpiece of the so-called full recovery flow. It is true that all kinds of analysis of the film are justified and well-founded, which makes people want to scold the mother. 7 days? 4 days longer than the original movie plot. After reading the description of the task, Li Qingyuan couldn't help thinking. I still remember that in the original plot, the army began to counterattack on the 3rd day of the fog and don't retake the town, but now the mission description is actually 7 days. It can be seen that the system has secretly increased the difficulty. However, it can be seen from the fact that the reward for the mission is 0. If he only wants to go through the mission safely, he should be able to lie down and win. It's just that he is not a tourist here. You must know that Hydra has already set his sights on him. Although he does not reject Hydra, it is based on his own advantage or at least equal cooperation. He doesn't want to be drunk by such a bunch of neuroses. Therefore, this task really needs to be pondered. After all, if it is done well, based on the current population of the supermarket and the 9 target characters, you can get 30 free attributes without saying a word. 30 points free attribute. It is estimated that I will be able to go to the US team immediately. Of course, wanting to get so many attributes is simply an idiot, and no one will die. Is that a joke? First set a small goal, for example, make it 10 points. Chapter 25, Shame of Monsters. Eula Eula Eula. The piercing air defense alarm was sounded instantly, and then everyone in the supermarket stopped their movements and moved to the glass curtain wall of the supermarket. The supermarket in the small town is surrounded by walls on 3 sides, but the front is all made of glass panels. Because there are basically no vicious cases in such a small place, the builders will naturally not spend more money to build another layer of protection. Tempered glass is enough for ordinary people anyway. There are monsters, they took old John away. An old man with blood on his chest ran over from the square, followed by heavy fog. Everyone in the supermarket immediately began to panic. Several people helped the old man into the door, and then began to try to stabilize his emotions. Some people rushed out of the supermarket, ready to find their car or rush back to their home. But those mists are obviously much faster than human movements. It can be said that the entire outside world has been enveloped before most people can react. Then everyone heard a heart-piercing scream from the outside world. The people staying in the supermarket were panicked instantly. The communication signal was completely interrupted by the storm last night. Now even the field of vision is blocked by the fog. In addition to the screams coming from time to time, everyone's heart is immediately grabbed it. Then the ground suddenly trembled, and the goods on the shelves and the chandeliers on the top of the supermarket crashed and fell. It took a full minute before the shaking on the ground stopped, and the people remaining in the supermarket started to stand up and look at each other one after another, wondering what happened. It should be an earthquake, and the smoke outside should be caused by a chemical plant accident leak. Before everyone knew what had happened, Norton, a black lawyer, immediately began to explain to everyone with his wealth of professional knowledge. Of course, it is also possible that he urgently needs a thought he can understand to comfort him. After all, whether it is the fog or the earthquake just now, it all came too suddenly, making him feel that he has always been an elite. Crisis. Norton is an elite lawyer working in New York. He will come to the small town of Wilaya for vacation only during holidays. From the perspective of vacation, the small town of Valia is quite good, with beautiful mountains and rivers and beautiful scenery. By the way, with its low reputation and no crowds, it is definitely a good place for old age. Only now, Norton really regrets it. Why did I want to come to this remote and ruined place to buy a villa? A sudden natural disaster caused the broken town to completely lose contact with the outside world. Now he can only hide in the supermarket with a group of country folks. Norton feels extremely sad. You guys, can anyone help me and take me home? At this moment, a woman with a flat head and a bald head suddenly cried and asked the crowd at the door. Her home is at the end of the square, less than 100 meters away from the supermarket, and it takes only 2 minutes to get home on weekdays. But now it is foggy and confused outside, not to mention the various screams from the outside just now, it is even more daunting. Please, please, please help me. I have 2 children in my family. The oldest Wanda is only 8 years old. They must be frightened now. The flat-headed woman continued to cry for help, but the supermarket everyone inside can only persuade her to stay calm and not to rush out to die. Li Qingyuan looked at the plot in a rather chatty way. He had almost forgotten the story of the fog. After all, this movie is not so much a monster movie as it is a movie that analyzes people's hearts. When he watched it back then, the whole process was accelerated. Yes, so I don't know much about these plots. It is said that there are many murderous opportunities outside, who would really risk her life to help this woman for a few words. Who does she think she is? 1 has no money, 2 has no power, 3 has no looks, and is a mother of 2 children. Even male compatriots who have ideas will have no ideas. Not to mention that because it was produced at a low cost, there were no beautiful girls in the whole movie, which made people embarrassed. There was still Ruth in the last plot world. God will curse you. Seeing that all the men were indifferent, the flat-headed woman knew that she couldn't count on their help, and she was ruthless and prepared to push the door. I have to say that after a woman becomes a mother, she is hundreds of times stronger than before in terms of willpower and determination. Mrs. Marjorie, don't. Others still admonished her, wanting her to give up the act of going out to die. After all, so many people rushed out just now, but there was no news. No one knows if the fog is poisonous. If it rushes out, it will be a real life of 9 deaths. Wait a minute. Li Qingyuan, who was going to watch the show the whole time, was stunned for an instant when he heard what other people called the flat-headed woman, and hurriedly shouted. This woman is actually the so-called Mrs. Marjorie? One of your mission goals? You? Are you willing to help me? The flat-headed woman who was shouted had hope in her eyes, but when she looked back and saw that the voice was actually a Chinese, her face instantly lost color. As a native of the small town, Mrs. Marjorie knows almost everyone in the town, so she just hoped that the old neighbors could help her with the affection of the past. Reading www.yuganshu.com. And Li Qingyuan's appearance knows that he is a foreigner who comes to travel. In such a situation where local people are unwilling to help, it is naturally even more impossible for a foreigner to help her. Of course you can, but please wait 2 minutes. Li Qingyuan immediately began to get things from the supermarket shelves. These days, he did prepare a lot of explosives to carry with him, but those are treasures belonging to the bottom of the box, and they can't be wasted if they can't start. Anyway, there are a lot of raw materials in this large supermarket, and it takes less than 2 minutes to make some simple incendiary bombs on site. By the way, in order to improve his survivability, he also used the 3 free attribute points that he had originally saved up to use. There are several kinds of monsters in this movie. The most ones are naturally the poisonous scorpion flying insect and the skeleton bird that lives by catching the poisonous scorpion flying insect. The strength of these 2 creatures is trash to death. Ordinary people can shoot flying insects with a mop, and a few people can knock the skeleton bird to death. Then a little more powerful is the parasitic spider. The silk spit out is strongly corrosive. It likes to grab people and lay eggs in the human body, which is a bit like a weakened version of the alien. It's just that the aliens give birth to 1 at a time, while the parasitic spiders give birth to 1 litter at a time, 1 litter of thousands. These 3 kinds of garbage can only be regarded as the ants among the monsters at best. They mainly rely on the quantity and their own toxins to win. Really fight, normal people can at least 5 kills when they understand the fighting method and overcome the fear in their hearts. Of course, this is simply impossible. When humans face this unknown creature, they will unconsciously have a sense of fear in their hearts, so once they really face it, they will basically become monsters' food. Chapter 26, First Encounter. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, Male Earthling. Power, 4, 5. Agility, 8, 5. Physique, 5, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Lao Li Next Door. Skill, Demolition Ghost Talent. The three attributes are not ambiguous at all, and they are all added to the agility. He is also a bomb expert now, and it is useless to add power. 7 points of strength is an amateur boxer. If you encounter these three kinds of monsters, you can really achieve the effect of one punch, but the whole thing is poisonous. How can I not think about it to go to melee? And physique is useless. 8 points of physique is estimated to allow him to directly kill Ruth's crying father and mother next time, but now it is completely useless. With the poison of those monsters, the physique bonus will make you die a little bit slower and suffer more. As for the spirit, he wanted to develop the effect of the spirit, but unfortunately there is no clue so far, adding it is definitely a waste. So I have no choice but to increase agility. Anyway, the speed of those monsters is almost the same as that of creatures in nature. He now has a speed far beyond that of ordinary people. As long as he is not besieged, there is no problem. After adding 3 points of agility, his hands are now like the magician's phantom technique. Others only saw a flower in front of them, and they found that the messy goods on the shelf had all been taken apart by the other party and mixed together. Washing powder, vodka, ink, clothes iron clips, mosquito repellent. All kinds of messy daily necessities were disassembled and then assembled again, and all the pesticide sprays were poured into everyone's dumbfounded expressions. This supermarket is the only hypermarket in the town, so it sells all kinds of things, and even pesticide sprays can be found, which saves a lot of things. Put the spray filled with inflammable agent behind him, and Li Qingyuan said to Ma Qiuli, "Now we can go, madam." Mrs. Marjorie nodded blankly, her face was actually blushing. Not to mention that the other party was willing to stand up and help himself at this dangerous moment, but with the exquisite skills that he showed just now, everyone was impressed by the Chinese youth who suddenly appeared. It's a pity that this guy doesn't do magic. Lead the way ahead. The two pushed open the gate of the supermarket and walked out. Looking at the heavy fog outside, Li Qingyuan ordered Mrs. Marjorie. In the original plot, this woman seems to have lived to the end with her 2 children, but that is because the director used black humor, which is said to be a counterpoint to the so-called personal heroism that is simply vulnerable to the general situation. Those messy things, he doesn't think so much. Anyway, with the systemic urination, if he let this flat-headed woman come out alone, it would definitely be a proper mission failure. There are now more than 200 people in the supermarket, and it doesn't matter if most of them die. If you want no one to die, it's just a dream. Is the second 9 special characters in the side quest, but he wants to try to survive as much as possible. After all, this system is very good. If you can guarantee that one of the 9 key figures will not die, you should be able to trigger a special reward. Although he can also directly control and imprison this flat-headed woman in the supermarket by force, but then he will be an enemy of everyone in the entire supermarket. At present, the fog has just come, and everyone is still sticking to the original social order. At this time, he showed that violent methods would only be rejected by everyone. Only when everyone is afraid of the pain, it is better to die a small group of radicals, and the remaining people can be controlled and grasped. So after thinking for a few seconds, he decided on the plan. First, I went to her house with this Mrs. Marjorie to rescue her 2 children, and then tried the monster's strength by the way. Movies are just movies. God knows if I cut corners to save money when I filmed it. The fog outside is very heavy, but it is not as good as you can't see your fingers. The visibility is about 10 meters. If you don't consider the strangeness of the fog and the monsters lurking in the fog, this kind of weather is actually quite common. Climate, Thank you very much for your help. What is your name? The two walked quickly in the fog. After experiencing the fear that had just begun, Mrs. Marjorie slowly recovered her emotions, and began to look for topics with each other. Where is your home? However, Li Qingyuan really didn't want to pay attention to this woman whose liking level was clearly rising. When you say you talk, what's the mess on your face? I am a good man with a clean body and he is absolutely impossible to have anything to do with someone like you. It's in front. Mrs. Marjorie happily pointed to the faint building ahead. Her home was not far from the supermarket, otherwise she would not be able to safely leave her two children at home. I didn't even encounter a bug along the way, which made Li Qingyuan wonder if it was because the monster advance army hadn't arrived yet. What? But at this time a screaming scream came from the left. www.novel.com. Then I saw someone rushing over from the thick fog. Come in. Mrs. Marjorie finally awoke from the state at this time, and rushed to her door in 3 steps and opened the door in 2 steps. Help me! Help me! The person who rushed out saw that there was someone in front of him, so he called for help. I'm out of help, wait for death. Li Qingyuan shook his head silently. There were many wounds on the other party's body. Although they didn't seem to be fatal, the toxins should have flowed into his body. It was impossible to save him. And what's even more funny is that the one who chased this guy was actually just a strange creature the size of a dog. That thing has 4 legs and 2 heads, and it seems to have 7 tails all over. Anyway, it's very strange, it's not easy to describe at all. But to be honest, this thing is absolutely inferior except that it looks terrifying, because in terms of speed and strength, it is no different from ordinary dogs. Help me! Help me! The coward and hapless guy was about to rush towards Li Qingyuan, but was thrown over by the dog monster behind him, and then rolled frantically on the ground. May Thulha bless you! Li Qingyuan gently pressed the switch of the sprayer, and instantly a hot fire wave sprayed out. Ah ah ah! The scream of the man and the neigh of the monster immediately resounded through the sky, and the 2 entangled creatures immediately turned into a pile of coke. The burner he built by himself is much more powerful than ordinary flamethrowers. To deal with such small monsters that rely solely on numbers to win, flamethrowers are definitely much better than guns and bombs. Chapter 27, Intelligent Creature. Oh my God! What kind of monster is that? Madame Marjorie screamed. Where is your child? Li Qingyuan asked directly without answering her question. The kind of dog monster just now is definitely a new breed that did not appear in the movie. It can be seen that the types of monsters are definitely far more than those in the movie. But the strength of that thing is just that, if it really fights, it is probably not as good as a wolf dog, and it will be a husky. If it weren't for the weird appearance and the poison, maybe they could be kept as pets in captivity. This kind of garbage monster, unless he comes to a nest, otherwise he really won't be persuaded. Of course, if you encounter the child of the goat who appeared in the last movie, you should run as far as you can. Wanda, Victor. Hearing Li Qingyuan's question, Mrs. Marjorie remembered her main task and ran towards the house. Fortunately, her 2 children are playing in the room. For the 2 children, they have no sense of crisis at all. Even if the mist enveloped outside and the air defense alarm went off for a long time, the 2 little guys still didn't notice. Anyway, Mrs. Marjorie had already locked the doors and windows before going out, so no monsters sneaked in. According to the plot description in the movie, the reason for the current situation is that the US military base hidden in the valley near the town is studying a new type of space technology, that is, punching a hole in the plane of an alien space. But I don't know if it was an experimental error or some other reason. The small hole originally planned to be punched suddenly became a huge portal, and a steady stream of different dimensional creatures rushed out of that door. In essence, although these monsters look a bit ugly, they are actually basically the same as the wild animals on the earth, that is, they are slightly larger. Although it is simple to say, as scientists say, if insects are magnified 10,000 times, humans will be extinct directly. Those creatures on the unknown plane are certainly not as terrifying as 10,000 times, but there are still 100 times. With the mentality of ordinary people, it is almost inevitable to suddenly encounter such a sudden collapse. Mom is here! Mom is here! Mrs. Marjorie cried and picked up the two children, making the two little guys face with question marks. What happened? Why did my mother cry while hugging them when she came back? Hold them together, we have to go back to the supermarket before the monsters have time to gather. I looked at the crying child in the arms of the other party. Although it is also called Wanda, it's a natural difference from our own Wanda. Farewell. Even if his own Wanda is only 10 years old, he is already well developed, and he looks like a beautiful country. At first glance, he is a peerless beauty. And this Wanda in front of him is a guy who is at the bottom of the food chain regardless of his appearance or body. No way, her mother looks like that, and it's not a genetic mutation. Go back? There is still a lot of food in the basement. We should stay here and wait for rescue. Mrs. Marjorie said quickly. Her house is all made of concrete, because there are children in the house. The windows are also equipped with anti-theft nets, and there is also a strong basement, which is definitely safer than a supermarket. It's no wonder that the other party can live to the finale in the movie. As long as the three people stay quietly in the house and don't run around, they still have a great chance of living. I knew I had let the other person come back alone. Touched his chin somewhat depressed. It is true that according to the plot, the other party should not be life-threatening, but now because of his chaos, God knows if there will be an accident. So the best way is to bring the other person back. After all, the supermarket has a bunch of bonus points. If that kind of monster rushes in, do you think you have the ability to protect yourself? Li Qingyuan pointed to the burning corpse outside the door, and saw two more shadows faintly appearing in the fog. Will you stay here too? Madame Marjorie immediately grabbed his hand and pleaded. Just? Why are you so skillfully putting your hands where you shouldn't be? Li Qingyuan looked at the flat-headed woman in front of him in amazement, only to see that the other person was actually flushed. Stay. We can chat together tonight. Oh my god. He felt his head buzzing on the spot. Is it so attractive now? As soon as I met my opponent, I asked him to chat together at night. But fortunately, he is a principled person, and quickly retracted his hand. I'm an upright person, so I won't be confused by the other party. Madam, please hurry up and hug the child. We will rush back to the supermarket before those things get together. Li Qingyuan said with an upright face. Yes. Impressed by his awe-inspiring righteousness, Mrs. Marjorie, who was a little confused at Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, immediately woke up and hugged her little son. As for the daughter? Can only be held by hand, you can't expect a woman to be able to walk like flying with two children. Follow me. It is true that the other party is just a quest NPC, but I have to say that the other party dares to risk his life and come back to rescue his child at this time. This spirit is still very admirable. So it is not a last resort, Li Qingyuan feels that he should save the three mothers and children. The two earth dog-like monsters who were waiting outside were staring at the two cokes in a daze. They were probably thinking about how to eat them so as not to burn their mouths. Then suddenly they saw several new prey appear in front of them. The two monsters screamed in excitement and rushed towards Li Qingyuan, who was walking in front. If it's an ordinary person, let alone two weird monsters, even two dogs can be frightened. But since he got the system, Li Qingyuan felt that his mentality had changed drastically. There were two rubbish, really nothing to see. Gently clicked on the motif, and a fire wave instantly burned the monster that rushed up into a fragrant lunch. The remaining one escaped because of the angle problem, but after seeing that the compatriot was actually killed by a spike, the thing ran away faster than it rushed up. Ran away. Li Qingyuan felt a little dazed when he saw the dog-like monster running away. This thing even knows to be afraid? He thought these things had no IQ, but now it seems that the other party is actually an intelligent creature. From this point of view, I can make a good plan. Chapter 28, Women and Number 039, S Combat Power. / website visit addresses. It may be because the fog has just begun to spread, so most of the alien creatures are still on the sidelines, so they only encountered 3 waves of monsters during the journey from Mrs. Marjorie's home to the supermarket. Except for the first wave of earth dog monsters, the remaining 2 waves are all parasitic spiders. The group of people returned to the supermarket without any risk. What surprised Li Qingyuan was that the other 2 children did not cry. Although it seems that these monsters do not judge the position of their prey based on their hearing, they will always increase their exposure if the 2 children keep crying. Look! Look! I said you people are just to deceive me. He just returned to the supermarket with Mrs. Marjorie and 2 children when he heard an angry voice yelling. I saw the black lawyer Norton pointing at their group and yelling at a white man holding a child. The man holding the child should be David Raymond, the protagonist in the plot, and the boy in his arms is his son Billy Raymond. David Raymondton is considered a celebrity in the entire town of Wilaya, because he is a painter by profession, not the kind of painter who is poor and unable to support himself, but a painting that can easily sell 5 figures. Well-known painter. Such a guy is definitely a man in a small town with a total population of less than 10,000. He lives in a villa in the most beautiful part of the town. As for the black lawyer Norton, he is his neighbor. Just now after Li Qingyuan and Mrs. Marjorie left, David found that the generator in the supermarket's storage room seemed to be broken, and then he heard a giant creature squeezing the rolling shutter behind the supermarket. It's just that the supermarket maintenance worker who rushed over didn't listen to his advice at all. It turned out well. As soon as the door opened, several giant tentacles stretched out from the gap below, dragging a hapless electrician out. David and others hurriedly told everyone who stayed in the supermarket about the incident, but the group headed by the black lawyer Norton did not want to believe what they said. Even if the storage room is covered with blood, Norton insists that the other party is made of ox and sheep blood. After all, as a lawyer, he has seen too many such tricks. Besides, in the depths of Norton's heart, he firmly felt that this incident was just a rare weather phenomenon. If the smoke is poisonous, he can still accept it, but should there be monsters in the smoke? This is simply to bully him. Is the PhD in law study for nothing? How can there be monsters in the world? Do these people treat him as fools? So even though David's words were vivid, Norton insisted that he did not believe his words. Besides, Norton just bought a holiday villa last year, and he is not familiar with everyone in the town, and when he first moved in, he had some small conflicts with David's family due to customs and other issues. So in Norton's heart, the reason why David wanted to pull people into acting was to frighten him, a high-level social elite from New York, to achieve his own despicable and gloomy psychology. It's just that even if Norton feels that his guess is correct, he is still confused when faced with a bunch of witnesses. David is considered to have an enemy with himself, so he can just cheat himself, but the others don't? They wouldn't risk offending a barrister to act in a collective act? This thought lingered in his mind like a curse, but when Norton was in a dilemma, Li Qingyuan returned with Mrs. Marjorie and her 2 children. Norton immediately returned to home court advantage, and even those who believed in David began to doubt. Is there a monster in the fog? How can it be? Didn't you see that Mrs. Marjorie and the 2 children were unharmed? Norton, really, I didn't lie to you, I have no reason to make such a joke at this time. The actor David is still continuing his admonishing behavior, but it is a pity that he does not seem to have the protagonist's mouth full of passion. With his talent for escape, black lawyers don't kill him. Then I would like to ask, did you 2 see the monster? Norton directly turned around and asked Li Qingyuan, who had just entered the door. From Norton's point of view, This problem is obvious. If there is a monster, how can it be possible to return safely? Wow! When asked by him, the two children began to cry. You nigger, stay away from my children. Mrs. Marjorie, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, could not care about racial discrimination, and cursed at Norton. Just now, where did you pretend to be dead when my old lady asked someone to take me home? Now that we have only returned to the supermarket after 9 deaths, you still dare to scare my child? If it weren't for Biles' discovery that she probably couldn't beat the in front of her, Mrs. Marjorie would definitely let her know what a crazy cat catch is. Madam, you are racial discrimination. I have every right to file a lawsuit against you. Norton was scolded with a red face. He is also a barrister anyway. Who would dare to call him that way? Get out of your lawsuit, you stay away from me and my children, you Satan's running dog. Godslayer, inferior person, the heart is as black as the face. If Mrs. Marjorie could be, I am also afraid of the so-called litigation by the other party. After all, normal people are not willing to conflict with the court and lawyers. But now? It's a monster siege outside, who cares about the lawyer's letter? You can send the lawyer's letter to me beforehand. Attorney Norton is usually eloquent, but when he meets a shrew with 200% power, his professionalism is not enough. No way, you can't let him be a barrister dignified and swear with the other side, right? No one in the court dared to swear so casually. www.novel.com, so he could only step back and hide behind the crowd. The protagonist hadn't been able to deal with the stabbing for a long time, and was scolded by Mrs. Marjorie every minute, and seeing his wilting appearance, it is estimated that in a short time, he has no mood and energy to get out of trouble. Sure enough, it is still more ruthless to control public opinion this year. Marjorie, calm down a little bit. Seeing that Mrs. Marjorie had entered an unbeatable violent state, the most respected old lady in the entire supermarket, Principal Ripra, had to stand up and say. Principal Ripura is over 70 years old this year. She has been teaching in the only elementary school in the town all her life. It can be said that all the students under the age of 40 in the whole town are her students. So in the face of Principal Ripra, Mrs. Marjorie also had to save face, took a breath for a moment, and then stopped cursing. Marjorie, what happened? Seeing her finally calmed down, Principal Ripra asked kindly. Chapter 29, Make Another Identity. AceWho.com website visit address is. There is a monster in the fog, Simpraho has been eaten. After venting some curses, Marjorie's mood finally calmed down, and she gave everyone a stimulating big news as soon as she spoke. How is it possible? The group of people were taken aback. Norton, the black lawyer, moved his lips to speak, but after seeing Madame Marjorie's invincible posture, he retracted his head in anguish. The enemy is too strong, we can only retreat temporarily. Have you encountered that strange tentacles? David Raymond rushed over with his son, and asked Marjorie. What touched the wrist? Ma Keely asked strangely. She just followed Li Qingyuan just now and didn't see what the monsters looked like, because the fire was burned to charcoal before reaching the visible range. But even if I only saw the charcoal-shaped corpse, those things were absolutely nothing to do with the wrist. Huge horrible tentacles, some resemble the arms and legs of an octopus, but they are covered with sharp thorns, as if they have eyes growing on them. David Raymondon tried to use his own vocabulary to describe him. The scary monster seen in the storage room. At that time, it was the horrible touch of the wrist that dragged the hapless child out. When he was dragged out, the child had become a blood man. No, what I encountered is a group of strange monsters, they can eat people. Mrs. Marjorie was obviously a scumbag when she went to school, and she couldn't describe the appearance of those monsters. But those monsters are really strange looking, and most people really can't express it accurately. Enough, I am going to the police station for help now, is anyone willing to come together? At this time, the face-off lawyer Norton finally summoned the courage to stand up and stopped Mrs. Marjorie's repeated words. In his opinion, this mad woman may have encountered some excitement, maybe the wild boar or grey wolf that ran into the town as a monster. Because of the beautiful natural environment and good ecological protection in the small town of Valia, it is not surprising that wolves or wild boars rushed into the town in the fog. If I were you, I would never rush out to die now. Seeing Norton inspiring people to go out with him, Li Qingyuan spoke slowly. In fact, it is reasonable to say that he, as the hero who escorted Mrs. Marjorie back, should have been noticed long ago, but because of the sturdy fighting power that Mrs. Marjorie just broke out, everyone subconsciously forgot him. No way, watching women scold the street is always a very pleasant thing, right? Are you? Norton frowned slightly and asked Li Qingyuan. Although he didn't know the name of this yellow race, the other party just stepped forward to Mrs. Marjorie home, which still made everyone in the supermarket admire. After all, even Norton had to encourage others to dare to go out together before he could find out the outside situation. There is no way, even if he keeps hypnotizing himself deep in his heart, the fog outside is just a normal weather phenomenon, but if there are not enough 5 people, he really dare not go out. Qingyuan Li, ICPO, this is my certificate. Li Qingyuan took out the certificate and flashed it in front of Norton's eyes. Not to mention Norton, even if it is Hawkeye, it is impossible to see exactly what it is written on. The agility of 8 points makes his hand speed comparable to that of the Magic Master, and if he runs to play in the league, he is at least at the level of the top team. ICPO. Norton looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. When did there be such a young ICPO? However, just as it is difficult for the yellow race to distinguish the appearance of black people, with his racial talent, it is natural not to see how old Li Qingyuan is. Yes, I came to Valia this time mainly because I received a mission from the United Nations. I heard that the US military is carrying out an anti-human biological weapon research and development plan here. Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and began to fabricate his identity. ICPO is the abbreviation of Interpol. The organization remains absolutely politically neutral and does not belong to any country from a legal point of view. This organization is not involved in any political, military, religious, or ethnic crimes. Its duty is only to combat transnational crimes, vicious crimes and various large-scale criminal activities harmful to the people. For example, if a country secretly researches and develops large-scale biological and chemical weapons, then from the perspective of authority, this belongs to the scope of Interpol's authority. But just listen to this stuff. Whoever has not developed the stuff at home in several major countries, but who dares to control it? Of course, if you are a government in the Middle East or South America who dare to do this stuff, Interpol will come to stop you, believe it or not. Norton's doubts were all mentioned in his throat at an instant. Interpol is so courageous, dare to freely investigate the research activities of military bases in the United States? Is it because the president of Interpol thinks that his term of office is too long? Want to see God earlier? What did he say? What is it? Compared to Norton's knowledge, the other people in the supermarket were blinded instantly. They are all honest and dutiful rural residents. The biggest legal problem encountered in this life is that the bicycle was stolen. Interpol, this kind of organization that sounds tall, is too far away for these people. Although the United States is free, shooting every day, but in fact, most of those shootings occurred in prosperous cities such as New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, etc., the inland enclosed townships such as the small town of Walia. All the guns in the entire town were added together. Estimates are not enough for double digits. This still includes those from the police station. As a celebrity in the small town, David Raymondon immediately began to explain to everyone, so instantly Li Qingyuan became extremely mysterious and tall in everyone's eyes. No way, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com likes to make hot-blooded secret agents movies, not to mention the magical ability he showed just now, so everyone immediately equated him with 007, Rambo and others. Although Lee King-yuan's figure seems to be different from that of Rambo, it might be Bruce Lee. Kung Fu still has a certain market in the US. Quiet everyone! Lee King-yuan clapped his hands and shouted, seeing that most of the people had already believed in the vest they had fabricated. The United Nations received a tip that the US military base is manufacturing terrorist biological weapons here. I was originally sent to confirm the news, but now. He pointed to the thick fog outside. Just now when I escorted Mrs. Marjorie home, I encountered 3 waves of monsters on the road. Those monsters were quick to act and contained poison. If ordinary people encountered it, there would only be a dead end. Thank you for your book, friends, on every page of my poem, and ask for and recommend votes. The new book issue needs these data, thank you all. Chapter 30, 10 Days. acewho.com website visit address is. The US military base hidden in the valley is actually studying different dimensional wormholes, but compared to biochemical weapons, the interpretation of different dimensional wormholes is definitely more troublesome. Besides, Lee King-yuan felt that it would be better to let this group of people have a little hope. For something that sounds like a tall one, like another dimension, it is better not to explain it to ordinary people. To be honest, if he is currently strong enough, he can consider directly entering the US military base in the valley and finding the instrument that can break through the space constraints. Although he didn't know how to use that stuff at all, he wanted to use the methods of Marvel's Frankensteins to fiddle with and can definitely produce gratifying results. He didn't ask much, so he could get himself some space equipment. Anyway, the space ring is also a standard configuration for the protagonists of the major crossing streams, so how can I have to have one? It seems to be a gossip. Everyone in the supermarket has already begun to excite the emotions, especially after the 3 unlucky base soldiers were pushed out for questioning. It intensified everyone's anger. The 3 soldiers are actually only the base watching the gate, and they don't know anything about what is being studied in the base, but because they are watching the gate, somehow they have listened to other people's babblings. They heard from friends standing guard inside that it seemed that the base was studying some terrifying things, but it was obvious that this group of soldiers could not distinguish the difference between wormholes in different dimensions and biochemical weapons, since even the Interpol in front of him having said that, it should be right to think. Damn, those politicians, just spend our taxpayers' money like this. Norton Barrister, who was originally scolded by Mrs. Marjorie, quickly jumped out to show his presence, saying that he must initiate a lawsuit like the federal government and sue the government. Actually dare to study destructive weapons in populated areas. Lee King-yuan shook his head helplessly as he looked at a group of people who had been mobilized by black lawyers to eat melons. These guys really don't know how to write dead words. Still counting on litigation? Do they think they are still alive to the court? Mr. Officer, David Raymond is worthy of being the protagonist of the movie. When others were attracted by Norton and the 3 soldiers, he brought his son and a few friends to Lee King-yuan's side. Looking at the people next to him, Raymond and his son, Ms. Amanda, supermarket manager Ollie, and Principal Ripper are all there, and there are still a few dragons who don't know their names. Lee King-yuan is not in the mood to go. Write down their names. As for Mrs. Marjorie, she is now a hardcore fan of Lee King-yuan, her hot eyes almost want to swallow him. In the side mission, Mrs. Camodi, like Barrister Norton, is selling her beliefs in the crowd and preparing to collect believers. I almost forgot to explain that Mrs. Camodi was actually a mildly mentally ill. She carried a copy of the Old Testament with her. She always believed that God would bring disasters to punish the world and escape a cult. On weekdays, everyone met her and avoided her, but the sudden crisis situation made her feel like a fish in water. No way, when a crisis breaks out, you can't expect everyone to remain sober. In the last mission, the supermarket cashier, was standing next to the 3 soldiers, trying to calm the anger of those around him. She and one of the soldiers can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, and the 2 have a good opinion of each other. Because they learned that the accident was caused by the military base, now those guys who feel hurt and cheated are preparing to repair the 3A soldier. Anyway, the entire supermarket is now in a mess. Everyone seems to be very busy, but in fact, they don't know what they are actually doing. What's the matter? Li Qingyuan asked, sitting comfortably on the sofa, holding a bucket of popcorn and ice cola in his hand. Large supermarkets are good for this, you can find everything. Did you say that this crisis was caused by the leak of the biochemical virus from the military base? David Raymonton sorted out his words, and asked the young Interpol in front of him. I don't know, but it should be almost the same. Since you are here, do you mean that the government and the United Nations will come to save us soon? David immediately found Huadian and asked the question everyone wanted to ask. The supermarket is full of ordinary people, and the 3 soldiers have received formal training, but the 3 guys are now being besieged by the enthusiastic crowd. It is estimated that they cannot be counted on. Therefore, Li Qingyuan, who understood his internal affairs and seemed agile, immediately became the most worthy of following in the supermarket. Of course, if the government can resolve the commotion before dark, then everyone can naturally go back to each house and find each mother. Yes, this situation should be due to problems with the experiments in the base. Whether it is the US government or the United Nations, I must send corresponding troops to solve all this soon. Li Qingyuan nodded. Great! Everyone, including David, was overjoyed. Although the government was messing around with such an accident, under the current circumstances, only the state machinery can solve this crisis. I guess, maybe 10 days should be enough. It was just Li Qingyuan's next sentence that instantly knocked this group of people into hell. 10 days. David turned his neck stiffly, and asked him incredulously. Yes, about 10 days. How is it possible? 10 days? Those monsters are cruising outside. 10 days of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com are enough for them to wash the whole town of Valia 3 times. David Raymonton raised his throat and roared. 10 days. Even if it is a natural disaster, waiting 10 days later, there will be heavy casualties, not to mention that there are still unknown numbers and races of biochemical monsters outside. The government troops will not be able to come to the rescue until 10 days later. Is that coming to the rescue? It is estimated that the dead body will not be collected. Do you think the government was run by your family? For such a big incident, you must first confirm it, and then start reporting it layer by layer. The most important thing is to quickly find someone who is qualified to take the blame, and wait until all of this is done. I will consider sending soldiers to pay. 10 days is already fast. Ignoring David's grumpy eyes, Li Qingyuan took a sip of ice cola and said slowly. Anyway, this is just a remote town, and there are no big people. Even if everyone in the town is dead, it's not a big deal for the politicians in the White House, or they still wish that everyone would die. This is the reason no need to think about it, just say that there is an earthquake or a plague here, how simple. Chapter 31, 2 Plans. Is the thinking of politicians really so vicious and terrifying? David, who felt that his outlook on life was being criticized, was immediately at a loss, and the others looked unbelievable. Impossible. There are more than 10,000 residents in the town of Wilaya. How could the government let so many of us leave it alone? It seemed that it was to cheer myself up. By the way, I might also have illusions about the big figures thousands of miles away. David and a group of people started to cheer themselves up. After grabbing a handful of popcorn, Li Qingyuan didn't bother to pay attention to them. These people are still hopeful for themselves or the government before they are desperate. As an outsider, even if he has the identity of Interpol, not many people will listen to him. After all, until now, only a few people have seen the monster cannibalism, and the others are just hearsay. I heard people say that seeing myself is a concept of 2 magnitudes, so these guys are still holding unrealistic illusions, which is also the intention. In the original plot, Mrs. Camedy didn't care about her when she promoted the doctrine on the first day, but after everyone experienced the monster attack on the first night, there were more than a dozen believers in an instant. When the protagonist and his group failed in the drugstore rescue operation the next afternoon, the rest of the people were almost convinced. People, if you don't push them on the road to the end, they don't even know that they are such a waste. Kakakaka. The taste of popcorn is really good, especially when paired with ice cola. It really makes people feel very comfortable. It's a pity that there isn't a pretty chick waiting around. Mrs. Machiavelli came here deliberately, but with Lee King-yuan's upright character, it was naturally impossible to let her approach her. After all, there are still 2 children to take, so please hurry up and serve the children. Mr. Police Officer, since you are so calm, I think there must be a safe way to evacuate. Others were still twirling around like a headless fly, and the supermarket manager Ollie walked directly to him and asked. To be honest, in the whole movie, Ollie's performance is much more eye-catching than the protagonist. Compared with the protagonist David, who sometimes uses emotions, Ollie appears more calm and determined. If he hadn't unluckily opened the supporting role halo and died in the hands of the giant mantis in the final breakout, it is estimated that the movie would be another ending. There is no way to safely evacuate. I don't know how many biochemical monsters have gathered in the dense fog. Walking is basically looking for death, and driving the car will attract those giant monsters. Lee Ching-yuan started to ridicule without changing his face. If you all run away, what will I do with Lao Tzu's mission? Then you are still so calm. Ollie was a little surprised. Could it be said that the agents always put life and death away? Facing a life and death crisis, there are still leisure snacks? It's only 10 days. I just find a place to hide. Those monsters can still find me? Anyway, with so many targets from you, I will definitely die behind you. Someone shamelessly pointed to the group in front of you. The people eating melons said with a relaxed look. Ollie's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten Ollie. Are you not Interpol? Shouldn't you take it as your duty to protect the safety of ordinary people? Why look at me with that look? I'm not an American policeman. Aren't there 3 of you American soldiers over there? Let them protect you. When Lee Ching-yuan said this, everyone's expressions became even more ugly. Count on the 3 soldiers who are being besieged to save them? It would be faster to wipe the neck directly. Police officer, you are definitely a good person, so for the sake of the child, help us. David rolled his eyes and immediately thought of the excuse. Just now the other party was able to risk the rescue of Mrs. Marjorie's 2 children. It is absolutely kind to want to come to the other party, and the reason for saying that now is completely duplicity. Looking at the smart protagonist, Lee Ching-yuan felt that such a kind person should give him a chance. To be honest, if possible, he even wants to save all the people in the entire town. If he can save nearly 10,000 people, then his attribute points alone can make him break through the sky. At that time, he may be slightly lost to Captain Marvel, but there is no problem in slinging Iron Man. But that is not realistic at all. He is now a second-level trumpet, not to mention the last guarding boss in the mist, the son of goats. Even he can't beat the mantis monster. So let's settle down and accept this wave of rewards from the supermarket first. Actually, I have expressed my attitude by telling you these secrets. He continued to take a sip of ice cola. If everyone in the supermarket can follow my orders, then it is estimated that some people will be able to survive the rescue. Is there only some people? You don't know the current situation outside at all. Besides, do you think those people are willing to listen to me now? Lee Ching-yuan nodded with his hand at the people who were making trouble in front of him. Never expect that a shock of your own tiger body can make others bow your head to you, even if he has shown extraordinary strength and pulled out a big tiger skin, but so far only a few people are willing to join him around. By the way, the reason these people are willing to come here is mainly for David's sake. Compared with the Interpol who suddenly popped up like Lee Ching-yuan, everyone would subconsciously choose those acquaintances, even if the acquaintance itself is not reliable. After all, until now, most people have not seen monsters, and basically everyone will not change their minds at will before they encounter life and death crisis in person. www.novel.com. Unless he can drop 10 guilds in one effort now and directly get rid of those disobedient thorns, but then God knows what will happen. So let it go, wait until a monster comes to the supermarket to kill a few people, then the remaining guys will listen to him obediently. I think it doesn't matter who listens to it now. What's important is that we should strengthen our defense. David thought of the key point instantly. I think we should find a sturdy building to guard now. The supermarket is not safe at all. But compared to David's proposal, Orly put forward a different idea. Compared with a large glass-constructed building such as a supermarket, it is obvious that a concrete building is a safer place. The reason why everyone in the original plot wanted to escape was because they had severed all contact with the outside world and saw no hope at all. But now that Li Qingyuan has said that the national government should send people to deal with the situation and rescue in 10 days, so you only need to find a safe place to hide. Chapter 32, Back Road. I think we should listen to Mr. Police Officer's opinion. Seeing that the two guys David and Ollie were about to argue about whether to stay in the supermarket or go out to find a stronghold, Ms. Amanda had to stand up and be a peacemaker. In the original plot, this woman is the heroine, and within 2 days she and the heroine seem to have something about the relationship, but because the life and death crisis is in sight, there is no substantial contact between the two. If the ending is not that spoof, maybe the two will really become a pair after they escape. After all, the hero's wife should have been eaten by the monster now. Compared with the beauty of Madame Marjorie, Ms. Amanda has reached the aesthetic standards of normal people. Although she is more than 30 years old, she can maintain her figure and skin. It can be regarded as a charming girl if she is barely dressed up. Beauty? No way, this is not a big city. If she really looks good and can be the mistress of the rich, she would have ran out long ago, and she would stay in this small place. Li Qingyuan is holding snacks like a theater version and knocking on the ecology in front of him, thinking that it is a legendary arts and science film specially used to set off humanity. This Nima is at a critical juncture, and she is still thinking about pulling her own hill one by one. After Ms. Amanda's reminder, David and Ollie stopped arguing and looked at him together. You don't know the horror of biological weapons. For those large monsters, whether it is a concrete house or a glass panel supermarket, the defensive effect is the same. Li Qingyuan shrugged, unless it was a military base. Buildings, or the children of goats are all 1 foot on the other. Besides, with so many attributes in the supermarket, he would not give up easily before encountering a real crisis. David, who was supported by Li Qingyuan, was instantly complacent, and immediately began arranging everyone to strengthen the defense of the supermarket. After knowing that there are human-eating biochemical monsters outside and that the government and the army will rush to rescue them, even the hardest black lawyer Norton now has to move the goods as ordered. After all, when a person rushes out to face the unknown fear, compared with a group of people waiting for rescue in a supermarket, it is an individual who knows what to do. Although Li Qingyuan had made up his mind to make these guys suffer a bit, he still gave a few pointers to let these guys do better defensive measures. For example, take out all the books and papers in the supermarket, then glue them to the glass, and then stick them with tape. For everyone in the supermarket, what they need to worry about is not the top boss like the child of the goat, because they can't even run away when they encounter that thing. Li Qingyuan felt that according to the urinary nature of the system, the monsters he encountered should be mainly small gregarious monsters, and then in the end, he should be able to brush himself a big octopus or giant mantis monster. The entire glass wall was quickly covered with paper under the efforts of everyone. It is true that the defensive effect of this method is almost zero, but it can block the view of the monster outside. As for whether those monsters have vision, who knows? It's useless for you to do this. The Lord is watching you. We must face the Lord's judgment bravely. Human greed will surely arouse the Lord's anger. Mrs. Camodi jumped up and down holding the Bible in her hand. Channeling, is preaching her doomsday parallelism. To be honest, when you watch a movie, you think this woman is quite annoying, but when you actually see her, you find that this guy is a bit sad. Living in her own vein, the second element of the dead house is still immersed in a beautiful world, but she is living in distress, and living should be a very painful thing for her. Of course, regardless of whether this woman was pitiful, Li Qingyuan would not have the slightest pity for her. If it weren't for the mission requirement to count her, he would have waited until the evening to let the Madame Camodi be killed by the monster in the chaos. Mr. Officer, I don't know how you are called. Ms. Amanda asked when she approached Li Qingyuan. Most people in the supermarket are working hard to survive, but Li Qingyuan, the initiator, rests comfortably on the sofa. In his words, he has to cultivate enough energy to wait for work. If there is any sudden state, he still needs to rescue himself. Of course, this kind of high-sounding words seems to be of little use to these American people, and several guys actually justly asked him to come and work. Then, after he took out the pistol around his waist, the guys immediately realized their mistakes and said that it was the basic responsibility of the people to let the police officers rest. Sure enough, it is a free America, and it is better to use guns to reason than anything. Li, you can call me Officer Li. Turning his head and looking at Ms. Amanda, Li Qingyuan withdrew his gaze again. It is true that this Ms. Amanda is a far cry from Mrs. Marjorie, but still does not reach his aesthetic pass. So even if the opponent had already used the magical skill of dribbling the ball and hitting people, he still did not move. Officer Li, can you reserve a place for me? Amanda saw the other person take a look and then turned around, hurriedly lowered her body and whispered to his ear. As a woman, Amanda is much smarter than David and Norton. She just saw Ollie go to the bathroom with the police officer. By the way, she disappeared from everyone's sight for a while, and immediately knowing that the other party must have some special task entrusted to Ollie. The supermarket is only the first-level method. Since the system gave him 7 days, it is impossible for Li Qingyuan to hang himself on a tree. There are now more than 200 survivors in the supermarket. Even if your system is a pure system without any emotional factors, it is impossible to let yourself finish this wave calmly. So it is for sure to prepare a back road. As a supermarket manager, Ollie knows that there is an underground warehouse behind the supermarket, and it should be fine for a dozen people in it. So Li Qingyuan ordered him to transfer some food and fresh water to the back. If something was irresistible, he would let other people in the supermarket be the bait. He took Ollie and a few people into the ground. Go to the warehouse. Naturally, this kind of thing cannot be known to too many people, after all, we still need these cannon fodder efforts. But he didn't expect that he just gave Ollie a little bit, and the woman had actually noticed it. It seems that no matter what time, don't treat other people as fools too much. Chapter 33, Night Attack. The sky slowly got dark, and the street lights on the square in the center of the town gradually turned on. I didn't see any monsters for the whole afternoon. Although the people who were idle did not say anything, they thought that the so-called monsters were probably alarmist. After all, even if the base is really developing some biological weapons, there will not be a lot of them. If it spreads to the entire town, you might not encounter it if you are lucky. It's like talking about Norton, a black lawyer. He has already calculated in his heart that he really can't take a few people out and drive away from this place tomorrow morning. Although the Interpol, who did not know the origin, said that someone would come to rescue him, Norton felt that his destiny should be in his own hands. Snapped. Snapped. While everyone was whispering about what to do tomorrow, there was a palpitation outside the window. Don't get me wrong, this is not the sound of discussing the philosophy of life, but the sound of large arthropods climbing on the glass wall. Originally, Li Qingyuan thought that as long as the glass was glued with paper, the harassment of the poisonous scorpions could be avoided, because those things seemed to be phototaxis. But now it seems that it's not a phototaxis at all, but because this stuff is everywhere. Poisonous scorpion flying insects should be similar to the mosquitoes in human society. They will only appear when the sky is completely dark, and as the bottom of the entire food chain, they are completely garbage that wins by quantity. God knows how many poisonous scorpion flying insects are there. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Someone yelled in surprise when they saw the terrifying flying insect lying on the glass wall from the observation port that remained. Strange insects with the size of the palm of an adult are lying densely on the outer wall. These strange insects look like mutated giant dragonflies, but they have a funny and terrifying head. On the 6 tentacles are sharp claws that resemble a mantis's sickle, and on their tails are some big killers that resemble scorpion tails. The vitality of this thing is actually very fragile. After all, it is just a mosquito-like life body, but for humans, it is a very deadly threat. To be honest, Li Qingyuan would rather deal with the mantis monster alone than face a group of poisonous scorpion flying insects. You know, if a mosquito bites someone, it just makes you get a bag, but if you are bitten by this thing, you can basically report to God. With a body 100 times larger than a mosquito, the toxins are naturally strengthened by more than 100 times. Is this such a monster outside? The black lawyer asked Li Qingyuan in a cold sweat. He was still figuring out how to take people out for a run tomorrow, but now he was secretly glad that he did not make arbitrary decisions. The remaining observation windows are limited, so everyone can only judge by the rustling from outside, but even if the outside scene is not visible, the neat rustling alone can make the dense fears faint. There are locusts coming from the smoke, and the Lord has given them scorpion-like abilities. Mrs. Camoti didn't know where she fetched a scented candle, and said in her hand brokenly, "Can't you think of a way to shut her up?" Ms. Amanda leaned to Li Qingyuan's side and asked softly. "Mrs. Camoti is like a toad crawling on the feet of a person. Of course it doesn't bite, but it is disgusting. I can tell her to shut up forever, but I don't think everyone in the supermarket will agree." Li Qingyuan reluctantly spread his hands. If possible, he would like to directly use thunder to remove everything in the entire supermarket. The vitality is gathered, but it really can't be done. He is now a little bit stronger than ordinary people. Although the ability of blasting ghosts can give him a certain degree of self-protection, it cannot cause a crushing effect on everyone in the entire supermarket. Even if you directly use guns and explosives to make everyone surrender temporarily, God knows if these guys will resist violently. He has only one person, and if he was shot at night while he was asleep, it would be finished. What's more, the mission this time is to save people but not to kill. I really want to kill everyone. Why did you come to this world? Does your mission often kill people? Ms. Amanda asked, sitting leaning against him, biting his ear. Don't tell me, when a woman talks next to your ear, it really feels a little itchy. Li Qingyuan frowned, turned his head and looked at Ms. Amanda, who was about to squeeze into his arms, filled with confusion. Isn't this woman ambiguous with the protagonist in the movie? Why are you so prepared to post upside down? When did your personality become so great? It's a pity that the director was reluctant to spend money, and all the actors invited were passerby actors. There was really no way to achieve his own aesthetic pass. The only face value in the entire supermarket should be the cashier. Sorry. Even if the other party has a square poker face, it wins in youth and beauty, plus the facial features can be considered good, barely able to reach the standard line of beauty. But Sari is now staying next to her soldier boyfriend. The 3 soldiers were severely reprimanded by others in the afternoon, and now they are shrinking in the corner and dare not speak. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden violent crash from the window, which made everyone jump. From the intensity of the sound, it sounds like an adult is hitting the glass with all his strength. Supermarket glass is made of tempered glass. Generally speaking, adults would not want to break it even if they smash their heads. www.novel.com. But for the skeleton birds that are preying outside, their physiological structure is harder than human too much. If the poisonous scorpion flies are similar to the mosquitoes in the Earth's ecosystem, then the skeleton birds are somewhat like dragonflies. They feed on the poisonous scorpion flies, because they can't afford other things. Poisonous scorpions and flying insects are densely covering the whole town, so these skeletal birds will start to prey at night. The skeletal bird's predation method is to dive directly from the air, rush to the poisonous scorpion flying insect, and then directly peck it into the mouth with its sharp mouth parts similar to pterosaurs. Anyway, the skeleton bird's tone is extremely hard, and generally speaking, there is no damage even if it hits a stone, so they don't care what they peck. If it is a concrete wall, it is at most a hole pecked on the surface, but for the glass plate of a supermarket, every time a skeleton bird pecks it, a new crack will appear in the glass. Everyone in the supermarket couldn't see what was happening outside. They could only watch the cracks appearing on the glass wall. The broken glass was held by the scotch tape stuck to it, thus forming a puzzle. Up. Chapter 34, Endless. Click. The reinforced glass finally shattered in the sound of everyone's prayers, and then a strange head stuck out from the hole. The monster that poked its head looked a lot like the pterosaur in the textbook, but it was much uglier than the pterosaur. And compared with the size of the pterosaur, this monster is also much smaller. If it stands upright on the ground, its height is a little bit taller than the biggest white goose. Li Qingyuan had even thought in his heart that if the skeleton strange bird was steamed, he would not know how it tasted. After all, compared to other strange creatures that seem to make people's stomach, the skeleton bird still barely meets the standards of ingredients. Of course, in addition to the mess he was thinking about, the others in the supermarket still began to scream and collapse. Everyone can barely keep calm when they start to see the poisonous scorpion flying insects crawling on the glass window, because although the thing looks weird, it is too small. Even the big cockroaches in the house can surpass each other. But now the head that suddenly came in, if the body is not much smaller than a human being, plus it was seen through the glass just now, but now it is directly rushed in. For ordinary people, this is true. The difference is far. You see the tiger in the zoo through the iron fence and throw you in to see the tiger. Could this be a concept? The noise made by a bunch of people instantly stunned the skeleton bird that came into the head. Why do so many strange guys suddenly appear? It thumped its wings and prepared to get in through the hole, but because of the scotch tape, its head came in, but its body was still stuck outside. If it flew from the sky and then swooped down, then the strength of the skeleton bird that burst out at that moment even exceeds that of an adult male, but if the head is stuck and tossing about with two wings, it is not as powerful as a big white goose. Where to go? At this time, if the people standing by the window can be a little brave, then just take a stick and knock it over to achieve the achievement of killing monsters without damage. But obviously, everyone was frightened by the others' terrifying looks, and they all retreated in a circle. Hundreds of people actually looked at where the strange bird was struggling. The glass is about to break. Norton yelled instantly as he watched the piece of glass being rushed in by the monster constantly tossing, seeing that he was overwhelmed and shattered. Quick, quick, I can't let it go on, get rid of it. A group of people immediately started yelling, but it was obvious that everyone was looking at me and you, expecting others to take action. David sighed helplessly, and picked up the baseball bat from his side. The people in this room, and even 3 soldiers, actually need him as an artist to be responsible for killing monsters. It can be seen that they are really hopeless. Just before he rushed to the front to be a hero, he saw a figure suddenly flashing past. Gurulu. The funny head of the skeleton bird directly rolled down, making a few circles on the ground. Li Qingyuan threw away the kitchen knife in his hand, leaving everyone with a bleak back. With his 8-point agility, dealing with a bird's head hanging on a wall, it is simply a hand to catch. Watching the timing and cutting down can definitely achieve a one-shot kill. It's just that he didn't expect that the bones of this bird were so hard. Anyway, I've killed chickens before, and I don't feel the chicken neck is so hard. He almost thought he had chopped a piece of wood with the knife just now, and now his right hand is still shaking. But fortunately, his sword was not strong enough but speedy, and the quality of the kitchen knife was not bad. Finally, there was no such funny scene that the opponent did not die and hanged a kitchen knife on his neck. Everyone looked at the monster head still rolling on the ground, and then at Li Qingyuan, who turned and left, and suddenly swallowed and smeared one by one. Killing without saying a word, this is in line with the personality of the agent in the eyes of the general public. With such an agent by their side, everyone immediately felt much safer. Oh my God! Just before everyone had time to be happy, they saw a few flying insects flying in along the big hole that the strange bird had just hit. Smash these bugs! It may be that Li Qingyuan hacked the skeletal strange bird to death just now gave everyone courage, or it may be a strange bird that is larger than the body. This kind of palm-sized bug is far from scary even though it looks scary. A passerby A, B, C, Ding immediately picked up the mop, folding stool and other weapons in his hand, and patted the flying poisonous insects. Then, ah! Several screams suddenly sounded in the crowd, although 2 poisonous insects were shot to death in the first round, but the remaining few swiftly attacked in a sharp turn in the air, and then the flying insects were in shock. Pointed at the target that attacked them and pierced through. Quickly, block the hole. Ali hurriedly directed the people to block the hole pierced by the strange bird. By the way, the others were rushing to remove the insects. Li Qingyuan was standing beside Sari, watching the surroundings warily. In the original plot, this little girl was stung to death by a poisonous insect, and he didn't want the other party to die in the insect's mouth like in the plot. After all, this chick is related to his side mission. As for those passers-by who were bitten to death by bugs, I'm sorry, even if you don't die today, you will definitely die tomorrow. Besides, if you can't deal with a few bugs, it doesn't seem to be very useful to live, right? The 2 worms that slipped through the net were still killed by angry people, but they paid the price of 3 lives. It can only be said that people are not paying attention to the development of physical strength because of modern life. It is really embarrassing that youyuganshu.com can kill this kind of bug. Damn it, it's poisonous. Looking at the 3 people lying on the ground who were constantly twitching and exhaling more and less air, the others were all scared for a while. They didn't expect that the seemingly inconspicuous weird insects contained deadly toxins. It is more exciting to see people around you die unexpectedly than listening to others' dictation. Everyone in the supermarket is now very passionate, and the imminent survival crisis makes everyone nervous. Boom! But before everyone calmed down, I heard another sour crash from the glass. Okay. Li Qingyuan shook his head depressed, knowing that the system would not let him finish the task so smoothly. I still remember that the attack on the first night in the plot only lasted a wave, but now it seems that it will not stop until dawn. Fortunately, he instructed everyone to seal the glass with tape, otherwise it would be more fun now. Chapter 35, It and number 039, S tiring to be a good person. Call. Li Qingyuan, who had been busy most of the night, took a deep breath in a place where no one noticed. He knew that he should add a little physique. Although 5-point physique is a normal standard for adults, after tossing in the middle of the night, I still feel quite tired. There is no way, the attacks of the skeleton birds at night are endless. God knows why the poisonous scorpions and flying insects like to lie on the glass plate so much, which causes the silly skeleton birds to completely commit suicide towards the glass. Board charge. So all night, he acted like a hamster, and was responsible for hacking to death the strange birds with their heads in. Then the other people immediately rushed to plug the hole with all kinds of strange things. Fortunately, after continuing to pay the tuition fee of 2 lives, there are finally a few brave guys who can use the temporarily polished javelin to stab the skull bird with his head exposed, and he also gets a certain rest time. One night, there were 13 or 14 hacked skeleton bird heads, and now he felt that his tiger's mouth was about to split. This was the first night. I was so tired and half dead. If I stayed through to the 7th day, the ghost knew what would happen. This is the Lord's punishment. The Lord is very angry with the behavior of human beings now, so it will impose a punishment from heaven. Mrs. Camodi was energetically preaching her doomsday theory, and beside her, 2 or 3 women were listening carefully. Yesterday, when Mrs. Carmody spoke, everyone still only regarded her as hysteria, but after a night of monster attacks, several weak-hearted guys have begun to consider whether the words she said are really effective. Not everyone can remain calm after seeing a dead body. 5 people died overnight. At most, it is only a piece of data in the ears of the audience, but for everyone living in the supermarket, it is a nightmare-like experience. The 5 former acquaintances just fell in front of him, their faces were swollen like pigs' heads, and the whole body was black and blue. This scene definitely made many people in the peaceful world directly scared to pee their pants. I think we should tell her to shut up. If she continues to preach this, maybe no one will work tomorrow. David yawned and walked to Li Qingyuan and suggested. There are still a lot of things that need to be handled by people, such as lifting all the shelves in the supermarket and installing them behind the windows. These iron frames can be used as a second line of defense after the broken glass. If those skeleton birds dare to attack again at night, there will definitely be no return. The few people who died last night were definitely a good thing for Li Qingyuan. The most intuitive change is that most people in the basic supermarket now regard him as his head. At least when these guys are ordered to work now, no one will continue to behave like Yin. Go, kill her. Li Qingyuan turned his head and looked at David, then handed the pistol around his waist to him. No, David got stuck in a moment, looking at the pistol in front of him at a loss. He did feel that Mrs. Carmody was very annoying, and it was definitely a negative buff to put in our camp, but he did not have the guts to ask him to kill. In the movie plot, the reason why he hated Mrs. Carmody, and finally killed each other when he evacuated, was mainly because the contradiction between the two sides had developed to an endless degree at that time. After all, David is just a painter. Even if he is better than Li Qingyuan in terms of physical fitness, people subconsciously don't have much hope for him. Now it is completely different. Whether it was Li Qingyuan's ridiculous Interpol status and his light-handed hacking technique last night, everyone in the supermarket saw hope of survival. Let alone 10 days, no, the reinforcements are coming in 9 days. Therefore, the current Mrs. Camody can only pull 2 or 3 believers, without the ability to respond with 100 responses in the original work. Since there is no strength, then there is no need to rise to the level of life and death. Since you don't even have the courage to kill anyone, why come and tell me this? Do you think it would be more convenient to kill her with my hand? Li Qingyuan lowered his eyes and glanced at David. No, I definitely don't have such an idea. David waved his hand quickly, expressing that he was a good, pure, and upright person. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Mrs. Camody, he definitely did not rise to the level of murder. This is the reaction of normal people. Those who will kill all the enemies at every turn are definitely villain templates, and they will definitely not survive the finale. It's very simple, tell everyone, divide the supermarket into 2 areas, stay here for those who are willing to work and obedient, and those who refuse to work and make trouble, just throw them to the other side. Li Qingyuan considered said at once. Originally, he wanted to save everyone who was named in the side mission as much as possible, because maybe some hidden reward could be triggered. But now it seems that it is simply a dream. The attack on the first night alone made him quite busy, let alone 6 days. If you still have the idea of ingesting a lot of reward points and hiding tasks, maybe you will get it here. The dungeon world is just a way to improve his strength, he doesn't want to give away his life here. After all, I seem to have traveled directly physically every time, if I hang up here, maybe I really hang up. Anyway, he would never use his life to verify the relationship between the dungeon world and the real world. So since Mrs. Commodie is an unstable factor, let her fend for herself. The woman has no destructive power at all except for her babble. Her biggest destructiveness is to confuse people, but under the pressure of reality, no one would believe her theory. The few women gathered next to her are mainly because the men who died last night were their husbands. They are now psychologically extremely empty and sad, so they listen to her nonsense. As for why not kill Mrs. Commodie directly? His current identity is the savior leading this group of people. If he kills people directly, God knows what these people think. Everyone will fantasize about heroes to save themselves when they are in trouble, but once they are a little safe, they will question their behavior. The lessons learned from the Avengers are vivid, and he doesn't want to make himself so passive. Of course, the main reason is lack of strength. If he has the power to sweep the entire town now, he doesn't care what these plot characters think. Chapter 36, Parasitic Spider. / website visit address is. The next 2 days were very dull, and the poisonous scorpion, flying insects and skeleton strange birds that arrived on time every night even became the flavoring agent for everyone's bedding. After experiencing the initial panic, everyone in the supermarket also reacted. These so-called biochemical monsters were not as scary as they thought. Human beings can be regarded as the spirit of all things. If they were primitive people, they could rely on the stone axes and spears to kill the beasts of the Ice Age into extinct animals, let alone the modern people who have developed for nearly 10,000 years. Even in terms of physical quality, it may not be as good as the primitive people who have been fighting for many years, but anyway the tools now are much more advanced than the stone axe and stone spear. Poisonous scorpions and skeleton birds, the two lowest-end scum in the monster world, are the most convenient for newcomers to practice. Li Qingyuan also rarely spent 2 days free, so he took advantage of this opportunity to re-exercise. After adding 3 points of agility, he can definitely reach the level of an ordinary agent in terms of speed and neurological reaction ability, but because the speed has suddenly increased by half, the body is a little uncoordinated, and there must be a buffer period to slowly adapt. This discovery also made him a little bit embarrassed. Fortunately, this mission forced him to add some points in advance. If he is really ready to learn from Voldemort and put together a few dozen or hundreds of points at a time, maybe his body will collapse directly. The situation is very good. After the day before yesterday, Mrs. Commodie and her 2 brain-dead fans were locked in the isolation room, and now the whole supermarket is full of hope. To be honest, these Yankees clamor for so-called freedom and human rights every day, but when Li Qingyuan expressed his willingness to talk to them, everyone instantly expressed their unconditional support. Choosing between Mrs. Commodie, who talks about admonishing others to die all day long, and Interpol, who possesses unique skills and mystery, still have to think about this question. There is a devil in everyone's heart, but he is suppressed under normal circumstances. Now that someone is willing to take on this responsibility, of course everyone is willing to do such a thing. The 3 women were locked in a small isolation room, and did not know what the smell inside was. But these are all trivial matters, and it's a benevolence to not throw them out to feed the monsters. Li, do you want some beer? David asked with a smile. There is no shortage of food in the supermarket. For such a big supermarket, let alone 10 days, even 2 months is more than enough. Especially after lawyer Norton said that when the crisis is lifted, he will initiate a lawsuit on behalf of a small town like a state agency, and can definitely ensure that everyone can receive an astronomical amount of compensation. Now the morale of everyone in the supermarket can almost be used to explode. Describe. Seriously, if it weren't for the fear that there might be a legendary giant monster outside, these people might be ready to hold parties every day. No worries about eating and drinking, no annoying work, although besieged in the supermarket, but there are hundreds of compatriots around, it will not make people feel depressed. The monster attack at night is more like a kind of entertainment. When I think that I can lie on the compensation fund for a few days later, Even if it is David whose wife is dead, I can't help but feel a little excited. Although this kind of thinking seems very inhumane, it is more important for Americans who admire freedom that the dead are gone. Ms. Amanda has touched soft nails on Lee King-yuan's side for 2 consecutive days, and now she has given up the boring behavior of self-seeking, and she is glaring with David. Considering that the supermarket is not overcrowded now, maybe the two of them would have found a corner with no one to do indescribable things. Lee, be happy, why are you so sad? David handed the beer to Lee King-yuan and asked with a smile. Humans are very adaptable creatures. Seeing those flying insects and skeleton birds on the first night can make everyone pee their pants in fright, but now even women can laugh at those things and use them. The baseball bat knocks them to death. I think something might be going to happen today. He took the beer that David handed over, pulled the pull ring away and poured it down, and he said with discretion. The system would never allow oneself to spend 7 days with such a laugh. Today is the 4th day. So far, there are more than 230 people left in the supermarket, and none of the side mission targets have died. If you mix yourself up to the finale, you will have more than 30 bonus points alone. If you click all of them, your physical fitness is estimated to be tied with a 55 draw. In any case, the system cannot be so kind. How could it be? You're a spy leader, and you're thinking too much. David was going to reach out and pat his shoulder, but after thinking about it, he smiled and shrugged. What? But the scream that came from the isolation room immediately slapped David in the face. What's the matter? Everyone immediately ran towards the isolation room with their weapons in their hands. In any case, the spirit of these people was obviously much stronger than 3 days ago. At the very least, in such a sudden situation, everyone will take up weapons and prepare to fight back, instead of just screaming and running around. Seeing Lee King-yuan coming over, everyone immediately gave up a path. It is better to let professional people solve professional matters. Sari stood trembling and crying. She was responsible for delivering the food. In any case, Mrs. Kamodi is also one of the goals of the side mission. It would be best if she could not kill her. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he couldn't grasp the preciseness of his action, Lee King-yuan was thinking of directly marking the opponent as a vegetative, and then spending the 7 days steadily. Just wanting to label a person as a vegetative, this difficulty is too high, so he can only use a clumsy method to lock him in an isolation room. What's the matter? David grabbed Sari's hands and asked www.novel.com. This action made Ms. Amanda standing behind him instantly brighten up. Boom! Sari was still trembling. Lee King-yuan didn't bother to comfort her, but kicked the door open. I saw that the isolation room was already white, with spider silk hanging everywhere, and Mrs. Carmody and the 2 mentally unstable women now became cocoon-like objects hanging in the air. Parasitic spider. Seeing this scene, he immediately recalled. It looks like the pharmacy next door has now become a nest of parasitic spiders. The adult body of the parasitic spider is about the same size as a wash basin. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is half a catty like a skeleton bird, and it belongs to the lower existence in the monster food chain. But spiders are proficient in all kinds of concealment and lurking. Compared with the irony of skeleton birds, spiders can be regarded as shadow hunters in the biological world. Chapter 37, Handle Things Urgently. Unexpectedly, it made sense. Seeing the 3 human-shaped silkworm cocoons hanging in the sky, Lee King-yuan stepped back silently. This kind of spider silk seems to be strongly corrosive and toxic, but it doesn't seem to stick. The drugstore next door has now become a nest of parasitic spiders. This kind of creature has a particularly strong reproductive ability. As long as a human body is used as a carrier, you can give birth to thousands of small spiders in 48 hours. It has been 3.5 days since the mist fell, and everyone who wanted to come to the drugstore should have become the nourishment for the little spiders. The supermarket and the pharmacy are separated by a wall, and those little spiders can crawl through the ventilation ducts or various gaps. I knew I should take someone over to clear the spider hole over there directly, which would save me trouble now. Take a flamethrower. To deal with this kind of parasitic spider, only burning with fire is the safest method. If you use other weapons to kill it, you can only kill the parasitic person at best, and the spider young in the human body. The cub has no effect at all. The three of them, they seem to be alive. David said weakly after looking at the 3 cocoons hanging in the air. Now we can't bear any toss. If you think they are still saved, then you go. Regarding the other party's behavior, that is not looking at the situation and not looking at the mother's heart, Li Qingyuan felt that he had to give him a good one. Class. Let me get the jet. David, who was stunned, immediately shrank his head and walked away. Anyway, he had seen Mrs. Commodi upset. The sentence just now was completely instinctive. Everyone who was touched by Li Qingyuan's sight immediately retracted their gazes and shouted slogans. If they really let them risk their lives to save people, then forget it. No one is not afraid of death, especially in this situation. As long as you stay up for a few more days, you can lie on the compensation fund to provide for the elderly. Who would stand up for others? Burn it clean. If we miss a little bit, all of us will become like this. Li Qingyuan slapped his shoulder to David, who came with the jet on his back, and Li Qingyuan strongly ordered. Me? Me? I burned. David forced a question mark with a dumbfounded face. Is this asking him to burn Mrs. Carmody to death? Don't talk nonsense, the parasitic monsters in their bodies will soon break out. If you don't want your son to become like this, then act swiftly. Li Qingyuan ignored David's tangled expression, and it was ordered to the crowd watching the excitement. Check it out quickly and see if there are any small spiders in the supermarket. Those things are fatal. If you don't want to be like them, then you should have a big check. With a bitter face, David began to burn the isolation room, while the others immediately began to look for it. Vomit. As a smell of meat came out of the isolation room, everyone spit on the ground. No way, if they knew what David was burning, it would be really scary if they could still afford the appetite. I'm going to organize the manpower now and go to the next door to burn the drugstore. Li Qingyuan commanded them by gathering the most capable people in the supermarket, such as Ollie. Only 1,000 days can be a thief, there is no one who can guard against a thief. The pharmacy has now become the legendary Pansy Cave. Calculated based on the fact that a corpse can produce 1,000 little spiders, at most 2 days later, they will have to face at least tens of thousands of parasitic spiders. The thought of tens of thousands of wash-basin-sized spiders rushing towards him, even with his mind, he couldn't help feeling his scalp tingling. So now, taking advantage of those spiders that have not yet fully evolved successfully, rushing over to burn the drugstore, that is the most correct choice. We are very good here, why are we going there? After listening to Li Qingyuan's plan, everyone immediately expressed different opinions. Now there are eating and drinking in the supermarket. Although the pharmacy next door seems to have become a monster's den, there are walls blocking it. There is no need to go out to die. Besides, I already know that the next door has become a monster's nest, so how can I not think about it before I want to die? How many skeleton birds have we killed in total these days? Seeing the way these guys passed by, Li Qingyuan felt a little bit fierce. If it wasn't for rewards, I wouldn't want to care about the life and death of your waste. But there is no way. The real general public is like this when they are in distress. You see those so-called people who regard death as their home, who are unswervingly fighting for their ideals, are basically beautified by film and television dramas. 23 the day before yesterday, and 27 yesterday. Ollie gave the answer immediately. In addition to the dozen or so killed the day before yesterday, we have killed 60 or 70 skeleton birds, but do you think their number has increased or decreased? As the fog grew longer, appeared there will be more and more monsters, and they will become stronger and stronger, but there is no way to explain this kind of thing, so he can only guide these guys to guess for themselves. You mean, these monsters are reproducing? I have to say, even if these people are greedy for life and are afraid of passing away, but at least they can be considered agile. He just raised his head, and someone immediately followed up the following words. Yes, even if the number of weapons in the base is graduated, there are not so many, so these monsters can definitely breed, and the speed of reproduction is very fast. Pointing to the isolation room where the smell of meat is wafting, Li Qingyuan said calmly. When he was reminded like this, everyone immediately thought about what was burning inside, and their faces changed immediately. While it's still daytime, we will fight quickly, just go to the next door and set a fire, very soon. In order to cheer everyone up, he immediately made 2 flamethrowers and a dozen incendiary bombs. In the past few days, he did consider adding a little bit of defensive power to everyone in the supermarket. After all, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com just made simple incendiary bombs and bombs. For the current Li Qingyuan, it is definitely a little effort. If all the 200-odd people in the supermarket are now armed, let alone stand for 7 days, even if it is a counterattack to the US military base in the mountains, it is very possible to steal space equipment. After all, these creatures from different dimensions didn't show any special weird ability except for their huge size, and they were almost as powerful as dinosaurs. Otherwise, the army would not be able to slaughter all these alien creatures in a short time. After thinking about it for a long time, he still gave up the idea that seemed so beautiful. Let's not say whether this group of ordinary people who have never come into contact with powerful weapons will use and accidentally injure themselves. With everyone's careful thinking, he dare not give these things that threaten his life. Other people. God knows if these people grasp the power they shouldn't have, they will have any messy and strange thoughts. Chapter 38, Mantis Troll. Under the leadership of Li Qingyuan, David, Ollie, and the other 3 walked out of the supermarket and touched the drugstore next door. Visibility was very low in the fog, but fortunately, the pharmacy was right next to the supermarket. It took only 10 seconds for a group of 6 people to reach the door of the pharmacy. Damn, they didn't even close the door. David couldn't help whispering when he saw the glass door opened wide in the drugstore. How big should the hearts of people in the drugstore be so that they don't close the door when they see such a strange thick fog? But obviously no one will answer this question, because even standing at the door, you can see that there are white silk flocks everywhere inside. It's just a spider's nest here. Ollie swallowed and spit. They have eaten and drank well in the supermarket these days, and they didn't encounter any major difficulties. Suddenly seeing this scene is really impressive. Some can't stand it. Just take a few steps, as long as you make sure that you can burn it all. Li Qingyuan clapped his hands and told everyone. Zzz. A tire-sized parasitic spider suddenly jumped from the ceiling, grinning at the crowd standing in the doorway, seemingly roaring. If you change to someone else, you might be shocked to see such a terrifying monster, but this time the ones who followed were selected from the survivors, and everyone had at least a few skeleton birds in their hands. Life, although this spider is ugly, it is far from the level of deprivation of fighting spirit. David raised the flamethrower in his hand and shot it at the spider. The parasitic spider was about to spin silk to entangle the hotbed in front of him. As a result, he was hit by a high-intensity flame. Squeak! The spider's 8 legs struggled a bit, and there was no movement in an instant. The vitality of these things is actually not tenacious, it can even be said to be a little fragile. Seeing the carbonized spiders, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but think in his mind. If the monsters in the mist are only this level, then maybe the US government in this world can really accomplish the so-called great achievements of opening up the territory in another world. It is true that these monsters are dozens or even hundreds of times larger than the creatures on Earth, but they don't have any special abilities. Just look at the fate of ancient creatures such as blue whales and dinosaurs. If you don't have special abilities and simply rely on large size, unless it can be incredible to the extent that it can only become a living target in front of modern military forces. However, how this task world develops is not what he needs to care about. Let's solve the immediate trouble first. Pay special attention to the ceiling, spiders are lurking creatures. A warning was issued to the hands, and the group of people slowly entered the pharmacy. Call out. An incendiary bomb was thrown directly into the depths, and immediately turned into a green flame when it touched the spider silk. Squeak! In the flames, I don't know how many spiders screamed. These are small spiders that have just hatched. Each is about the size of a coin. The blackness looks quite infiltrating. Hurry up and clean it up. The 2 spiders lurking in the dark and preparing to rush out were burned to death, and the remaining people quickly turned on the burning mode. We are awesome! Looking at the burning drugstore, several people all screamed in excitement. 6 people wiped out thousands of monster spiders. If this spreads out, they will definitely become heroes. Of course, there must be a lot of fish that slip through the net, but it doesn't matter. Wait until the little spiders that ran out grow enough to pose a threat to humans. This mission world should be over. Get out of the way. Just before everyone started to be happy, Li Qingyuan felt a sense of crisis falling from the sky. Without thinking about it, he kicked Oli directly. Crack! A giant sickle 3 meters long passed through the air and rubbed against Oli's calf. Ah! In an instant, several screams were emitted from all around, and the huge monster that suddenly appeared shattered everyone's heroic dreams. Mantis monster. This thing looks very much like a giant praying mantis, but the height of more than 10 meters and the crab claw-like 4 limbs more than 3 meters long are really far from the mantis. Regardless of its size or appearance, this thing is completely different from the 3 scum monsters that have been eliminated. It is definitely a predatory creature. What? David raised his flamethrower and shot it at the monster in the mist. The flame dragon, more than 5 meters long, instantly dissipated the smoke, and the 4 limbs of the mantis monster were directly touched by the flame. It's just that the flame that can carbonize the parasitic spider is not a fatal threat to the giant mantis monster at all. At best, it means that a person is burned by a lighter. Quack! An angry red pepper came out of the mantis monster's mouth, which shook people's eardrums. Well, such a huge creature, even if it doesn't have any special abilities, can be considered a weapon of war with its hard enough shell. Boom! Ollie shot the mantis monster. This little dwarf looked inconspicuous, but in fact he was a master shooter and once won the state shooting championship. At the very least, it's much better than Li Qingyuan's half-hand shot. Quack! The mantis monster that was continuously attacked was angry, and the food in front of it hurt it, which made the mantis monster extremely angry. Just add a meal before the meal, and I was bitten by the food. Get out of the way. Seeing the mantis monster's 4 limbs slashed over again, everyone immediately began to flee. However, compared to the other's huge size, the human legs seem too slow. The speed of the mantid monster is not fast, but if its 4 limbs are fully extended to a full 10 meters long, such a large attack range, unless it is slow to the degree of a sloth, otherwise it is absolutely impossible for a normal person to run away. What? An unlucky person who didn't know his name was caught. www.novel.com. He screamed in the air while staring at Li Qingyuan with hatred. Just now, according to normal circumstances, he should be able to avoid it, but Li Qingyuan directly pushed him, causing him to be caught by the mantis monster's crab claws. No way, Li Qingyuan could only shrug his shoulders looking at the man who was about to be sandwiched in half. If you don't die, then if you calculate it by inertia, the one who died should be David, who can't run fast with the flamethrower on his back. Choose between 1 point and 1 point. Smart people know how to do it well. Anyway, everyone was exhausted just now, and no one except the person knew what he did. The guy David didn't even know that he had just walked around the ghost gate just now, and he felt a little palpitating when he saw the giant monster slowly receding. Chapter 39, coming to an end. Why did it retreat? When the mantis monster's figure slowly disappeared into the fog, David, who was still in shock, asked. No one answered his question, and everyone did not know why the other party retreated. However, Li Qingyuan looked at the direction where the mantis monster was disappearing, frowned, and thought about it. The biological habits of these monsters are very obvious. If there are any senior experts in biology and zoology, they may be able to tame them. The mantis monster just now obviously wanted to come over and add a meal, but I didn't expect that the food would bite people. So after a little consideration, the mantis monster who had received the food directly chose to retreat. Animals' thinking is very simple. Now that they have obtained food for today, they will not prepare more for tomorrow. The male lions on the African grasslands will not kill excess prey in one go, because they also know to maintain a corresponding balance. Obviously, the mantis monster regards this as the next source of food. I think we will be in trouble tomorrow. Back to the supermarket, Li Qingyuan said depressed. Although I feel that I have been thinking too much, considering the urinary nature of the system, this judgment is absolutely valid in all cases. If he doesn't burn the pharmacy next door, he will face endless spiders in the remaining 2 days. But once the pharmacy next door is burned down, you will have to face the praying mantis who came to pray. Anyway, it is the option of choosing one of the two. It is absolutely impossible for oneself to spend the remaining 3 days safely. You have seen that kind of monster, it is absolutely unstoppable with the defense of the supermarket. The mantis monster's 3-meter-long crab claws and its huge size, not to mention that the front of the supermarket is just a glass plate, even if it is all made of concrete, it may not be able to withstand the opponent's attack. We can't let it attack the supermarket. If the defense of the supermarket is broken, then everyone here will not survive. Li Qingyuan said slowly, looking at the survivors around him. But our attack has no effect on it at all. Ollie said with palpitations. Whether it's a flamethrower or a pistol bullet, it can't have a lethal effect on that kind of giant monster, at most it is just repelling it. But we can hurt it and make it scared, otherwise it won't run away today. Although he had guessed the main reason for the mantis monster's withdrawal today, he didn't want to say it. In fact, the best way is to follow Mrs. Camity's method in the original book, throwing 2 people out as sacrifices every day, then the mantis monster who is full will treat everyone in the supermarket as its food reserve, not only will not want to kill, and even protect these people. After all, dead food is definitely not fresh and delicious, right? It's just that Mrs. Carmody can do this kind of thing, but he can't do it. If 2 of these people are asked to die tomorrow, then tonight will be a mess. The pits I dug, I have to jump with tears. I knew I might as well set someone as the leader of a cult. Wouldn't it be much stronger than the present, magnificent person? The army will arrive in a few days at most. We must protect this place. Seeing that everyone was embarrassed, he had to start a new round of chicken soup flicker. Everyone, think about the person you need to protect. Do you face the monster with me like a hero, or stay here like a coward and wait to die? You have also seen the scene in the pharmacy. If those people weren't panicked, they wouldn't have turned into that scene. Now that victory is in sight, how can you give up because of such a small setback? After pouring more than a dozen chicken soups in a row, he finally boosted the morale of the group a little bit. Then, the older one was chosen among the short ones, and a dozen or so guys were selected to go out to meet him tomorrow. Of course, what sounds nice is to welcome the enemy, but in fact it is to give food to the mantis monster. According to the appetite of the mantis monster, it is estimated that 1 person can eat it for a day. Tomorrow I don't know if it is the lucky person who has the honor to be selected by the opponent. On the 4th night, it was calm. I don't know if the mantis monsters really used the people in the supermarket as food reserves. Anyway, no monsters came to harass the whole night, even those iron skeletons. Gone. The next 2 days were frightening, and every morning he would draw out 12 warriors from the supermarket to go out with him to fight the mantis monster, and then take the 2 sacrifices away by the opponent. 2 sacrifices are exchanged for the safety of the entire supermarket owner. This is definitely a very cost-effective business. In fact, 2 smart people like Norton and David have actually guessed in their hearts the intention of the mantis monster and Li Qingyuan's real thoughts of constantly fooling people out to die. But smart people swallowed the truth they had come up with, because David had already fought the mantis on the first day, and Norton was fooled out to fight once the next day. According to the regulations, they the 2 don't have to go out anymore. So since it is not their turn to go out to feed the dog, they certainly will not put themselves in danger for the safety of others. Even if it seems cruel to feed monsters with people every day, for the sake of the overall situation, let a small number of people go out and die. Besides, Police Officer Li takes the lead every day and takes the lead, and other people can only endure no matter how suspicious they are in their hearts. Today is the 7th day. Li Qingyuan said leisurely, looking at the pale weather outside. According to the system's mission instructions, as long as you can persist until noon today, even if the mission is completed, there are only 6 hours left to count. There are now more than 200 survivors in the supermarket, and all the characters in the special plot, except for the tragic death of Mrs. Carmody, all have to live. If you count this, you can get close to 30 attribute points. Although I feel that the system should not allow myself to get so many rewards, read www.yuyukanshu.com, but people always have dreams. Maybe this junk system burned out because of too much memory. 7 days. Sari, who was sleeping next to him, also got up in a mess, and said quite embarrassingly. Her original childhood sweetheart had already sacrificed heroically during the fight against the mantis monster the day before yesterday. A total of 4 people died in these 2 days, including the 3 soldiers. I have to say that this is a very coincidental thing, and there is absolutely no manipulating behind the scenes. After the soldier died, the little girl Sari suddenly felt full of malice from other people, and even the female colleagues who had had the best relationship with her before began to anger her. Everyone knows that this disaster was caused by a test of a military base hidden in the mountain. It is normal for Hengwu and Wuxia to look at the soldiers differently. When the little girl Sally couldn't distinguish the situation, she even dared to speak for the 3 guys, which led to the immediate consequences. Chapter 40, Talk and Laugh and Break the Enemy. Everyone has to pay for his choice, and Sari is no exception. Although everyone did not hate her like they hated the 3 soldiers, it was inevitable to be isolated. So after considering the half-rate, this little girl came directly to Li Qingyuan yesterday. Because she didn't want to be selected out to fight the mantis monster and then make a heroic sacrifice inexplicably. Although it is reasonable to say that the candidates who go out to fight every day are adult men, but according to the number of men remaining in the supermarket, on the 10th day, unless it is for men to do another selection, otherwise, women must be selected. When faced with a life and death crisis, there is no priority for women. Sari feels that with her current relationship in the supermarket, if she is selected to fight the mantis monster, she will definitely become the one who sacrifices heroically. So she immediately grasped the key to the problem and ran to Li Qingyuan to ask for a life-saving talisman. Of course, because the current environment in the supermarket is too bad, even if she throws in her arms, there is actually no substantial relationship between the 2. After all, her square face really doesn't fit Li Qingyuan's aesthetics, but the other party can be regarded as a small-town flower in any case. It is quite comforting to have such a tool that can be used to warm hands with nothing to do. I'll clean up later and go out with me. Li Qingyuan patted Sari's face and told her. What? Sari's face turned pale immediately. Could it be that she didn't work hard enough? An xin follow me, don't think about it. Seeing the other party's desperate expression, Li Qingyuan naturally knew what the other party was thinking, but he didn't bother to say it clearly. He lied to everyone that the government's rescue would only come in 10 days, but according to the system's prompt, the government's rescue force should be back at noon today. According to the urinary nature of the system, there must be a fierce offensive in the morning. If you continue to stay in the supermarket as the previous 2 days, you may be killed by the sudden danger. Since the chick in front of you is so prosperous, it's okay to pull each other when you can. Isn't it because people pay the price to seek protection? Since they have received the money, they have to act, or else they have become profiteers. Sari began to pack things for herself without guarding her house, but seeing her appearance, she felt as if she was going to the execution ground. Wait later, if there is an emergency, you will take your son to run with Ollie in the parking lot. Don't move around when you get in the car. Just stay in the car quietly, said David and Ollie. After coming to give Ji face to face, Li Qingyuan called Norton over again. I told Norton and the person in charge of the supermarket about the underground warehouse at the rear of the supermarket. Only then did he take the 12 hapless people selected by the lottery today and the shivering Sari and walked towards the supermarket door. The few people who were named in the morning felt a little baffling. I don't know why he would say those things to them in a way of explaining the funeral. However, Li Qingyuan didn't want to explain so much. Anyway, his task would be over in 3 or 4 hours. Now he is diversifying his investment. Regardless of emergencies, half of the people can survive. That's enough. Half of them can get more than a dozen points of rewards themselves, and being able to get such rewards in the second world is definitely a qualitative leap. Don't be afraid, the mantis monster has been repelled by us 3 times, and we can still defeat him today. At the cannon fodder behind him, Li Qingyuan opened the supermarket door and walked out. In the past 2 days, the mantis monster has developed a good habit of looking for food at 9 o'clock in the morning every morning. It is now 8:50. Just go out and deal with it for 10 minutes. The cannon fodder scattered and stood apart tremblingly, while Sari clung tightly behind him. 10 minutes later, the mantis monster arrived as expected, but today's number seems to be a little more. How come there are 3? Seeing 3 huge figures slowly emerging in the fog, Li Qingyuan couldn't help but frowned. This system is too spoof. How could there be 3 creatures like the mantis monster that are obviously predatory? This is not in line with biological common sense at all. It's just obvious that the system didn't give him a chance to spit at all. Amidst the dumbfounded expressions of the cannon fodder, 3 mantis monsters and 6 big tongs suddenly drew towards them. The screams were constantly screaming, and the cannon fodder who had been fighting with 2 legs is now screaming again and again, and they can no longer care about the so-called sense of mission. They are all afraid that their parents will give themselves 2 legs, and they are all heading towards the supermarket. Run away! The 3 mantis monsters caught only 1 prey, which is obviously not enough. The 2 mantis monsters who did not grab the prey immediately stepped forward and rushed towards the escaped food. I know these guys are unreliable. Seeing the mantis monster rushing towards the supermarket, Li Qingyuan shrugged helplessly, and it was his turn to take action. In fact, for a creature like the mantis monster, he had already considered the corresponding method 2 days ago. Although this thing is as high as 4 or 5 floors, even a building made of reinforced concrete is vulnerable to modern weapons, not to mention such flesh and blood creatures. The main reason why flamethrowers and pistols cannot cause fatal damage is that their lethality is too small. That thing is more than enough to deal with humans, but it pales in comparison to such a behemoth. However, his ability to explode ghosts is the main way to show it is explosion. Run! Sally yelled quickly when he saw him standing still without moving. Seeing the terrifying behemoth rushing towards him, Yu read www.yuyukanshu.com. Li Qingyuan just smiled slightly, then flicked his hands, and several large chewing gums flew towards the mantis monster. Those were the bombs he had made with simple materials these days. Although they looked bad, they were still quite powerful. The praying mantis monsters don't even have the concept of dodge for the chewing gum flying over. After all, in their cognition, these things are impossible to cause harm to themselves. Boom! The strong explosion shook the cracked glass of the supermarket, and two mantis monsters squeaked directly on the ground. Both of their forelimbs were directly blasted to pieces. The hard forelimbs that can withstand small-caliber pistols are useless in front of high-efficiency explosives. If it were not for Li Qingyuan's limited strength, they could not throw the bomb too far. Now these two mantis monsters it should be lying on the ground. However, even if they were not directly killed, these two praying mantis monsters were not far from death. Without the hard forelimbs to survive, even if they could escape today, they would only become food for other creatures. Chapter 41, I must buy a watch next time. Both Sari's eyes have been rounded, and the terrifying behemoth that everyone talked about in the supermarket was actually wiped out in the blink of a finger. What's more, it's so easy and freehand to eliminate, as if it just killed two mosquitoes. Since the other party possesses such terrifying strength, why bother to fool those people in the supermarket to die? All kinds of conspiracy theories, from exclusion of aliens to weird experiments, popped up in Sari's mind. After all the news about the monsters so far was exposed by Li Qingyuan, and everyone was led by his nose. No one has a clear answer on how this strange fog and these terrifying monsters came about. Calculated based on the horror and suspense movies she has seen, a guy like Li Qingyuan who calls himself Interpol, if he is not the savior, then maybe he is the real master behind the scenes. Feeling that she has seen the truth, Sari shivered all over her body. According to the flow of the movie's plot, is she going to kill her next? It was even further calculated that those people who were killed by monsters in the past few days were also eliminated because they discovered the secrets hidden by the other party. Although the gate of the supermarket is not far behind, she feels that the distance of 10 meters is like a moat. Can he escape his life in the hands of such a big boss behind the scenes? It was too late, and then soon, only a sinful palm was strangling against Sari's neck. What? Sari screamed, is she going to be silenced? It's just that her cry just rushed out of her throat when she was suppressed by a louder sound. Boom! 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 A loud noise came from a distance like thunder, and the ground began to shake like a shallow earthquake. Li Qingyuan dragged Sari to her side, looked at the giant monster that faintly appeared in his sight, and gave a depressed mouth. Just know that the system is not safe. The top boss like the child of the goat has been arranged. Isn't this a deliberate play of people? Run! He yelled to the supermarket, but he didn't know if anyone could hear him amidst the trampling of the goat's son. Crack! The supermarket is like a hollow can, trampled into a flat tin shell by the son of a goat. After shouting that sentence, Li Qingyuan took Sari to turn around and ran away. Facing the existence of the goat's son, which was impossible to contend with, even if he gave up the task reward, he would not rush to fight the opponent. Son of Goat is the name given by sand sculpture netizens to the ultimate boss in the mist. It is said that this thing looks like the evil black goat in the myth of Thulhu, so it was given such a strange code name. Because it is shrouded in the mist, it is impossible to see the whole picture, but the oppressive feeling brought by this thing is absolutely full. 6 long legs like Optimus Prime. Each leg is estimated to be more than 10 meters in diameter. The area of 1 foot is comparable to 2 side-by-side buses. Each foot on the ground will cause various vibrations nearby. Hurt. As for the appearance of the goat's son, if someone is still in the mood to study what the other person looks like in this situation, it is either really awesome or really stupid. Quack! The 2 severely wounded giant monsters screamed sorrowfully. They moved their crippled bodies and wanted to escape quickly, but the severely wounded they couldn't run fast at all, and they were directly stepped on by the righteous iron hooves falling from the sky into a mosaic. The goat's son is like an earthquake dragon in the Jurassic era. There has never been any idea of active killing, but if your life is bad and you are trampled to death, then you can only admit that you are unlucky. Fortunately, because this guy is too big, his movements are a little slow. As long as he pays more attention, he can generally avoid the opposing party's justice. But this kind of thing is easier said than done. After all, the child of the goat has 6 legs. God knows this guy will lift that leg next time. Li Qingyuan felt as if he had become a gopher in the game of beating a mole. A giant hammerhead might fall from the sky at any time, and then he would hammer himself into meat sauce. The chick Sally didn't know where she was going anymore. He didn't pay attention to whether she ran or was trampled to death. There is no way, under the crazy trampling of the goat's son, it is not easy to save his own life. He really has no energy and no ability to manage the lives of others. Obviously the in the system has changed the difficulty, otherwise how could the goat's son catch him chasing him? He ran a W shape for 2 kilometers, but the monster behind still followed his footsteps firmly. He didn't know how many demons and ghosts he had encountered along the way, but under the deterrence of the goat's son, all the monsters scattered and fled. Even if he saw such a prey, he was not in the mood to pray. Of course, there are some Taihanin who dare to stay still, seemingly preparing to guard their newly occupied homeland, and then they become a group of mosaics, completely integrated with the ground. The goat's son is at least 70 meters tall and weighs tens of thousands of tons. Even if it is thrown into the Ultraman series or the world of Godzilla, it can be regarded as an elite monster. In the newcomer map of the fog, I want to find strength and it's really difficult for it to wrestle. System I. While running and cursing, if you say that the appearance of the child of the goat is not systematically blocked from it, no ghost will believe it. Fortunately, all my points have been added to agility, otherwise, wouldn't I have to accompany those mosaics now? In the face of a monster of the goat son level, all defenses are fake. He was planning to find a manhole cover to go directly in, but when he saw that the other party stepped on the entire sewer pipe, he suddenly gave up the terrible idea. I can escape on the ground anyway, if I get buried in the ground, I'll be dead. Running desperately all the way, Li Qingyuan didn't know what time it was. www.novel.com. He deliberately took out his mobile phone to check the time, but the ghost sound behind him made him not free to take out his mobile phone at all. I must buy a watch when I go back this time. Only in this case can he know why the main characters in the movie have to wear a watch. It is true that in this case, it is definitely more convenient to watch the time with a watch than to get a mobile phone. Roar! Woo! Woo! At this moment, several monsters roared suddenly in front of him. Although these sounds are not as powerful as the trampling sounds of the children of goats, they are more powerful than the number of them. There are at least a dozen kinds of sounds to distinguish them from the types of roars. Yes. Hearing the roar of the alien beast from the front, Li Qingyuan, who was a little tired from running for a long time, suddenly brightened his eyes and rushed forward. Chapter 42, Hit Soy Sauce Again. / website visit addresses. In the plot of the movie, the hero David and his team worked hard and finally escaped in the small town, but at the moment of dawn, they lost the courage to continue fighting because of the roar of countless monsters ahead. Pulling out the pistol ended everyone else's lives. At first glance, it may seem that David was too timid and cautious to cause the tragedy, but in reality, putting any ordinary person in David's position would not be able to do better than him. He made the wrong judgment at that time, mainly because of the mismatch of information. God knows the extent of the influence of the fog. As an ordinary person, he can persist in such a strange environment for 3 days without forgetting his original intention. He has reached his endurance limit. However, Li Qingyuan, who is familiar with the plot, knows that according to time, the monsters in front roar. In fact, the army is paying off. Where I can drive over most of the monsters with the C4, I actually don't have much resistance to the regular army. To be honest, if it were not for the system's malicious increase in difficulty, the army should have returned from the counterattack within 2 or 3 days at most. If the United States can't even solve this group of monsters from different dimensions, what kind of strength can be compared everywhere in the world? Roar! A behemoth that looked like a chocobo crashed to the ground. The body, more than 10 meters tall, looks half larger than the mantis monster. But this kind of thing that can definitely be regarded as a prehistoric monster in the cold weapon era, is facing the opposite. The tank rockets were simply vulnerable to a blow. Just a mere round of cannonball sent it directly to heaven. I don't know if these monsters are under the control of heaven, maybe they believe it is the leader. The chocobo that fell suddenly almost disrupted the rhythm of his escape, but now he doesn't have to worry too much about the death chain behind him. Because even though the distance was quite far away, he felt that he seemed to hear the yelling from the opposite side. A group of soldiers are slaughtering monsters with weapons in their hands, but although they have killed many monsters beyond their imagination in the past few days, everyone did not expect that they could see a living hill here. A strange beast that is 10 or 20 meters away, even if it looks terrifying, it can hypnotize itself in the heart anyway. This thing has appeared on the earth before, isn't the dinosaur that big? But the behemoth of 7 or 80 meters, there is no way to explain it with so-called science. This thing will be crushed by one's own weight wherever it stands. Fire. Although the appearance of the goat son caused great mental pressure on the US military, after a brief stupor, the commander immediately issued the order to attack. The order they received was to destroy all the alien beasts, and the thing in front of them was obviously the boss of the alien beasts, so of course it was an absolute target to be destroyed. The howling artillery fired at the son of goat instantly, and all the soldiers immediately took out the strongest heavy firepower they had on hand, and blasted the hills ahead regardless. The sky broke and the earth broke, and the dense fog was washed away by the flames of the explosion. Li Qingyuan shrank under the chocobo's corpse and squatted on the ground. The American soldiers didn't care about his hostage's life or death, but directly attacked the goat's son. Of course, it is very possible that the soldiers did not see him at all. After all, no one would pay attention to an ant under the hill, right? Besides, even if you find him, you will still attack if you want to come across. If the goat son rushed to the front of the battlefield, it would not be solved with a few lives. The son of the goat, who was bombed by the anti-tank armor-piercing projectile, uttered an angry roar, which even covered the roar of artillery fire. The different dimensional creatures really followed the setting that the larger the body, the stronger the ability, and the armor-piercing bullets that can easily kill other alien beasts hit the goat's body, but it only blows up its shell. A wound of 4 or 5 meters deep is absolutely fatal to other alien beasts. In terms of human beings, it is estimated that even hundreds of people will be sent directly to the west by a single cannonball, but such a terrifying injury is for the huge body of the goat son. Death is a skin trauma. The angry goat son rushed towards the army position in front, not caring about the little ants under his feet. Attack, continue to attack. Seeing a mountain rushing towards you, if you are not afraid, it is a ghost. It is simply unreasonable that humans in various special films can still fight against behemoths the size of mountains. Not to mention those terrifying behemoths, even if a dog suddenly rushes towards you, your instinctive reaction will be avoided. After reluctantly bombing for another round, the entire US military position collapsed directly. Facing a monster that couldn't be killed at all, they didn't have the guts of Superman to control it with their bodies. Besides, relying on the tonnage of the goat's son, wanting to rely on human power to control it is completely wishful thinking. Hey! The goat's son let out an angry roar. He just came out for a walk, and was wounded by a group of ants into this ghostly appearance. This made it the first to put his face in the misty swamp. By the way, why did you come here? The goat's son, who broke down the military defense line and squashed several main battle tanks by the way, began to reflect with its huge head. Why did he do it? It seems that I saw an interesting ant, so I followed him and tried to trample him to death? What about that ant? His eyes widened and he was about to look for Li Qingyuan's son of the goat, carefully searching on the ground, but after a frantic bombardment by the US military just now, the land here was overturned. www.novel.com. I want to find a hole that has been dug. Li Qingyuan, who went deep into the ground, couldn't be so easy. Boom! With a sound burst in the air, the latest ghost bomber aimed at the goat son and pressed the launch button. 2 heavy bombs instantly penetrated into the goat's body. Compared with the toys launched by the land force just now, these 2 heavy bombs are the real big killers. Only one can destroy hills hundreds of meters high, and it can be said to be the strongest killer second only to nuclear weapons. If this thing can't be killed, then you really can only use the final weapon. Of course, it is best to not use the final weapon. No matter how remote the small town of Wilaya is, it is also the territory of the United States. If you light fireworks at your own home, the media of other countries know about it, and you don't know what will happen. What's up in mind? Hey! A violent sound came out of the goat's child, the extremely hard shell suddenly tore apart, and the huge mountain-like body crashed to the ground. Chapter 43, Limited Value Added. AceWho.com website visit address is. The final reward is being settled. When Li Qingyuan finally crawled out of the ground, the system finally gave him good news. He almost thought that he was going to be buried underneath just now, relying on the support of willpower, so he didn't pass out. But now he is also quite miserable, blood is leaking from his ears and nose, and he is obviously suffering a very serious internal injury. Although hiding in the ground can avoid most of the explosion damage, but the aftermath of the 2 heavy bombs just now almost shook him to death. That kind of top-level killer can effectively kill targets within 60 meters underground. If it weren't for the explosion in the goat child, Li Qingyuan would definitely be dead now. Personal strength is really too fragile in the face of modernized weapons, not to mention his current strength is not as good as ordinary agents, even the guy from Thor, he has to kneel when he wants to eat a ground bomb in front of him. Main mission, survive. Mission objective, survive for 7 days, the mission has been completed, there is no reward for the mission. Second mission 1, for every 10 residents of the small town survived, you will get 1 free attribute point. Now the number of remaining townspeople in Valia town is 37, and the host will get 3 free attribute points. Side mission 2, for every additional key character surviving, you will get 1 extra free attribute point. At present, the supermarket manager Ollie and the lawyer Norton survive, and 2 additional free attribute points are awarded. Yes, after a long time of trouble, I only got 5 attributes, which is really embarrassing. The goat son directly smashed the supermarket, and then the various alien beasts who heard the news carried out a crazy slaughter on the supermarket, and it was already very rare to survive more than 30 people. As for the black lawyer Norton, who should have died long ago, survived, it can only be said that he may have a natural protective color. It's a pity that Sari's little girl still died like in the plot, and I don't know if she was trampled to death on the way or was thrown into the monster pile. Although he had only gained 5 attributes, which was far from his own expectations, his ability to save his life was already considered the best reward. All points are added to physique. Feeling black in front of his eyes, Li Qingyuan said without hesitation. He didn't faint by relying solely on his breath now, and he was not ready to accumulate the attribute points this time. It was the truth to add the constitution first. No matter when, a strong body is the most reliable guarantee. As his physique rose directly from 5 to 10, he immediately felt a steady flow of power from his limbs. The original feeling of dizziness at any time immediately turned into a faint dizziness, and the broken internal organs seemed to have healed automatically. Of course, this is simply an illusion in his mind, that the 10-point constitution has not yet escaped the category of ordinary people, that is, the wound healing speed is slightly faster than others. Hidden reward, because the protagonist caused up to 17% of the auxiliary damage to the final boss of the mist, the auxiliary skill is hereby rewarded, limited value added, incomplete version. When did you cause so-called harm to the goat son? Scratching his scalp, Li Qingyuan felt that this happiness came really inexplicable. I was only chased and killed by the goat son all the way, how could the system judge that I became an assistant? But this problem can be considered slowly, first look at what this auxiliary skill is. Limited value added, incomplete version. You can use your own life force to summon evil creatures to fight for you. Because it is an incomplete version, you can only summon mosquitoes at present. Oh. What kind of trouble is this skill? Seeing the limited value added of this incomplete version, Li Qingyuan was immediately confused. Because the skill was directly instilled in his mind, he instantly understood the power of this skill. Isn't this the worm's secret technique of the oil female clan in a certain ninja legend? He can summon bugs to bite people at the cost of vitality, but according to his current physique, he can summon dozens of mosquitoes at most every day. If it exceeds this amount, it will exceed the limit of its own resilience, resulting in some irreversible damage to the body. Moreover, these summoned mosquitoes are no different from the mosquitoes in the real world. It is simply wishful thinking to expect them to harm the enemy. Dozens of mosquitoes, if used to deal with ordinary people, can sting a bag full of each other, but can it be so troublesome to deal with ordinary people? It's really sighing that it's better not to give it after all my hardships in exchange for such a waste skill. The host can still stay in this world for 2 hours. Will he return now? The system beep continued to ring. Stay? Return? Seeing the corpses scattered on the hills in front of him, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a little melancholy. Should I bring some souvenirs home? After thinking about it for a while, he still gave up the idea of picking up 2 pieces of debris and going back. The goat child didn't seem to have any special abilities, and its corpse was brought back to remove trouble for himself, and it seemed to have no effect at all. After all, based on the experience of the last trip, if he now goes back, he will definitely appear directly in his newly opened antique shop, and there is still a senior Hydra agent waiting for him in the shop. If the other party saw him appear with a bunch of monster corpses in the blink of an eye, God knows what strange reaction that guy will make. So after picking and choosing for a long time, he found an amber crystal about the size of a fist from a pile of corpses, and put it into his pocket after being protected. Although I don't know what this thing is, it still looks pretty. Going back to the laboratory, if it is not harmful, you can polish it and place it in your shop. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Even if the antique shop is just a trick he used to hide his identity, there is a heart to become a great in every puja heart. Even if it can't be the #1 grocery store in the 10,000 worlds, it will be shocked when people come. So that anyone who comes here will give pointers to the products in their stores. Do you want to save yourself? There was a roar of machinery in the distance, which should be the second batch of cannon fodder troops sent by the US Army after seeing that the behemoth had died. Who? A group of horrified birds originally carried out the mission with the feeling of going to lay, but the observer found that there seemed to be a figure on the wreckage of the monster and did not know what to do. This discovery surprised all the soldiers. There are still living people in this place? However, Li Qingyuan didn't bother to have anything to do with the US military in this world, and disappeared directly in their stunned expressions. Chapter 44, Temporary Worker. / website visit address is. Mr. Li. Grant Ward felt a little hairy. What do you mean by this kid holding his hand so tightly? As a veteran agent, Ward has encountered various distress scenarios, and every time he can rely on his own strength to overcome danger. But now, he felt a deep fear spreading from the bottom of his heart. The other party took his hand and refused to let go, and there was a strange smile on his face. Could it be that he had any thoughts about himself? As the top male model in the Secret Service industry, Ward has always been very proud of his handsome appearance and body. When completing certain tasks, he will also resort to old-fashioned tactics such as beautiful male tactics. But Ward dare to swear to God that his sexual orientation is absolutely normal. Okay. Li Qingyuan reacted to Ward's shout. No way, from shaking hands to being teleported and then staying in the mist for 7 days and then being teleported back, the twists and turns of the middle story are enough to write a short story of 50,000 words. Mr. Ward, where did we talk? He quickly released Ward's palm. He didn't want to have too much physical contact with the ugly man in front of him. You said that if you come to a beautiful woman with long legs and a hidden weapon, it will be enough to hold hands for a while. What can you say to this ugly man? I am Grant Ward from the Bureau of National Land Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Support. To put it bluntly, our bureau leaders value your skills and are ready to invite you to join us. Ward feels that the guy opposite is here. Fuck yourself, why doesn't the other party remember what you just said? But considering his task, he endured his temper and repeated it. Well, may I ask, Mr. Ward, do you hire people so casually now? Although you know Shield. No, I was wrong, it was Snake Shield. Although the Snake Shield Bureau often recruits some people who are idle in society to join, but at any rate this is also a hidden international intelligence agency, and ordinary people do not know the existence of such an agency. And now the other party is standing in front of him and discussing solicitation issues so grandly, it feels like having breakfast on the side of the road, and the two old men at the next table are chatting about the latest rocket model data. This style of painting feels very wrong. It is said that under the suspicious leadership of that black bald head, isn't the entire Snake Shield Bureau going in a sneaky style? If it weren't for this Grant Ward who was definitely an elite of Snake Shield according to his memory, he would have doubted whether the other party was pretending to be SHIELD to defraud. Our Bureau's purpose of employing people has always been to employ people without doubt. You have excellent skills and your resume is clean and innocent, so I think you will distinguish between the priorities. The main reason for waiting until today is to recruit Lee Ching-yuan. It is Garrett who is using his authority to investigate the 3 generations of his ancestors these days. According to the information, Lee King-yuan's predecessor had hardly any black spots. Apart from not knowing that he had learned so superb bomb technology from there were no problems at all. If it was Nick Fury who came to make a judgment, then he would definitely think that there was no problem as the biggest problem. Then he sent someone to investigate Lee Ching-yuan for 24 hours, and waited 2 months after no abnormality was found. We'll directly arrest him for interrogation. Don't doubt, this is Heitanta's logical thinking. In his eyes, everyone in the world is a hidden super criminal or alien spy, and it is absolutely correct to catch all suspects. But Garrett doesn't have so many worries. The old man is in urgent need of manpower, especially the direct staff under his command, so it doesn't matter whether Lee King-yuan's bomb technology was learned from others or figured out by himself, anyway, as long as he can use it for his own use, then even if he really is something super it doesn't matter to criminals. Is there a villain organization bigger than Hydra in this world? When it comes to crime, we Hydra are professional. I had a good chat with the immediate boss codenamed Clairvoyance about benefits and other issues. After signing a contract, Lee Ching-yuan immediately became a peripheral agent of SHIELD under Hydra. There is no preparation and no certificate, but Clairvoyance stated that he is a non-staff personnel. Although he does not enjoy the 5 social insurance and 1 housing fund of a formal agent, he has additional privileges that a formal employee does not have. For example, if Lee Ching-yuan did something illegal in the future, then the boss can be responsible for helping clean up the files in the database. Of course, if he was caught in the course of the crime, Clairvoyance said that he would never admit that he was a non-staff employee. Temporary workers, isn't that just about being up for something and just throwing it away for fun? Garrett is not a qualified villain, because the old man actually fought for the beliefs in his heart for the first half of his life. The reason why he abandoned his secrets when he was old was mainly because of his unhappiness and severe physical degradation, and he was forced to be helpless. Into the big family of Hydra. However, as the so-called blackening doubled, the whitening weak 3-pointer, Garrett, who has just blackened, is now in the upswing period of his career. It just happens that Lee King-yuan's strength is still very weak, and it is definitely good to use him as a springboard. As for the future, when he is brushing a few copies and has the ability to protect himself, Hydra is a younger brother. Not to mention Garrett who is pretending to be a fool, even the guy with the black charcoal head can let him lie on the ground to learn to meow. Forget it, it's better to be safe and not too arrogant. After sending away the fellow ward, Li Qingyuan collapsed weakly in the newly bought chair. The transmission this time was too unexpected, he didn't even prepare for it. During the misty days, he didn't rest at all. Although there are just a bunch of ordinary people in the supermarket www.novel.com, there are countless monsters outside. Besides, with his body at that time, if someone really had any crooked thoughts, he would be a living target when he was asleep. Unlike those agents who have been trained for many years, he is an ordinary person. If Ward hadn't taken the initiative to show up, Li Qingyuan would never have found him. This is why Garrett dares to believe him so easily. Ward reported to him that with Li Qingyuan's vigilance, he could kill him at any time. Li Qingyuan didn't care what those people thought, after all, every boss was upgraded from the new village mobs. Pooh! Every hero grew up from an unknown passerby. I am still in the developmental stage of wretchedness, and being underestimated is just a good thing, not a bad thing. Chapter 45, School Season. I hate it. Pietro pulled his collar a little irritably, his face full of frustration. Today is the New Year's school day. After 2 weeks of joy like a swan wild dog, he and Wanda were sent to the community school by Li Qingyuan together, and they began to study K5, which is the 5th grade of elementary school. For this reason, Pietro went on a hunger strike at home for several days in protest. He didn't like to go to school. When he was in Sokovia before, he would sneak out of school every time to play. After finally changing his environment, he actually had to go to school. Going to study really made him feel the malice from the world. However, his hunger strike was of no effect at all, because Li Qingyuan never saw it. He is now busy exercising his coordination skills and thinking about the future plans for the next step. If he has a little free time, he has to improve Wanda's favorability. Who has the spare time to care if Pietro is on a hunger strike? Besides, even if he did discover it, he wouldn't care if he wanted to. What should I do if the child does not eat? Mostly it's idle, just have a fight. As a staunch Huaguo parent, reserve, Li Qingyuan firmly believes that a filial son is born under a stick. This is how he was beaten out anyway. As for this sentence, is there any reliable scientific basis? Didn't Lao Tzu also live so much without disease? This is the most effective scientific basis. Stop talking nonsense, if you dare to skip class, I will interrupt your leg. Li Qingyuan said viciously. He is depressed now. Pietro still dared to be awkward here, just because he wouldn't beat him? Sending Wanda to school today made him very upset. According to his original plan, a person as terrifying and dangerous as the Scarlet Witch must be closely monitored by himself, and remember not to let her out of his sight. After all, according to the original work, Wanda in the runaway state is a very dangerous existence, and often causes many problems that endanger the world when the energy is out of control. Although Wanda is only a soft and cute 10-year-old. No, 11-year-old Lori, but God knows when the abilities in her body will explode. In the movie, Wanda has superpowers because of the guidance of the spiritual gem, but according to the power shown by the Scarlet Witch in the later period, it does not seem to be explained by the guidance of the spiritual gem alone. Just like the Captain Marvel with a square face, he has the strength to single out Thanos after being blown up by the space gem. This is really child's play. You should know that Thanos has mastered several infinite gems, even the long-term holders of spiritual gems. As a result, I was slammed by 2 women who had become talented at once. This is really looking down on my purple potato Thanos. It's just that what Marvel destroys is setting, and it's no surprise that no matter how unbelievable things happen, if you get entangled in such trivial matters, that day will not be too much. After a month of recuperation, Wanda is now more refreshing, much more beautiful than when he was in Sokovia. After all, eating well these days and sleeping well these days, the material conditions in New York are much stronger than Sokovia, not to mention that Lee Ching-yuen supplements Wanda at no cost, making her feel like blowing her breath these days. Grow up. The victim had to quietly recite the Diamond Sutra every night, which suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. Now he wants to send such a tender cabbage to the school. To be honest, he can't bear it. Everyone knows that the primary and secondary schools in the United States are a mess. It is a commonplace for teenage boys to fall in love at school. Although Wanda shouldn't let him worry about it, it's hard to tell what other wild boars think. But it is impossible for Wanda and Pietro to drop out of school. Let alone the idle and boring volunteers in American neighborhoods, they will register and investigate the school-age children in all households. From the standpoint of Wanda alone, this is not advisable. I can't keep her at home, right? I am not a pervert. Therefore, after thinking about it for a long time, Lee Ching-yuen could only hold back the grief in his heart and gave Wanda and Pietro a certificate of admission. This gentleman, it is wrong to use violence against children. Hearing Lee Ching-yuen's threat to interrupt Pietro's leg, the caring person next to him immediately persuaded him. Today is the day when the school starts. Many parents will send their children to study. Lee Ching-yuen, a Chinese descent with 2 blonde-eyed children, came to report. It naturally attracted the attention of many people. By the way, many people began to speculate about them. The relationship between the 3 is gone. After all, the ages of the 3 of them seem a bit weird. It is absolutely impossible to say that they are father and son, but brothers and sisters? The pedigree of this family is too messy. Just for fun, how could I beat him? Lee Ching-yuen stretched out his hand and pressed Pietro's head, and said with a smile. Pietro's eyes lit up when he heard this. He heard that the United States has very strict regulations on domestic violence. Doesn't he won't be beaten even if he skips class? Boy, if you dare to skip class, give me a try. But before he could be happy, he heard a voice in his ears. Pietro turned his head to look, and saw that someone's hideous face was fading from his eyes. Feeling the pressure on his neck, Pietro nodded wildly. I will definitely study hard. Not bad. Lee Ching-yuen smiled and leaned to his ear when he saw that this kid had finally learned. I'm optimistic about Wanda, and report to me immediately if anything goes wrong. Guru. Pietro swallowed, and then looked at someone with contempt. www.novel.com. This is the reason why you forced me to come to school, right? It's just that after the frantic death temptation just now, Pietro now knows that if he dared to say this sentence, the broken leg is probably light. So he can only nod his head in a serene way, thinking in his heart that he is oppressed. By the way, Pietro also made a plan for himself, to have the opportunity to speak ill of someone in front of Wanda, so that the guy's wishful thinking would come to nothing. After finishing the lesson, Lee Ching-yuen gave Wanda a word of frustration, worrying exactly like those old fathers who sent his daughters to school. Seeing that the 2 children were sent to school, he left the school. It has been 10 days since I met Ward last time, and it is time to continue my upgrade task. It's already 2007, an Iron Man may appear at any time, and the Earth will soon enter the age of superhero explosion. If you don't upgrade, you won't even be able to count as cannon fodder in the future. Chapter 46, Weak Hero. AceWho.com website visit address is Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen, also known as West Midtown, is an area on the west coast of Manhattan, New York. It is the most famous slum in Manhattan and a breeding ground for gangsters. In countless Marvel works, Hell's Kitchen is the protagonist's new village, and it is no exception for Lee Ching-yuen. It is true that there are many superheroes or supercriminals in New York for him to choose from, but after considering the strength of the opponent and the difficulty of the copy, he feels that he should come to the newcomer village to nest. Of course, the famous Iron Man and Spider-Man do not need to be introduced. These 2 can be described as Marvel's 2 banners. If you contact them, it is at least S-level difficult to start compared to the dungeon world. Even though Spider-Man deals with a group of street gangsters every day, he thinks he is a bully. In fact, the seemingly humble little spiders are from the top heroes. So even if he has found Richard Parker's information through the internet, he knows which suspected senior agent of SHIELD had died 2 or 5 years ago. His only son Peter Parker is now living in Queens. At the age of 7 this year, I am in the 2nd grade of elementary school. But Lee Ching-yuen didn't even have the slightest idea to provoke a little spider. Spider-Man has a spider sensor, and he can lift a 25-ton truck with his bare hands. Even if he is hit by a galloping subway, he won't be injured. He has a small physique. Blended into a copy of the same level as Spider-Man, I'm afraid that I don't even know how to write the death word. As for the spider genetic heritage that Richard Parker left to his son, that thing is bound by DNA, and the whole world is only useful to Peter Parker. Others will definitely die if they use it. Therefore, it is better to stay away from the opponent as far as possible, and wait until the strength is enough to brush the Spider-Man dungeon. After excluding these 2 Marvel superheroes, there are actually many hidden bosses in New York. For example, Stephen Strange, an expert in neurosurgery who has just started to become famous, is like the generation of Ant-Man Hank Pym who is living at home. It's just the same, compared to Lee King-yuen's current strength, the ranks of these people appear to be higher. It stands to reason that the shame of the 2 Avengers, Black Widow and Hawkeye, is definitely my best choice right now, but these 2 guys, as the confidants of Nick Fury, want to meet them. It is not an easy task. So after 10 days of research, he finally chose the simplest copy. League of Defenders. This is a series about 4 street heroes. The 4 street heroes are Daredevil Matthew Murdock who pretends to be blind. They become Jessica Jones who cannot be offended by others for several years. Fang experimented with the transformation to obtain Luke Cage, who gained thick-skinned ability, and Danny Rand, the Iron Fist of the rich second-generation 3-legged cat Kung Fu. Since Grant Ward, the guy who only appeared in Agents of SHIELD, exists in reality, there is no reason why League of Defenders will be obliterated, right? Compared with other famous heroes and villains, the 4 guys in the League of Defenders can be said to be completely models of the weak chicken world. The 4 people teamed up to deal with one hand and the team was beaten to lose their armor and abandon the army. In the end, they relied on the protagonist's aura. Only to win is a clear stream in the superhero world. But now he needs to find a test product. Naturally, the weaker the better. If it weren't for the chance to meet Harpy without disturbing Iron Man, he would like to see if he could trigger any dungeon plot on Harpy. With Happy's skill, if it can really trigger a dungeon, it is definitely a 0-level world that can be used to score points. Although the League of Defenders can be regarded as small and famous, it is really difficult to find them. Luke Cage's name seemed to have been changed after the opponent acquired superpowers. No one knew what it was called before. According to the current time period, the opponent should still be studied in the military base. An Iron Fist Danny Rand is still practicing in the legendary Kunlun, and will never want to see people in 3 to 5 years. As for Jessica Jones, I still remember that the little girl seemed to be high school classmates with Spider-Man. By the way, the name was changed later. So after searching the internet for several days, he also found information about Daredevil alone. Of course, if someone like Garrett asks for help, with the qualifications of the 8th level SHIELD veteran, he can naturally find all the information he wants, and even arrange a meeting with Hawkeye or Black Widow. But doing so will make himself too passive. Even if he slowly finds someone on his own, it is better than letting the other person master his own thoughts. Matthew Murdock. A blind man who pretends to be blind all day long. No, I was wrong. A blind man who is really blind. Matthew's father is a boxer. He has practiced boxing hard since he was a child. In addition, this kid is very clever, and he will definitely become an all-rounder in civil and military when he grows up. It's a pity that when this guy was a teenager, he didn't believe in evil and helped an old man and was mistaken. Well, when he was a child, Matthew was very caring. When he saw a car about to hit an old man, he was so hot that he rushed up and knocked the old man away. The old man was directly hit by Matthew and became disabled. By the way, Matthew himself was sprayed into his eyes by the chemicals pulled from the car. From then on, little Matthew said goodbye to the colorful world, and his eyes went blind. But as the saying goes, when God closes a door, he will definitely smash a wall. Although Matthew is blind, he has super senses. Although Matthew's super senses are a younger brother compared to Spider-Man's spider sensing, considering that one is the son of Marvel and the other is raised by a stepmother, there is no comparison between the two. Besides, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is quite remarkable compared to ordinary people. His super hearing can hear people's heartbeat within 20 meters, and his super touch can touch the contents of books with his fingers. The super smell definitely exceeds the police drug detection dog, and the super taste can directly taste the food. All seasonings are divided into proportions. By the way, if Daredevil goes to those restaurants or food processing factories to hit the ground, wouldn't he be able to immediately grasp the various secret recipes of others? Relying on the super senses and the results of secretly following an apprenticeship with a wretched old man at night, Matthew Murdock can definitely be regarded as a superhero now. Of course, it's the countdown one. After all, he does not have the invulnerable physique nor the weird power to smash a car with one punch. Matthew may be considered a very remarkable existence for ordinary people, but in fact, let alone encounter those famous villains, even if he comes, he doesn't necessarily win a squad of special forces. Do you think there is such a weak superhero in this world? Chapter 47, Stepmother. AceWho.com website visit address is Matthew Murdock. This guy has not yet become a brave man, but his reputation on the internet is not small. After all, a blind man who can graduate from Columbia University's law department is definitely more famous than those who come from some messy talent shows. If it weren't for Matthew's dislike of being too public, based on his story, he could definitely become a model in the inspirational world, and it would not be a problem to run for the Manhattan District Councilor. The current Ma Xianxian is working hard in his apartment. After graduating from the law department and getting the lawyer's qualification certificate, they are two completely different concepts. Although lawyers are a high-paying profession, Matthew is a pauper. Even the tuition fees of college rely on student loans. Besides, this kid has been sympathetic since he was a child. The reason why he wants to be a lawyer is not to value the lawyer's ability to make money, but to appeal for the innocent in a fair manner. So it is only natural that he is a high-achieving student who graduated from Columbia University, but can only live in a shabby place like Hell's Kitchen. A total of $45 sincere benefits. The bearded taxi driver said to Li Qingyuan, who was about to get off the bus. After sending the two Wanda brothers and sisters to school, he brought all his equipment and took a taxi to Hell's Kitchen, ready to meet the Daredevil for a while. Why take a taxi instead of driving? Now the GPS global navigation system has not been widely popularized. With the cumbersome and complicated roads of New York, do you think that a foreigner who has just arrived here for less than half a month can recognize the way? Besides, this ruined place in Hell's Kitchen has always been known for the chaos of law and order. He didn't want to run to meet Daredevil and then came back to find that his new car had been stolen. Sir, give you a piece of advice, no matter what you are here for, it is best not to stay here past 6 in the afternoon. The taxi driver who collected the money did not leave immediately, but advised him. Thank you for your kindness, I just came to see a friend. Li Qingyuan thanked the driver for his friendly reminder. The Hell's Kitchen in the daytime looks no different from the outside world, except that the building is slightly dilapidated. Other aspects are similar. There are open shops everywhere on both sides of the road. People of all kinds are waiting here for leisure and shopping. You can see that this is the hotbed of crime in Manhattan, the new village of Marvel World. But these are just appearances. The Hell's Kitchen is different from the Queen's area next door. During the day, it is absolutely a piece of singing, dancing, and prosperity, but at night, forget it, he's not here to fight crime anyway. According to the information obtained from the internet investigation, the guy Matthew Murdoch should be living in an old apartment in the 3rd alley on the corner of 48th Street. Although I don't know exactly on which floor Matthew lives, he does. The road is under the mouth, a blind man, and a blind man of top talent. No matter where it is definitely the most attractive scenery. Who are you looking for? Matthew opened the door in surprise, feeling the guy who appeared in front of his door with his mind. The other party asked about his residence 2 blocks away 5 minutes ago, which made Matthew feel very puzzled. He is now just a trainee lawyer who is studying hard at home and preparing to go to the test. Because of the exam, he has no energy to go out every night, and the name of Daredevil has not yet been hit. So Matthew really couldn't understand, why would someone come to him specifically? Hello, nice to meet you. Seeing Matthew who appeared in front of him with sunglasses, Lee Ching-yuan stretched out his hand happily. I have to say that Daredevil looks pretty good, even if he doesn't look like a good person with sunglasses in broad daylight, but whether it's the vicissitudes of the opponent's face or the upright body, he can definitely seduce him. Woman. It seems that this guy is blind, but he is very good in terms of femininity. It is even said that this guy and Marvel's first sister, Black Widow, have many stories that have to be told. But considering the chaotic private life of the Widow sister, it is really not easy to find a few of the Marvel superheroes that have nothing to do with her. Are you going to shake my hand? After a little dazed, Matthew asked uncertainly. Although in the super tactile senses, he had long felt that the other party had stretched out a hand, but Matthew knew that his current person was blind, and the blind would not be able to sense other people's movements casually. So he directly chose to play stupid. Yes, Mr. Murdoch. Lee Ching-yuan kept the smile on his face, and began to scorn the blind man pretending to be blind in front of him. Matthew's ears moved slightly, and he felt that the other's heartbeat seemed to speed up a little bit, which made him feel completely puzzled. A person who has never met suddenly appears at your door, or came here specifically to look for you, no matter who will feel dazed. It's just that he didn't feel malice from the opponent, so after thinking for 2 seconds, Matthew still stretched out his hand. The host came into contact with the node character Matthew Murdoch and opened the 3rd transfer qualification. The system's IC beep came as expected, and Lee Ching-yuan couldn't help shaking his hands with excitement. Feeling the strength from the opponent's palm, Matthew was a little baffled. How is this going? If you don't agree with each other, use your force? Are you going to come and test your grip strength? Judging from the sound of the heartbeat, the guy in front of me seems to be much stronger than the average person, but why does the other person come to try? Naturally, Lee Ching-yuan didn't know Matthew's thoughts. His current timeline should have been directly frozen by the system. With the familiar feeling of dizziness, Lee Ching-yuan consciously closed his eyes immediately after reading www.yuyuganshu.com. It's just that while teleporting, he couldn't help but start to wonder. Matthew Murdoch, as a superhero with 1 independent film and 3 independent TV series, even if he is weak, but the traffic is placed here, it can be regarded as a keynote figure by the system. But Grant Ward is just a villain who appeared in the TV series. I currently encounter 4 characters in Marvel's plot. Wanda, Ward, Matthew. All 3 people have their own exclusive world, which makes people really puzzled. Pietro, is that kid really raised by a stepmother? Today is New Year's Eve, and Stellar wishes everyone a new year. By the way, I would like to ask a proposition. How can I persuade my parents not to go to a so-called family gathering under the current situation of the raging novel coronavirus? Chapter 48, Pirates of the Caribbean. / website visit address is blue sky, white clouds. The breeze blew through the palm trees and made a crisp sound. It was really a picturesque scenery. Compared to the world that I traveled through the previous 2 times, the environment this time is much better than the previous 2 times. Just such a small holiday island like a fairyland, it was at least a 6A level scenic spot. The clear sea is crystal clear, the blue sky is cloudless, and every breath is so sweet and fragrant. Living in this kind of paradise on earth can live a few years longer. Of course, the premise is that you can find food. Li Qingyuan depressedly gnawed the chocolate in his hand. Fortunately, he bought a lot of snacks to coax Wanda to go to school this morning. Otherwise, he might become the first Infinite Stream host to be starved to death in the dungeon world. It has been 4.5 hours since he came to this small island, but now, let alone the figure, there is no mission. This made him have to wonder, is that system ready to just throw itself on the desert island and wait for death? Although this island looks beautiful and very suitable for vacation and retirement, it is actually not suitable for human living. The size of the entire island is about tens of thousands of square meters, which is about the size of a residential area. If you have enough crop seeds, you might be able to cultivate wasteland here and grow some wheat or something. Wrong. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shook his head. I have come to experience life in an infinite world and bonus points. How can I become a desert island farmer? In other words, is it possible that he has traveled to Robinson Crusoe? You were still on this island before, right? We can escape from this island just like you did before. Just as Li Qingyuan wondered what dungeon world he was thrown into, a slightly impatient female voice suddenly heard from behind. Where to escape? How to escape, dear young lady? The boat has already driven away, unless you can get the rudder and sail out of your clothes, otherwise hey. The two who were arguing suddenly found Li Qingyuan in front of him, and the man immediately let out a strange exclamation. Main quest, the Pirate Emperor. This is a chaotic world, the struggle between mankind and the sea is endless, now it's time to make a break. Mission, become the Pirate Emperor. Task reward, 10 free attribute points, random upgrade of a certain skill quality. Side goal, defeat the British Royal Fleet. Task reward, 5 free attribute points, proficient in water skills. The system's task prompt was finally late, and by the way, Li Qingyuan knew the world he was in now. But there is no need for the system to explain it. After all, after seeing this iconic smoky face, he already recognized what the world was here. Pirates of the Caribbean. Compared with the small cost and small produced movies like The Mist, Pirates of the Caribbean can definitely be regarded as an epic masterpiece. Captain Jack relied on this series to directly reach the top of the world's top male stars. If not for the later Iron Man relied on the Marvel series to come from behind, Germany Captain Pu may continue to win the box office list. It's just that Li Qingyuan has some doubts in his heart, why he was thrown into this world. After all, in terms of popularity or strength, Daredevil Matthew Murdock is no match for Pirates of the Caribbean. It seems that the Pirates of the Caribbean world does not seem to be dangerous. The current era should be in the early 18th century. All the weapons are flintlocks and slide guns, which can be said to be old and funny. The most important thing in fighting these years is the hand-to-hand ability of soldiers. It will take at least 100 years before the transition from cold weapons to hot weapons can be truly completed. If this is just a normal historical script, then with his current attributes, even if he can't lie down to win, there is no difficulty. Name, Li Qingyuan. Race, male terrestrial. Strength, 4, 5. Agility, 8, 5. Constitution, 10, 5. Spirit, 8, 5. Title, Lao Li Next Door. Skills, Demolition Ghost Talent, Limited Value Added, Incomplete version. Unfortunately, this is a magical world. Not to mention the appearance of a god-defying creature like the sea god Trident in the latest plot, just those things that appeared in the first few movies, and it is not his current small arms and legs that can contend. Look what I found! When Li Qingyuan was still trying to swift his current mission to the entire Pirates of the Caribbean World line, the smoky makeup man, also known as Captain Jack Sparrow, had already begun to speak. Although I don't know why I met an Oriental on this deserted island, but Captain Jack reached the master-level negotiation ability, which was definitely not blown out, and he made a judgment in an instant. An Oriental who was also exiled here, can you give me a little bit of the food in your hand? Captain Jack swallowed while looking at the chocolate in Li Qingyuan's hand. Elizabeth Swan still had a meal on Barbossa's boat, but he was hungry all night by the other party. In addition, he just swam from the sea to the island, and now he is so hungry. Back. Do you think he can understand English? Elizabeth Swan grabbed the hopeless Jack Sparrow and asked. I can understand, this beautiful lady. Without considering too many strange questions for the time being, Li Qingyuan replied to the beautiful barefoot in front of him. Looking at this scene, is it still the timeline of the first Pirates of the Caribbean? The entire Pirates of the Caribbean is based on Jack Sparrow as the main theme, and his lifeline is the trajectory. www.novel.com Captain Jack was born in a pirate family, and his father was also a famous figure in the pirate world. The relationship between father and son is very bad, and her mother has never appeared. Maybe his father was forced by force to give birth. Because of the bad relationship with the old man, Captain Jack has been wandering outside since he was a child. He has worked as a pirate and served as a navy. He can be regarded as an experienced old man at sea. It's just that Jack Sparrow's luck seems very bad compared to his strength. When he was in the navy, he was caught by Beckett, who was the leader of the company, because he sympathized with the trafficked nigger. He not only left a mark on his arm, but also burned Jack's ship by the way. So Jack Sparrow could only make a deal with David Jones, the ghost of the sea, willing to let the other party help him rescue the burned ship at the cost of his soul, and he also attached a demon by the way. The enchanted new ship is called the Black Pearl. It is the fastest ship in the entire Caribbean. Originally relying on such a ship, Jack Sparrow can definitely live the peak of life, but the good times are not long. The new ship is still in hand. Without the heat, he was driven out by the crew riot. Chapter 49, Happy New Year. // visit addresses. The main reason why the master-level negotiations will be driven out of his ship by the rebellion of his subordinates is because Jack is surnamed Sparrow, not Monkey. No way, these days as pirates are the masters who pin their heads on their crotch to ask for money. As a result, Captain Jack never burns, kills, loots, 2 does not rob the port, 3 does not kidnap or blackmails, 4 does not molest the flower girl. Turning a boat of pirates into a living gentleman at sea is more disciplined than the Navy. These days, the Navy often plays guest pirates. Originally everyone followed the legendary Captain Jack, and they valued his prestige and loyalty on the road, but loyalty and prestige are two things, it can't be eaten. Once or twice, it was okay. After 2 years, all the crew couldn't stand it anymore, so they revolted and exiled Jack Sparrow to the deserted island in front of him, and then appointed First Mate Barbossa as the captain. Compared to Jack, who is not doing business, Captain Barbossa is much more dedicated. For 10 years, he has played the role of badass pirate diligently. The Black Pearl can be described as a frightening existence in the entire Caribbean Sea. Just a few days ago, the British government's colony of Port Royal in the Caribbean was shelled, and the daughters of the governor of Port Royal were directly tied up. Of course, the reason why Barbossa kidnapped Elizabeth Swan was not for the ransom, nor was it because he wanted to get a wife. The main reason why he tied Miss Swan out was because he admitted the wrong person. After Barbossa exiled Jack Sparrow, he became the captain of the Black Pearl, and then he led a looting of the entire Caribbean Sea, and the gold and silver treasures he looted were piled into hills. Originally, this was an inspirational story. The bankrupt employee removed the incompetent chairman and made a fortune. Unfortunately, since it is a story, there are of course many twists and turns. When Barbossa led the robbery, he accidentally kicked the iron plate and robbed a wizard on the head. The other party used a treasure to curse all the crew of the Black Pearl. The curse made all the crew become immortal, but in the same way, they also lost all their sense of touch, taste, and smell, and became creatures like living dead. This makes everyone crazy. There is no way to enjoy food, no way to drink, even women can't play. Watching the piles of gold and silver treasures is useless. This kind of torture can really make people crazy. But they are already the living dead, and they can't even be crazy. So they tried hard to find a way to remove the curse, and finally learned that as long as they gathered all the Ajcot curse gold coins, and then used the blood of the Turner family members as sacrifices, the curse on their bodies could be lifted. Over the years, Barbossa led his crew across the Caribbean Sea and finally collected all the cursed gold coins recently. By the way, he also captured the last descendant of the Turner family, Will Turner. Interjecting a word, Will Turner is the ideal person for the young lady Elizabeth Swann. The last cursed gold coin was originally the amulet that Will Turner hung around his neck. A few years ago, Miss Swann used that gold coin as a so-called token of love and seized it privately, causing Barbossa to admit the wrong person. However, all the heroes in the film and television dramas are similar to the role of Calabash Baby rescuing Grandpa. Because of concerns about the safety of the person he loves, Will Turner lurked on the Black Pearl alone, and was caught by surprise. Now Captain Barbossa is taking Will Turner to their secret treasure room, preparing to lift the curse. By the way, during the trip, the Guy Barbossa threw Jack Sparrow and Miss Swann on this deserted island together, preparing to let them both fend for themselves. I have to say that even though the old man kept shouting to kill Jack Sparrow in his mouth, he still loved him in his heart. Otherwise, why would you deliberately let Jack go? Oh! Your English is so good. Elizabeth Swann didn't expect that the other party could speak fluent English, feeling very shocked. The UK is still just getting started this year. At present, Spanish is the most popular in the world. This is the first time she has met an Oriental who can speak English so fluently. Of course, she has always lived in Port Royal before, and she has never seen any Oriental people. Well, do I say that your food can divide me a bit? Jack Sparrow didn't want to care about why Li Qingyuan could speak fluent English. He only wanted to care about whether he could eat food. After all, there is no strength without food, and it is very dangerous if there is no strength. God knows who is the Oriental who appeared on the desert island so inexplicably. He, Captain Jack, had been to the East when he was working for the East India Company. The man in front of him was completely different from the Easterners he had met before. Even the clothes and dresses were very different. This is why he has only pleaded now. The reason why the opponent gave himself food instead of directly robbing him. Captain Jack Sparrow just doesn't kill people casually and doesn't do evil things that are intolerable by nature. In essence, he is still a pirate. Under the current circumstances, robbing the opponent's food is definitely not a bad thing. The big deal is to leave a little bit for the other party. Here you. Throwing the half-eaten chocolate in his hand, it is too greasy to eat too much. Oh! It's cocoa. Top cocoa. Jack Sparrow took a bite regardless of what Li Qingyuan had just eaten, and then his eyes went round in an instant. The main ingredient of chocolate is cocoa beans. Because of the development of the Americas, this kind of cuisine originally belonging to the Indians and Mayans has now spread to Europe. However, compared with the popular snacks hundreds of years later, the current cocoa is a tribute that can only be enjoyed by the top people, and each piece is worth more than gold. Captain Jack traveled all over the world in his early years. www.novel.com is not unfamiliar with cocoa, but he has never eaten such a sweet and silky cocoa. One bite makes people feel the taste of happiness. No way, Dove, enjoy the silky smoothness. Come on. Sugar was a luxury item even in the 19th century, let alone chocolate that was more advanced than sugar. Dude, your friend, I have agreed with Jack Sparrow. If you have any trouble in the Caribbean in the future, just report my name." Carefully folded the remaining chocolates and kept them close together. Captain Jack shot, "I promised it with my chest. If such a piece of chocolate is sold at any port in the Caribbean, it can sell for at least 6 Spanish silver coins. If it is shipped back to Europe, it is estimated that it can sell for several pounds." He was willing to give such a precious treasure to himself directly, which shows that the other party is either a fool or a super divine being who doesn't care about money. If you encounter such a person, if you don't squeeze out some benefits from the opponent, then he is not qualified to be called the miraculous Captain Jack Sparrow. Chapter 50, Narcissism. acewho.com website visit address is crack, click. The crisp chewing sound of potato chips came from Miss Swan's mouth, although she knew that as a lady, she should never make such a rude noise when eating food, but Elizabeth Swan said, "The concubines can't do it at all. If any modern person goes back to ancient times with a bunch of snacks, let alone other things, from the aspect of diet alone, he can directly hang all the ancients. Even as the daughter of the governor of Port Royal, Miss Swan can be regarded as a good food on weekdays. Even the latest European luxury goods can be obtained, but when faced with potato chips and chocolate, she still has no resistance. This stuff? Why is it so delicious? You mean, you were thrown down by a group of traitors? Now you want to take back your ship?" The three of them were sitting directly on the grass, and Jack Sparrow was flicking Li Qingyuan. I have to say that if he is not familiar with the plot, he will be moved by Captain Jack's tongue. "Yes, sir, I want to take back my ship now. If you are willing to help, I can share 10% of your spoils," Jack said sincerely, and by the way, he looked at him with a bit of pain. Miss Swan feasting next to her. "Do you know how much money you prodigal maiden has eaten in just half an hour? If those top foods are sold in Europe, at least 10 gold coins can be exchanged." Every time he heard a click, Jack Sparrow felt his heart trembling. Such a prodigal woman was really speechless. "Your crew is kind to you too? I'm afraid that you will be lonely on the island alone, so I sent a woman? If 10 or 8 years pass, wouldn't this island be overcrowded?" Li Qingyuan couldn't help but say, Miss Swan who had her own snacks. Compared with the first 2 worlds, the female protagonist in this world is really eye-catching. Forget the square-faced sorry, even Ruth of the Titanic, compared to Elizabeth Swan, is a bit less spiritual. Ruth is just a female literary youth who is dissatisfied with real life, and finally defeated in front of reality. But Miss Swan is completely different. Don't think she is just an ordinary governor's daughter now, but in just 1 year, she will have a qualitative overflight and become the so-called pirate emperor. In 1 year, she went from being a motherless daughter to a master of swordsmanship, which is because she is not the protagonist of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Otherwise, with Miss Swan's talent, she is definitely a proper starting point. OMG! Kaka, poof! Miss Swan, who was eating potato chips, didn't catch her breath and almost choked to death. Jack Sparrow, who was sprayed with a piece of potato chip residue, was unmoved, as if the person who was sprayed with saliva was not himself. "I won't have anything to do with this guy." Miss Swan, who squirted out potato chips, stared at Li Qingyuan viciously. If it weren't for the other party providing herself with such delicious snacks, she would definitely follow the other party turned his face. How to speak? Looking at Miss Swan, whose clothes were a little tight because of her anger, Li Qingyuan thought it seemed that she could be more powerful. "Well, sir, I don't think it's time to laugh. What we should think about now is how to escape from this deserted island." Jack Sparrow moved his position quietly, blocking someone's sight. Touching his chin, Li Qingyuan finally knew why this guy was betrayed by his crew. "Pirates, everyone is here for fun. You cancelled all the fun, how can people play? That Kaka, can we escape Kaka? I'm going Kaka save Will." Miss Swan also inserted the topic, although the potato chips were delicious, but Will, that guy is still in danger now. Since picking up Willie from the sea 8 years ago, Miss Swan has been deeply rooted in this affection, and this feeling is really amazing. Of course, it could also be because she had only Will as a playmate at the time. After playing for a long time, her natural feelings changed. The reality is not a Japanese romance. The chances of childhood sweethearts being together are naturally much greater than those of the heavenly descendants. Let me ask, how many of your rebellious crew members did you say just now? Li Qingyuan waved his hand to be quiet for the two of them, and then asked Jack Sparrow. 160? Or 170? Jack Sparrow lowered his head and thought for a while and then said. The Black Pearl was originally just a trading ship. Even if it was enchanted by David Jones, it only accelerated its speed without expanding its size. For a 3-masted schooner, 200 people is already its carrying limit. After all, as far as current navigation technology is concerned, every ship must prepare food and fresh water for at least 2 months before going to sea, as well as all kinds of messy daily necessities and weapons. There are already very few places that can be vacated to carry people. Less. The Black Pearl could hold more than 100 people, which was almost to the limit. Do you think that even if we can catch up with your ship, with the 3 of us, can your group of men be cleaned up? Li Qingyuan touched the box next to him and asked with a smile. Seriously, if it weren't for the current crew of Barbossa and the Black Pearl, all of them had become the living dead, 100 people, he would really not take it seriously. This time he came to the story world, but he was fully prepared. In addition to the 2 pistols, there was an MP5 microcharger in the suitcase, and dozens of caddies of C4 explosives he personally manufactured these days. With the current level of technology, his box is enough to fight a local war, let alone a pirate ship in UU. Reading www.uuganshu.com. It's just that those are the living dead, and the damage from guns to them is almost negligible. Even explosives are of little use. No way, the Pirates of the Caribbean is a magical world. When he watched the movie, he wondered how Britain and Spain were able to kill the sea monsters and wizards hidden in various places to become world overlords. This is not scientific at all. However, considering that the movie world doesn't need to be reasonable, maybe Newton is really an Appleton son. Well, all my crew members are just bewitched. As long as we catch up, I can let them continue to be loyal to me. Jack said without panic. In other words, where are you so self-confident? Seeing Jack Sparrow with a narcissistic face, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that this guy seemed to have a thicker skin than himself. I still know where my bottom line is, but this guy has no bottom line at all. Chapter 51, Battleship. Jack, where do you think I should go if I want to recruit people? After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyuan asked Jack Sparrow. Both system tasks are very troublesome this time, regardless of whether to be the Emperor of the Pirates or kill the British Royal Fleet, neither can be done by one person. After all, his current physical fitness is slightly better than ordinary people, let alone 50-50. Even the hippie smiley Captain Jack in front of him is not necessarily able to win the opponent. You know that as the protagonist of the Pirates of the Caribbean film series, Jack Sparrow is not only a fan of self-confidence and master-level negotiation skills, but also his skills are quite good. At least, when it comes to swordsmanship and close combat, Li Qingyuan thinks he might be directly abused by the opponent. During this period of time, he mainly practiced firearms design skills. Relying on his excellent physique and agility, he has been able to achieve a fixed target within 50 meters, which is why he is confident that he can set a boat alone. With double the physique and agility of an ordinary person, plus the firepower far surpassing the times for hundreds of years, if this can't be achieved by one enemy, then just wash and sleep, and what else to do? Recruiting people? What are you going to do, buddy? Jack Sparrow felt a little wrong with the brain circuit of the guy in front of him. The question now is not to consider how to escape from this deserted island. I think the pirate life you just talked about is quite interesting. We are going to recruit people to form a pirate group," Li Qingyuan said, touching his chin. "Regardless of whether to kill the British Royal Fleet or become a pirate emperor, the first condition is that you must become a pirate." Through the chat with Jack Sparrow just now, he has learned that the new British King George II has just succeeded to the throne. According to the world line, it should be 1728 AD. It's just that the world line of this world seems strange. It stands to reason that China should be in the middle of the so-called Kangqian's heyday, but in Jack's words, the distant east is said to be ruled by the Ming dynasty. But that kind of news is not important, because his current location is the Caribbean Sea, which is half the Earth away from the Central Plains. With the current speed of navigation, it will take half a year to return to China at the earliest. Counting the time to go back and forth, if he is stubborn enough to bring a group of Chinese back to work as his subordinates, it would be Sanking blessing to complete this in 1 year. Pirate group? Do you have a boat, buddy? Jack immediately came to his spirit and asked curiously. This year, because of the development of the Americas, countless European settlements and desperados all went to the New World, plus those trafficked black slaves, Indians and Mayans who have not yet died. It can be said that the entire Atlantic coast is everywhere. Can recruit people. As long as you have a boat and a starting salary that you can pay, you can gather a bunch of desperate guys anytime, anywhere. A ship that can cross the Atlantic Ocean is a precious treasure even for the kings of European countries. The simplest reason is that the current United Kingdom is temporarily ahead of other European countries because it has close to 200 warships, while the original maritime hegemony Spain was destroyed by half of the fleet due to 2 wars, leaving only the country's warships. 140 ships became the second largest in Europe. In the entire Pirates of the Caribbean, the reason why Jack Sparrow has such a deep obsession with the Black Pearl is that, in addition to the ship carrying his dreams and life, there is also a very important reason because the ship is really real. It's too expensive. The Black Pearl is a 3-masted schooner, which is not even considered as a battleship according to the class of the ship, but despite this, its cost is as high as £20,000. One more thing. Even the famous Captain Jack Sparrow, his head was only worth £10,000 at its peak. I think I should have a boat. After trying hard to recall the plot in his mind, Li Qingyuan nodded and said. Buddy, you don't mean a sampan, do you? Jack Sparrow looked around, but didn't find any ships, so he asked mockingly. I think it should be a second-class battleship. Li Qingyuan said uncertainly as he stretched out his hands and turned around sensitively. According to the records in the movie, the Dreadnought in Port Royal is definitely a battleship, but whether it is a Tier 3 battleship or a Tier 2 battleship, because he is not a professional sailing enthusiast, he can't tell at all. Secondary battleship? Are you kidding me? Miss Swan wasn't very interested in the so-called ships, so she didn't respond much, but Jack Sparrow jumped up from the ground as if being shocked. How did he jump up while sitting? Why, is there a problem? Li Qingyuan asked with a smile looking at Jack Sparrow's panicked expression. Tier 2 battleship, do you know what you're talking about, buddy? Jack Sparrow regained his composure a bit, and said every word. There are indeed many pirates all over the world, but whether it is Jack Sparrow or the so-called 9 pirate kings, their ships are basically modified by merchant ships. Because the battleship is simply impossible to buy. All battleships are in the hands of the royal families of various countries. No matter from the quality of the ships or the quantity of artillery, battleships and transformed merchant ships are not a product of a horizontal line. In the case of 1-to-1, the captain and sailor may still rely on experience, morale, and other messy bonuses to pose a threat to battleships, but once there are more than 3 battleships forming a ship formation, then even facing 10 pirate ships, then it is also easy to win. This is why in the third part of Pirates of the Caribbean www.novel.com, after seeing dozens of battleships in the fog, even the 9 pirate kings directly lost their courage to fight. There was no need to fight at all. After one round of shelling, everyone here could only sink to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. I said yes, so naturally I did. After thinking about it a little while, dragging his chin, Li Qingyuan felt that his plan was still very feasible. As long as the beacon is lit according to the original plot, the Governor of Port Royal Swan and Brigadier General Norrington, who are looking for Miss Swan, will soon come over. As long as he got on the boat, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to clean up the people on the boat. Although there are more than 200 British soldiers on the Intrepid, as long as he kills Norrington by thunder, and then kills 20 or 30 people, the remaining people should not go all the way to the black die. But then, he looked up at Elizabeth Swan, who was licking his fingers. I guess there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence with her. Chapter 52, Nice Guy. Man, where is your ship? Jack Sparrow asked with a heartache, looking at the rum barrel that was burning. This deserted island is not actually a deserted island. Although it is far away from the waterway, it is a place for a group of smugglers to place supplies. I think he got on the other party's ship when the group of smugglers came to place supplies on the island. Only then escaped from the deserted island. After all, the kind of legend that a person cuts down a tree on a desert island to make a raft to escape, just listen to it as a story. If someone is really prepared to do that, then it is definitely a brain disease. Not to mention how low the survival rate of small rafts in the sea is, it is basically an impossible task for a person to cut down palm trees to make a raft. My ship is coming soon, just wait to accept the ship, First Officer. Li Qingyuan patted Jack Sparrow on the shoulder, and Li Qingyuan said that he was safe. He is completely a noob for sailing. If he doesn't find a better guy to control the ship, let alone become the pirate emperor, he would never want to drive out even in this sea area. So he took over the famous Mr. Jack Sparrow as the first officer of the new ship. Of course, with Jack Sparrow as a person, it is absolutely impossible for him to work for others, but the Black Pearl is still in the hands of Barbossa, and Li Qingyuan has vowed to guarantee that it is a second-tier battleship, so Jack Sparrow expressed his willingness to accept this position temporarily. But once the Black Pearl is retaken, the opponent will immediately pat his and run away. Captain, the battleship you are talking about, wouldn't it be? Seeing the white battleship appearing on the sea level, Jack Sparrow even changed his voice. As in the plot, the disappearance of Elizabeth Swan has attracted the attention of the entire Port Royal. It is important to know that she is not only the daughter of the Governor of Port Royal, but also the fiancée of Brigadier Norrington, the head of the armed forces in Port Royal. Now the entire British military forces in the Caribbean are all mobilized, looking around like headless flies, so when the beacon smoke lit up on this desert island, they quickly got a response. Yes, Royal Intrepid, I think that ship should be very good to be my first ship. Li Qingyuan smiled at Jack Sparrow. Compared with the tattered merchant ships used by the pirates, the Royal Dreadnought is much better in terms of comfort and practicality. Well, I said, you are kidding. Looking at the Royal Fearless, which was coming at full speed, Jack Sparrow felt that he must have encountered an idiot. It was an authentic second-tier battleship, generally equipped with at least 400 soldiers. No matter how fierce pirates encounter this ship, they will run away, let alone fight it. I'm here. Compared to Jack Sparrow's nervousness and Li Qingyuan's casualness, Elizabeth Swan was inexplicably excited, and she immediately stood up and shouted at the beach. Although it is absolutely impossible for people on the ship so far to hear her shouting, only by doing this can she calm her mood. Even if there is indeed a heart in her chest that is dissatisfied with the status quo and wants to be restless, but after all, she is only an 18-year-old girl, or a daughter who has never experienced any suffering since she was a child. What happened in the past few days has exceeded her psychological expectations. She was kidnapped, and even almost killed as a sacrifice. That is to say, Miss Swan has a strong psychological endurance. If she is replaced by another woman, she said, I was scared to death long ago. Don't talk nonsense, wait until we get on the boat. After taking a few steps back, Li Qingyuan whispered to Jack Sparrow. "Are you really playing?" Jack Sparrow's eyes were bigger than a cow. He always felt that he was bold, but compared to the Easterner he just met in front of him, he was a good baby. Two men robbed the heavily armed second-tier battleship. Are you sure you are joking? If you are afraid, you can forget it, but you think carefully, no matter whether I succeed or not, you will be sent directly to the gallows, and your first mate will continue to be his captain. A few years later, when people recall this history at that time, he will become the most legendary existence in the entire Caribbean. Li Qingyuan looked at Jack Sparrow and said bewildered. As for you, at most it is the Harlequin in the story, and you don't even have a name. Jack Sparrow, if you want to say that he is a bad person, that is absolutely not counted, but if you want to say that he is a purely good person, it is absolutely impossible. He yearned for freedom all his life and was a man like a sea. The biggest wish of this kind of people in this life is to be a part of history just like those great ancient sages. So when Li Qingyuan said this, Jack Sparrow immediately understood. He is a pirate, opposite is the navy, the two are inherently hostile. Having been a pirate for so many years, Jack Sparrow might not be able to deal with women and children, but he has never been weak in the face of the navy. After all, even the one with the surname Monkey would beat people, let alone the one with the surname Sparrow. Soon, the battleship Intrepid approached the desert island, a small boat was put down, and Brigadier General Norrington and Governor Swan rushed towards the desert island, accompanied by dozens of soldiers. Elizabeth. Before the boat reached the shore, Governor Swan jumped off from above, and he couldn't see that the governor was good at it. "Daddy!" Miss Swan also rushed towards Governor Swan, and the father and daughter cried on the beach in their arms. Not in the mood to pay attention to the drama next to him, Brigadier General Norrington and the remaining dozen soldiers surrounded Jack Sparrow and Li Qingyuan. "Who are you?" Seeing that an Oriental suddenly appeared www.ltnovel.com, Brigadier General Norrington asked strangely. According to his intelligence, it seems that there are no Orientals in the Caribbean. "I am a tourist from the east, because the shipwreck fell on this deserted island," Li Qingyuan said with his suitcase. Of course, with his strength and Jack Sparrow's skill, he can definitely leave Norrington and his soldiers in a sudden attack, but that battleship can fly. Li is a businessman from an eastern country. He has a lot of magical eastern goods. At this time, the benefits of feeding Miss Swan are reflected. Hearing the noise here, Elizabeth Swan hurriedly stood up and gave it to Miss Swan. He proved it. "Your Excellency can take our boat back to Port Royal. At this time next year, there should be Spanish ships heading to the east." Facing Miss Swan, Brigadier Norrington's IQ instantly dropped and he stopped looking for it. The identity of Li Qingyuan is gone. "Thank you very much." Since the other party invited himself so enthusiastically, of course Li Qingyuan would not object. This Brigadier Norrington is really a good man. Chapter 53, Seize the Ship. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, and they will be left for thousands of years. In fact, Brigadier General Norrington is definitely young and promising. He became the highest military officer in the British Caribbean in his early 30s. In addition to his strong family background, his own abilities are also quite excellent. Not to mention, his skill can even have the upper hand in the face of the two male protagonists Jack Sparrow and Will Turner. These days, because artillery and muskets are limited by technical issues, unless it is a fleet battle at sea, otherwise it is personal skill that really determines the outcome of the war. It's just that this guy should not fall in love with the heroine. "You said that you are a supporting actor and you want to be a heroine. Isn't this looking for death?" The Pirates of the Caribbean and the female Pirates of the Caribbean are completely different. One word less is a world apart. Norrington wants to marry Miss Swan. I have never seen such a death. According to the original plot, this promising Commodore will first become a pirate a year later because of Miss Swan, then finally commit a crime and then be hacked to death because of the opponent. This story tells us, no matter what age or status, licking a dog is a bad death. It is precisely because of this that Li Qingyuan felt that he still let Brigadier Norrington die with a trace of dignity, so that he would die with more dignity. We are going to save Will. He was captured by those pirates. As soon as she stepped onto the deck of the intrepid battleship, Miss Swan began to talk to Governor Swan. It's just obvious that neither Governor Swan nor Brigadier General Norrington are interested in going to rescue Will. Will Turner was just an orphan picked up at sea by Governor Swan when he took office in Port Royal. His current status in Port Royal is just a blacksmith. He wants everyone to go to the ocean to rescue him. The most murderous black pearl in the Caribbean went to war, and no one had this plan. After all, there is a difference between people. To Miss Swan, Will is her childhood sweetheart, but to others, he is just a small person. It's not worth working for that kind of person. Please, if you don't save him, he will be dead. Miss Swan is still continuing his performance, but Li Qingyuan has decided to do it. Sir, this is not where you should be. On the second deck, the first officer stopped Li Qingyuan, who was about to go up. I'm here to give a gift to Mr. Norrington, and there are specialties from the East that I want to give him. Lifting the suitcase in his hand, Li Qingyuan smiled amiably at everyone. Your Excellency, do you have any good things? When I heard that it was a special product from the East, Governor Swan and Brigadier General Norrington were all interested. These days, the Eastern powers still slap Western society. Eastern porcelain, silk, and other items are in the West, all our treasures. The two of them have been bothered by Miss Swan. They are going to start a war for a blacksmith. How is this possible? So when Li Qingyuan said that there was a gift, the two immediately pushed the boat along the water and let each other onto the second deck, preparing to calm Miss Swan's mood with the gift from the East. This is what I want to send. Opening the suitcase, Li Qingyuan took out the MP5 with insurance from the suitcase. Da-da-da! Blue flames emerged from the slightly charged muzzle, and Brigadier General Norrington turned into a hornet's nest before he could react. The British soldiers on the deck were all dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the other party would dare to assassinate the captain in this situation. Even Jack Sparrow, who knew he was about to do it, was stunned. For them who were used to using flintlocks, Wei Chong was completely beyond imagination. The gun can only be shot once? While everyone on the deck was still in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already turned his guns and turned on the shooting mode directly at the British soldiers standing on the deck. The Royal Intrepid is already a very remarkable ship in this era, with a length of more than 50 meters, a width of 13 meters, and a displacement of nearly 2,000 tons. It can definitely be regarded as the overlord of the sea today. But this kind of old antique hundreds of years ago is completely useless in the face of modern firepower. If Li Qingyuan didn't want this ship, just throwing some C4 at hand would make this ship history. The total area of the first deck of the Intrepid was less than 400 square meters. The muzzle of the MP5 was only slightly curved to cover the entire deck. One person has completed the fire suppression of nearly 100 people. This is the power of equipment. After all, compared to the flintlock rifle that takes tens of seconds to reload after one shot, it can shoot 300 rounds of MP5 in 1 minute. It can be described as an artifact. In just 1 minute, there are no people standing on the entire deck. When the gunfire stopped, the deck of the Intrepid had become on Earth, with countless human limbs and blood covering the entire deck, and the people who were lucky enough to survive were tossed and wailed. There were some lucky guys who were lucky enough not to be injured, but now they are also shaking in 2 battles, their eyes are white and the whole person seems to have lost their souls. I think it was this expression when the Indians first saw the artillery, but now it is the turn of the British soldiers. Good and evil will be rewarded, and the way of heaven is reincarnation. As the British Royal Navy, the quality of these soldiers can definitely be regarded as world-class, but no matter how tough the soldiers, after this baptism, they have lost the courage to fight. Devil! Only the remaining soldiers screamed like crazy, and a few jumped directly into the sea. Even being killed by a shark is easier than facing the devil. What? The first officer threw the pistol away with a cry. Just now, he resisted fear and took out the pistol from his arms to kill the devil, because he was standing on the second deck hill, so the machine gun shooting did not happen. Hurt him. But as soon as he took the gun out, the first officer felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The intense pain made him unable to hold the gun. He too. Li Qingyuan turned his head and spit out a mouthful of sputum to the first officer, and then only saw that sputum fell on the first officer's face. Boom! A ball of fire exploded from the first officer's face, and the headless corpse swayed a few times in place, and then rolled down the stairs gruntingly. I'm taking over this ship now. Does anyone have any comments? Looking back at Governor Swan, who was shivering but still protected his daughter, Li Qingyuan stepped forward 2 steps and stood in front of the second deck. The remaining British soldiers asked. No, long live the captain. Jack Sparrow got out from behind the mast and shouted loudly with his hands up to the sky. Chapter 54, Fearful but not moral. After killing 2 unbelieving naval soldiers, the entire Royal Intrepid has become Li Qingyuan's flagship. By the way, the remaining nearly 200 soldiers and more than 70 sailors have also become the first members of his staff. Although British soldiers can definitely be considered elite in this era, no matter how elite soldiers are, they can't stand the hellish scene. Even Jack Sparrow, who was used to seeing all kinds of big scenes, almost couldn't help but vomit after seeing the scene on the deck, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Now is the final collision period between science and theology. Science has not yet fully occupied the mainstream market. Even in Europe, the Church still has the supreme power. The famous big pirates in the Pirates of the Caribbean, such as the Phantom of the Sea David Jones, or for example, the Blackbeard Edward Titch, can be frightening mainly because they are covered with a layer. Mystery. Normal people don't dare to be enemies of those legendary demons, but now Li Qingyuan, in the eyes of the British Navy, is no different from the demons. One person slaughtered nearly 100 people, and such a great feat, even if it was turned through the history books, only those demon gods in ancient myths could do it. In the ancient history of the East, there are often warriors such as 100 enemies, but for Europeans, no matter how powerful a knight, it is impossible to deal with 20 heavily armed soldiers alone. In addition, the 3 men, including the first officer, would scream and throw away their weapons when preparing for a sneak attack, so the soldiers had spontaneously equated him with the legendary strange Eastern wizards. You must know that even before the Sino-Japanese War, European countries still maintained awe of the mysterious East. Because the West had been rubbed and rubbed by the East on the ground several times in history, so even if several wars broke out, the Westerners at that time dare not completely ignore the Qing dynasty. Until the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War of 1894 to 1895, the last layer of fig leaf on the surface of the Qing dynasty was torn by Japan in the Land of Bullets. At that time Westerners would truly feel that they were superior. The topic is gone again. In the current period of time, the British have just defeated the Spaniards and won the position of maritime supremacy only a few years ago. When the Spaniards were rampant in the world decades ago, they were beaten up in the East. So these days, the mysterious Oriental wizard is definitely more terrifying than the native demons. No way, the monks from outside will recite the scriptures, which can be applied everywhere. Captain, are we heading to Death Island now? Everything on the boat was arranged. Jack Sparrow twitched the muscles on his face and asked Li Qingyuan, who was sitting on the second deck. Although the smile on his face seemed very stiff, it was already rare to be able to laugh under the current circumstances. After all, no one thought that a person he met casually on a desert island would actually be a murderous demon. The other person's smile was so deceptive that he didn't even feel it, who was on the verge of life and death all year round. Why are we going to Death Island? Li Qingyuan raised his head to look at the sky and said with Erlang's legs tilted. Barbassa and my Black Pearl are now on Death Island. The Black Pearl has become dilapidated because of the raid on Port Royal. As long as we rush to Death Island, we can destroy them immediately, and we can get them by the way. The huge treasure that Barbassa has robbed over the years. Jack Sparrow mossed his fingers, acting as if I was for the sake of the captain. Jack, are you still going to cheat me now? Looking at Jack Sparrow with a smirk, Li Qingyuan had the idea of destroying this guy with a shot. It is true that Jack Sparrow is very pleasing when watching the movie, but in fact, if you really come into contact with this guy, you have to be prepared to be cheated to death at any time. Barbassa and his crew have all become immortal because of the curse. Although they don't have any other superpowers, but the fact that they can't die is already very crazy. Okay. No, Captain, how dare I cheat you? Jack Sparrow quickly showed an innocent expression. If he hadn't been familiar with the plot for a long time, he could at least get an Oscar with his acting skills. Jack, to be honest, I have a great affection for you, and I even want you to be my first mate, but if you think that my wizard from the east is so easy to be deceived, then I might have to change to a big mate. Vice. Li Qingyuan smiled slightly and pointed at Jack with his finger. What? A scream came from Jack Sparrow's mouth, and he collapsed directly to the ground, twitching constantly. The soldiers who were cleaning the debris on the deck all looked at the first officer lying on the ground with amazement, and then bowed their heads in fear to continue working. The mysterious captain, as long as a thought can make people live worse than death, they don't have the courage to resist at all now, regardless of what the captain says, just do it. Now, is your mind a little more clear-headed? My good friend Jack? Li Qingyuan asked with a smile where Jack Sparrow had been lying down for several minutes. Yuan percent at, Yuan number, asterisk Jack Sparrow was lying on the ground, still twitching constantly, foaming in his mouth, repeating unconscious words. You have actually recovered long ago. If you don't get up again, I don't mind coming again. Seeing that the other party was still pretending to be stupid, Li Qingyuan stood up and walked in front of Jack Sparrow with a gentle smile. Captain, you said, if you have something to do, please order. A carp jumped up from the deck. www.novel.com. Jack Sparrow hurriedly laughed. This kid just eats hard but not soft. If you are polite with him, he can abduct you directly to the Pacific Ocean. I want to find Teodorma, you are responsible for leading the way. When he met Jack Sparrow, Li Qingyuan thought about what he should do. With his current ability, robbing the dreadnought has been considered a super-level performance. If you want to complete the task of system delivery, it is absolutely powerful. Not caught. MP5 now has only 200 bullets left, which can only be used as a whole card. The same is true for the C4 that I brought, and it is absolutely impossible to move without a last resort. Besides, in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, you can't be invincible with a cannon. If you want to deal with those weird and mysterious powers, you must learn black magic, or get a guy who knows black magic to work for yourself. And Teodorma is the best candidate. Chapter 55, The Prototype of the Pirate Emperor. Teodorma, a voodoo witch who lives in the dense forest. She has a high reputation among pirates, and Barbassa's method of breaking the curse was learned from the other side. Teodorma? What are you going to do with her, Captain? Jack Sparrow looked up in amazement, wondering why the mysterious Eastern wizard in front of him wanted to find the Western witch. Could it be that you are preparing for peer review? You only need to do your job well, my first mate. Without answering his question, Li Qingyuan gently raised a finger. Understood. Understood. I'm going to direct the direction now. Jack Sparrow immediately jumped up like an electric shock, and ran to the bow of the ship to command the course. He didn't want to endure the painful pain just now. Follow him. Seeing Jack Sparrow ran directly to the bow, Li Qingyuan smiled and said silently in his heart. Buzz. A tiny insect flapped its wings and followed it gently, and no one noticed its existence. After all, it is the truth that there are all kinds of insects and mice on the ship these years, even if the Royal Intrepid is a British warship. If it is like those pirate ships, any ship will have at least hundreds of mice and countless fleas and mosquitoes. After approaching Jack Sparrow, the insect slightly retracted its wings and landed in his dirty braid. Jack Sparrow frowned slightly, feeling as if something was peeping at him, but he looked around and saw nothing. Isn't it too much heart? He couldn't help but drew a cross on his chest, and suddenly encountered so many things in one day, maybe he was dizzy. The insect that was attached to him just now was the spider wasp that was known as the second painful bite. It is said that as long as it is bitten, it will be electrocuted and convulsed. Jack Sparrow has already experienced the actual effect. Limited breeding, incomplete version. When this skill was first acquired, Li Qingyuan also felt that it was a tasteless thing. What is the use of summoning bugs? Moreover, it can only summon a limited number of insects, and can't afford to play the insect sea tactics. Only when he returned to the main world and posted this question as a story on the internet, he was instantly shocked by the brains of sand sculpture netizens. It is true that bugs look very inconspicuous, but as long as they are used well, they are definitely a big killer. It's like the spider wasp he summoned just now. The 3 soldiers who wanted to attack him were bitten by a spider wasp, and then screamed and threw their weapons away, and the punishment for Jack Sparrow was the same. As for the bullet ants that bite the number 1 painful? That thing is too big and can't fly, naturally there is no hidden spider bee easy to use. The only pity is that insects are not very toxic. Even the tsetse flies and kissing worms, which are known as the strongest killers, will take at least 1 or 2 months to kill people. It is okay to use it for yin people. The effect is basically approximately equal to 0. As for funnel spiders and desert gold scorpions that can kill people with just 1 bite? He couldn't even summon that thing, which really made people feel like Teddy. Why are scorpions and spiders not worms? Are they all insects? Governor Swan, right. After solving the stabbing Jack Sparrow, Li Qingyuan turned his head and looked at Weatherby Swan, who was standing on the side shivering. As for the heroine Miss Swan? I passed out just now. It is true that the eldest lady who has gone through all kinds of hardships in 2 years will even become the pirate emperor, but now she has not suffered too many mental shocks. Suddenly seeing so many stumps and broken arms, even the blood coming out of Norrington's body was directly splashed on her face. In this case, fainting is the most reasonable explanation. Originally, Governor Swan also wanted to faint, but his daughter had fallen, so he could only hold on to his spirits and entangled with the demon in front of him tremblingly. Your Excellency, you are against the British Empire. Although your strength is very strong, the British Empire is now the number 1 overlord in Europe. Your actions like this can be regarded as a signal of war. Governor Swan nervously considered the wording, not only to ensure the British Empire in his own face, but also not to anger the murderous demon in front of him. If he is the only one, then Governor Swan thinks he should be able to put his life and death out, but now there is his daughter lying behind him. For Governor Swan, the most important thing in the world is his daughter, and then he goes to the country he is loyal to. So he decided to make a false statement and try to hold on to the other party before talking. Mr. Governor, the United Kingdom you mentioned only just defeated Spain. It is far from the number 1 supremacy in Europe. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and pointed out Governor Swan's language problem. To say that 20 years later, when Britain won the 7 Years' War, it would be almost the same as Europe's number 1. Now Britain is only slightly better than Spain by relying on the power of the alliance. What qualifications does it have to claim to be number 1? 1 overlord? Besides, the United Kingdom is tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Caribbean Sea. With the current sailing speed, I can't even think about it in 2 months. Coupled with the current bad communication technology, even if I take the Port Royal bird into the nest, it will take less than half a year. There is no possibility of any reaction from the British side. In addition to the fact that Governor Swan can use the other party to contain Elizabeth Swan, there is another point that he valued the other party's social network in Port Royal for so many years. Blindly drifting around is something the most inferior pirates can do. If you want to become a pirate emperor, you must at least have your own base camp. And Port Royal www.novel.com is definitely a very suitable place to transform into your own base camp. I think it took more than 20 years for the British Army to it from the Spaniards and transform it into a strong castle. Compared to the pirate mecca of Shipwreck Bay and Tortuga Island, Port Royal is the most dazzling presence in the entire Caribbean. The so-called Shipwreck Bay and Tortuga Island are actually remote islands in nature. Apart from the dangerous terrain, the biggest advantage is that they are far away from the route. After all, as long as they are important islands and strongholds on the route, they have long been divided up by European governments and military forces. How dare the pirates dare to fight for territory with regular troops? After all, the Pirates of the Caribbean is just a story of a group of thieves. Even if these thieves are famous among ordinary people, they are just a group of free-range dogs for those in power in Europe. In the fourth film, when King George II of England got news of the Fountain of Youth, he immediately sent someone to catch Jack Sparrow, and by the way he also snatched Barbossa to find such precious treasures for himself. The so-called 9 pirate kings, in the face of true kingship, are simply vulnerable. Chapter 56, Apply One Nail in One Mouth. Where and clear without rebellion, chrysanthemum said of electric drill. This is a famous saying in the online literature world. It is said that if any writer dares not to follow this theorem, he will be cursed by hundreds of millions of readers. Similarly, since I came to America in the early 18th century, if I don't add obstacles to those in Europe, wouldn't I have to be scolded? Although Li Qingyuan knows that the world he travels through has nothing to do with the original time and space, this does not prevent him from personally preparing to make those Europeans unlucky. Not to mention that the task of the system is to get him to overturn Britain. Even if there is no task, he is not ready to make the British feel comfortable. Port Royal, as the most important military and economic base of the British in Central America, possesses unparalleled defensive power. Nearly 100 shore defense guns can turn all incoming enemies into dead souls at sea. The most powerful defensive net, as long as the attack is started from the inside, it is useless at all. The Royal Intrepid is the best battleship in Port Royal, and Governor Swan has served as the supreme governing official in Port Royal for nearly 10 years. With these 2 weapons in hand, it is only a mere afternoon that the ruler of the entire Port Royal substitution. Of course, Li Qingyuan's rule of Port Royal is very weak, except for the 200 soldiers on the Intrepid because they witnessed his 1:100 record, making their loyalty barely hanging around 50. The remaining soldiers in the port are pure follow the orders of Governor Swan. As long as someone takes the lead in a rebellion, thousands of soldiers in the entire port will turn their guns over immediately. Many soldiers don't even know that they have changed leadership. So after setting up Governor Swan, Li Qingyuan directly took Jack Sparrow to the prison in Port Royal. Norrington has been hunting pirates in Port Royal in recent years. Although many pirates have been hanged outside the dock of Port Royal, there are still many people in the prison who have not had time to deal with it. After all, for many poor people, they only have a bad life. Although the pirates will be hanged after they are caught, it is at least a way out. Is better than being directly exploited to death by aristocrats in my hometown. Is more than talking about the black slaves who escaped and the remaining Indians. If they are not pirates, they can only be slaves, so even if they know that becoming a pirate is precarious, they can only go to the dark one by one. The smell of this prison is too unpleasant. Ordered Jack Sparrow to open the prison door, smelling the stench from inside, Li Qingyuan couldn't help covering his nose. The smell is even more unbearable than the first time I smelled it in the bottom chamber of the Titanic. No wonder the death rate in prison is so high these years. The pirates in the prison are all silent, wondering what fate is waiting for them. Whenever the prison gate is opened, either a newcomer is sent in or an old man is pulled out and hanged, so every time the gate is opened, it is a choice between life and death for the prisoners. Waved his hand, Li Qingyuan motioned to Jack Sparrow to speak on his behalf. Gentlemen, how is your stay here? Jack Sparrow, who was ordered, ran into the middle of the prison and began to perform his performance. Go! Let me strangle you, you bastard! I would like to join your ship, Captain, please let me out. Seeing that it was not the navy, but Jack Sparrow, this guy rushed out, and all the pirates in the prison were boiling. The Black Pearl bombarded Port Royal a few days ago. These pirates thought their good luck was coming, but who knew that the other party simply ignored them, and ran away, losing the fiancé. Norrington took a few more hapless guys out to hang and be discouraged. Everyone who lives in prison knows that the sissy in front of me was rescued 2 days ago, and the other party seems to be a pirate. Now that the other party appears here, maybe Port Royal has been attacked again? Although with the defense of Port Royal, even the legendary devil's ship Black Pearl can only leave without making a fortune, but who can say this kind of thing? Don't care who it is, don't want to stay here and wait for death, right? Quiet! Quiet! Jack Sparrow waved his hands to let the prisoners be quiet, but those people didn't like him at all. Everyone comes out and mixes, why listen to you? Besides, being kept in such a place and waiting for death every day, many people's spirits are about to collapse. If you want to calm them down, you can't just shout. What? What? Li Qingyuan frowned slightly, and in an instant bursts of screams came from the mouths of the loudest pirates. All the guys collapsed to the ground and convulsed, and even all kinds of disgusting things flowed out of the lower body. The damage caused by bullet ants is several times stronger than that of spider bees. One bite of this kind of thing can almost make you doubt your life. These captured pirates are not tough guys with bones and bones. One is called worse than the other. The remaining pirates were all silent immediately. These screams were the fiercest existence among them. Now they are all so dead, and the others are silent in an instant. So I said, you guys, now you know that the captain of the great Jack Sparrow ship, the ship is amazing. Jack Sparrow was planning to bring another wave of hatred. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but after seeing Li Qingyuan put up another finger, he was very bachelor to admit it. Of course, the great Captain Jack Sparrow was called a strategic retreat, but it wasn't because he was afraid of the opponent. Hello, scumbags at sea! Li Qingyuan waved his hand and said to the pirates in prison. Asshole, do you dare? Another pirate shouted while standing in the cell, presumably trying to show his courage. But just save trouble. He tooey. With a spit, the guy was blown to pieces with the fence of the cell. Hiss! All the prisoners uttered a cold breath from the back molars, and Jack Sparrow also made a secret note to himself in his heart. Never let the captain spit on himself, otherwise it would be finished. In other words, since the other person's spit can cause an explosion, if you go to the toilet, isn't it a series of explosions? Thinking of this, Jack Sparrow suddenly felt that the most dangerous part of the ship in the future might be the toilet. Does anyone have any comments? Dear scumbag friends! Li Qingyuan asked the prisoners around him with a light clap. A line of neat and uniform shook-head expressions. Even the prisoners in the cells whose doors were blown open to gain freedom all cleverly made no small movements. The lethality of a spit is as powerful as a cannonball. Who can stand it? Chapter 57, Captain Barbossa. Barbossa, who had just received his new life, was about to go to the tavern for a drink, only to walk into Tortuga Island and saw a shocking scene. Because Li Qingyuan didn't care about Will Turner's life and death at all, the original male protagonist was directly cut and sacrificed, thus lifting the curse of being blessed on the crew of the Black Pearl. A group of people who have been living dead for several years. The crew immediately rushed towards Tortuga Island excitedly, ready to vent their desire that had been suppressed for several years. Tortuga Island is the most prosperous city in the entire Caribbean. In terms of luxury, it is even slightly better than Port Royal. The reason for this effect is that Tortuga Island's clients are almost all pirates from various countries. The profession of pirates is high risk and high yield. Most of the pirate ship members live without today and tomorrow. Once they succeed in the robbery, except for the gold and silver on the ship, the remaining goods need to be sold to black market merchants at low prices. By the way, while buying goods, spend the money I earn desperately on gambling, alcoholism, and prostitutes. Money is spent anyway. 99% of pirates cannot end well, so naturally they don't think about saving money. And throughout the Caribbean Sea, only Tortuga Island can allow pirates to dock in an open manner, so it's normal for it to become abnormal and prosperous. Only now. Looking at the depressed figures on the street, Barbossa felt like he had arrived at a fake Tortuga. Why can't I see a few people in Tortuga, who was originally overcrowded? Bartender, what's going on here? The British or the Spanish are coming to suppress the bandits? Barbossa asked curiously, throwing a silver coin to the bartender who was wiping the barrel. Isn't this Captain Barbossa? Why haven't you been at sea these days? The bartender smiled and put the silver coin into his arms, and then joked with a smile. Those who dare to open a shop in the pirate base of Tortuga are either powerful or have a huge backstage, so even in the face of the famous Captain Barbossa, the bartender does not have much fear. I did a business, and I just came ashore today. Barbossa could have been able to dock at the speed of the Black Pearl, but because the Black Pearl was almost destroyed during the attack on Port Royal, the ship was repaired. It took a lot of time, which caused him to float on the sea for 10 more days. It is said that Port Royal was occupied by a magical wizard from the east. The other party announced that Port Royal will be opened as a pirate port. No pirates will be hunted down in Port Royal. Where can they get supplies and sell supplies? Those people have all gone to Port Royal. The bartender said, depressed. The location of Tortuga is in no way comparable to Port Royal. The reason why it has become so prosperous these years is mainly due to the fact that it is an impossible place. Now that Port Royal is doing this, Tortuga has immediately become a place of taste. Since there is a close place, who would want to travel a few more days to a far place? If it wasn't for the fact that the wizard who occupied Port Royal could survive the British counterattack, he would have considered moving the tavern to Port Royal. Port Royal is occupied. Barbossa stood up abruptly, his face full of incredible. For ordinary pirates, they don't know how powerful Port Royal is. Anyway, no pirate who is not afraid of death dares to go to Port Royal to fight the autumn wind. Ordinary pirates will escape faster than rabbits when they encounter the British warships, let alone attack the British ports. But Barbossa only went to Port Royal to do business last month, and he naturally knew the strength of Port Royal's defense. Relying on the fastest ship in the entire Caribbean Sea and a group of undead crew members, relying on sneak attacks can only make a small sum of money in Port Royal, and if it weren't for running fast, maybe even people and boats would have to be broken. Where? Now someone has occupied Port Royal, which completely exceeded Barbossa's expectations. There are people in the world who dare to things from the British? Yes, this news has been circulating for more than 10 days. It is said that the magical Oriental wizard is recruiting his subordinates. Even the legendary Captain Jack Sparrow has become his subordinate. Now many people are trying their luck. The bartender continued to say slowly. But Barbossa no longer wanted to talk nonsense with him. He stood up and blew his whistle. He was going to see what was the mysterious man who dared to food from the tiger's mouth. As the most prestigious pirate captain in the Caribbean in the past 10 years, Barbossa feels it is necessary and obliged to see what the other party is. As the sharp whistle sounded, the crew members who had been messing around in various taverns and brothels all rushed out. Captain, who should be cut? Pint rushed to Barbossa without wearing his pants, holding the axe. Wait for me. At the same time, Boris followed behind carrying a flintlock gun and rushed over. The two of them are the two big treasures of Barbossa, the fat and thin duo. Although these two guys have always played funny roles, they can definitely be ranked as pirates regardless of their skill or loyalty. The top 3 on board. From Barbossa's handing over the token representing his Caspian Pirate King to Boris for safekeeping, it can be seen that these two guys are not as simple as they seem. Put your pants on. Barbossa looked at Pint, who was walking the birds in the wind, cursing bad luck in his heart. Captain, who did you kill? Pint put down his axe and looked around in confusion, as if he hadn't seen the enemy. Tortuga is a gathering place for pirates, so fights are almost commonplace, so even if it is for recreation, the pirates are always mentally stressed. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. No way, you must be vigilant at all times after eating this bowl of rice, otherwise you don't know when your head is chopped off. Ready to close the team, let's set off. Barbossa looked at the crew who had almost all arrived, stood up and waved his hand. What? No. 2 more days. A group of crew members were immediately lost. They finally recovered their normal feelings. They were preparing to spend a few days drunk and dying in Tortuga. As a result, the captain asked everyone to board the ship just as soon as the pants were taken off. Stop talking nonsense, give me speed, and sail the boat in 2 hours. If anyone dares to fall behind, he will never use it. Barbossa had planned to sail immediately, but after thinking about it, he gave the crew 2 hours to comprehend life. Anyway, with their scum, 5 minutes is enough, and the remaining 1 hour and 55 minutes can be used to soothe the mood. Chapter 58, The Future of Port Royal. Captain, when are we going to sea? In the highest castle in Port Royal, Jack Sparrow asked Li Qingyuan impatiently. For half a month, the other party did not show any signs of going out to sea at all, but instead made the entire Port Royal out of smoke. The current Port Royal has become a carnival place for pirates, and the British soldiers guarding Port Royal have changed from the original law enforcers to helpers. After all, there are only a few soldiers who are not afraid of death. After clearing hundreds of thorns with thunder, the remaining 800 British soldiers turned their muzzles cleverly and immediately sworn allegiance to Li Qingyuan. As for the bureaucrats and nobles from Britain in Port Royal, except for a few lucky ones who escaped, most of the rest were thrown into the sea to feed the sharks. By the way, half of their family's property was confiscated, and the remaining half and the female family members were directly divided among the soldiers who surrendered. For allegiance to an Eastern pirate, many soldiers had to surrender only because of threats to their lives. There was no loyalty at all. But now, those soldiers immediately transformed and became the most loyal lackeys of his men. It may take a lifetime of effort to teach a person to be good, but to make them worse, it only takes a day. Drinking fine wine that can't be drunk on weekdays, everyone's pockets are full of gold and silver coins, plus you can play with the ladies and young ladies who will be superior in the future. For those soldiers, this kind of life is simply unimaginable before. Dare to think. Regarding the so-called political methods, Li Qingyuan had learned the 7 faculties and had no knowledge of the 6 faculties. If he had intrigues with the nobles according to normal methods, he would definitely not be left with the bones that would be swallowed by the opponent. Although he doesn't know how to use political means, so many historical sages are not white-skilled. Breaking into Wang Lizikan's military development model is definitely the best way to open up the current dilemma. Money beauty is certainly impossible to create the world's top iron army, but it is enough to create a loyal second-rate army in a short time. Wait a few more days, what anxious? Li Qingyuan said without looking up, studying the chart in front of him carefully. For Jack Sparrow, he is a pure pirate, and he will feel uncomfortable without getting on the boat for a few days. But Li Qingyuan does not have his self-abuse character and spirit. Is it uncomfortable to stay on land? The boats of this year, no matter in terms of comfort or sanitation, they cannot be compared with later generations. My mission is to become a pirate emperor, but not to be a pirate. At the beginning, he considered using the powerful firepower of the Royal Intrepid and his own ability to slowly sweep down all the pirates in the entire Caribbean Sea, and then concentrated his strength and force to force other pirate kings to recognize his status as the pirate emperor. After occupying Port Royal, Li Qingyuan suddenly felt that he narrowed the road. Who stipulated that the pirate emperor must go to sea? As long as I build Port Royal and become a trade hub between Europe and the Americas, then what pirate emperor I want to be is not a matter of a word. Port Royal has a unique geographical advantage. Any merchant ship from Europe to the Americas must pass through here, otherwise it will have to go around for nearly 10 days. After 2 consecutive months of drifting at sea, the 10-day journey is unbearable to anyone, let alone the material loss and danger caused by the 10-day journey. Otherwise, it would not have taken the British more than 20 years to grab this place from the Spaniards. As for why the pirate emperor must open a pirate convention in the Shipwreck Bay and be elected by the 9 pirate kings? That's all nonsense. The so-called pirates are all a group of guys who look fierce but are actually very greedy for life and fear of death. Li Qingyuan doesn't believe that he can't reason with them. Other than that, when Port Royal becomes the center of the entire Atlantic Ocean shipping trade and monopolizes the entire Western economic route, who dares not choose himself as the pirate emperor? Otherwise, as long as he said to cut off all his supplies and sales of goods, his crew would rebel and cut the captain directly. Only benefit is eternal in the world, expecting the integrity of a group of pirates? Then forget it. So these days he has been collecting his men and studying the terrain of Port Royal, ready to contribute to the plan. Lord Marquis, Captain Barbossa of the Black Pearl pirate ship, please see me. Just as Jack Sparrow was about to say a few more words, the newly appointed Port Royal Secretary of Armed Forces Vincent knocked on the door and walked in. Vincent's original position was a second lieutenant in the Royal Navy. In fact, with his abilities and qualifications, he should be at least a colonel. It's just that Vincent doesn't have Norrington's life experience, so he is still just a lieutenant in his 40s. Second lieutenant. Shady operation, it is no surprise anywhere. Invite him in. Li Qingyuan shrugged. Barbossa actually took such a long time to come, which was beyond his expectation. After all, he did not expect that the other party would actually go to Tortuga first and make a big turn on the sea. www.ltnovel.com met the Lord Marquis. Barbossa walked into the castle under Vincent's leadership and saluted Li Qingyuan, who was sitting on the main seat. Europeans only believed in the so-called pedigree theory these days, so Li Qingyuan continued to make an identity for himself. His current identity is Jing Haihao of the Ming dynasty. Barbossa, you bastard! The enemy was extremely jealous when he met, and when he saw the chief mate who snatched his ship appeared in front of him, Jack Sparrow instantly became angry and prepared to rush to fight the opponent. Only Li Qingyuan stretched out a finger slightly, and then Captain Jack suddenly stopped. These days, Jack Sparrow has experienced the opponent's greatness several times. As long as he makes any small actions, even if he wants to leave Port Royal privately, he will immediately suffer from heart-wrenching pain. No way, who made Captain Jack Tang Tang never pay attention to personal hygiene at all, he has all kinds of fleas and mosquitoes all the time, so he has a small bug on himself, and he never cared about it. Yet, isn't this my old friend Jack Sparrow? Why are you here? Barbossa showed a surprised expression on his face, as if he really didn't know Jack Sparrow existed. Captain Barbossa, let go of the grievances between you and Jack Sparrow for now. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and motioned to the two guys to be quiet. Jack Sparrow has suffered a lot these days, so he can only snorted and stopped talking. And Barbossa looked at the scene in front of him with great interest, which can make Jack Sparrow, who is not afraid of the sky and fearless, look like this. It seems that the mysterious Oriental wizard in front of him is definitely more than he thought. Awesome! Chapter 59, Investment. My Lord Marquis, are you looking for me? What's the matter? Barbossa walked to the chair next to him and sat down and asked Li Qingyuan. Compared to relying solely on the protagonist's aura and the distinguished Jack Sparrow, Barbossa can be regarded as the hidden protagonist in the entire Pirates of the Caribbean. He is insidious, cunning, selfish, and can do whatever he can to achieve his goals. At the same time, he is scheming and good at lobbying. He has his own ambitions, and he has a clear understanding of his status. He is never uncertain. To tell the truth, Jack Sparrow hasn't died after surfing for so long. It was purely a play by the director. Without the protagonist's halo, he would have been able to dance on the grave. Port Royal still lacks a deputy governor. I think Captain Barbossa is a good fit for this position. What do you think? Li Qingyuan slowly began to trim his nails with a small file. The weather in Central America was too humid. A little carelessness will make people moldy. No, Captain, isn't the position of the vice-governor mine? Jack Sparrow jumped up from his chair with a squeak. Although he didn't care about the title of the vice-governor, it was his own thing anyway. He Barbossa? Since you were going out to sea 7 days ago to steal the ships from the harbor, you are no longer there. Li Qingyuan rolled his eyes and said with a light breath. If it wasn't for you to be the leading actor, by the way, there is still something you need to do, I would have jumped you out a long time ago. For others, Jack Sparrow's prominent family background may be daunting, because it doesn't matter whether it's his uncle or his dad, they belong to the legendary super pirate. Is the kind of thief who gets better and then retreats. Even Barbossa did not dare to kill Jack Sparrow directly, because he was also afraid of revenge from Jack's relatives. But for Li Qingyuan, he didn't bother to care about the revenge of the Jack family. Once the mission is completed, I will immediately strike people. You still have the ability to chase and kill people across planes, right? Although I am happy to serve you, I saw this guy deflated by the way, but I would take the liberty to say something. Barbossa looked at the sulking Jack Sparrow sitting like a discouraged ball, and stood up and took off his hat. A salute. The British will never allow Port Royal to be occupied by a marquis from the east, and even the Spanish and French will certainly not stand by. The yellow peril theory is deeply ingrained in Europe. If Li Qingyuan is white, maybe the Spanish messenger had already come and canonized him. Spain just lost to the United Kingdom in the naval battle a few years ago, and now they are very keen on everything that can make the United Kingdom block up. Do you think Port Royal can't withstand the British counterattack? Li Qingyuan said to Barbossa with a smile. No offense, Your Excellency, Port Royal, although the terrain is dangerous, but facing the British fleet, I am afraid it is not enough. Barbossa nodded. No one knows the strength of the British Navy better than him. Dozens of battleships lined up, let alone fighting, even if they are scared, they can scare people to death. If this is the case, then don't force Captain Barbossa, but I have another suggestion. Putting down the nail clippers in his hand, Li Qingyuan didn't force it anymore. The twisted melon is not sweet, and since Barbossa is unwilling, then of course he will not be too difficult. After all, what he needs now is a deputy who is sincere to help him work, not a guy with resentment. Please say. Barbossa quickly sat up straight, knowing that the most important thing was coming. I want to exchange the Black Pearl with you on an English warship. I wonder if Captain Barbossa would like it. Barbossa looked at Li Qingyuan with some confusion, wondering if he had heard him wrong. He originally thought that the other party would be interested in the treasures he had looted over the years, but he did not expect that the other party would say this. Unlike Jack Sparrow's paranoia, Barbossa is a very pure pirate, and the Black Pearl is just a useful tool for him. He has no special feelings for that ship. Although the Black Pearl is the fastest ship in the entire Caribbean because of being enchanted, its shortcomings are still obvious when compared with battleships. The armor of the Black Pearl was not strong enough, and the firepower was not fierce enough, and even the various facilities on the ship could not match the configuration of the battleship. Civilian ships can't be compared to military ones, right? An intact battleship equipped with 18 new cannons. All the merchant ships and pirate ships in the entire Caribbean Sea are absolutely no better than one round of shelling. After supplementing his navigation knowledge these days, Li Qingyuan knew that his bargaining chip was absolutely Barbossa cannot resist. The caliber is justice. No matter how the Black Pearl can run, he is just a younger brother. What else can he do besides running away? Barbossa is not Jack Sparrow, he is not keen on running away. So after a little thought, Barbossa agreed to Li Qingyuan's replacement request. Can own a good warship to be a pirate ship. www.novel.com. It will probably not take long before he can regain a vote of pirates, and he is truly becoming the overlord of the Caribbean Sea. Thank you very much for your generosity, but allow me to take the liberty to ask, what do you want the Black Pearl for? After instructing his men to accept the warship Li Qingyuan promised him, Barbossa couldn't help asking before leaving. Tau. Because it was the Port Royal that relied on Governor Swan to brush his face, all 4 warships in Port Royal were taken over by Li Qingyuan intact. So Barbossa really couldn't figure it out. Since the opponent already owns 4 warships, why do he need his own Black Pearl? I want the Black Pearl, mainly for this guy. Li Qingyuan said with a smile, pointing to Jack Sparrow who was standing next to him, and his face was full of envy and hatred. Captain, are you saying you are going to hand over the Black Pearl to me? Jack Sparrow was overjoyed and ran to Li Qingyuan excitedly to give him a hug. But Li Qingyuan kicked him directly from the dock into the sea. This guy hasn't taken a bath for at least half a year. The bugs on his body have broken through 3 digits, so the ghost is willing to make physical contact with him. In other words, this guy's body odor can still soak so many women. Could it be that European women are all overweight these days? It's a very comfortable scene. Barbossa said with a smile when Jack Sparrow fell into the sea. Captain Barbossa, Port Royal can provide you with all the materials you need, and at the same time you can also get those things that are not easy to sell. I will ask people to give you a reasonable price. Since being a good man, just do it to the end. Anyway, the money in this world is of no use to me, it is better to use it to buy important plot characters. Chapter 60, The Great Captain Jack. Damn it, why my great Captain Jack Sparrow can only posture such a broken ship. Sitting on the prow statue, Jack Sparrow couldn't help but start to doubt life. This sloop was provided to him by Li Qingyuan's friendship. After all, the sea is vast, and even the protagonist of the world line like Jack, without a boat, can only be sighed. Teodorma lives deep in the rainforests of South America. The task he gave to Jack Sparrow was to bring him back. As a reward, if Jack Sparrow can bring Teodorma to Port Royal, then he will give the Black Pearl to the opponent. For Barbossa, Li Qingyuan feels that he can invest in advance, because regardless of the overall situation or the character, the things invested in Barbossa can be earned back in the future. But this guy Jack Sparrow, if he handed over the Black Pearl to the other party in advance, then he wouldn't have to think about it. This guy would definitely drive the boat to waves everywhere and would never help himself. This is the great Captain Jack Sparrow. As the saying goes, there are thousands of dead at sea, and Captain Jack accounts for half. This sentence is not for nothing. A digression. The remaining half was caused by Jack and his father. It can be said that the Sparrow family's ability to pull hatred is definitely the culmination, so why Jack Sparrow is so keen on the pursuit of speed, that can also make sense. He was beaten to death if he didn't run fast. Jack, the Lord Marquis said, if you don't bring Teodorma back to him within 6 months, then he will burn the Black Pearl. Seeing his captain sitting on the bow again doing nothing, Gibbs immediately yelled. Damn, Gibbs, you are my first officer, can you think of something good? Jack Sparrow raised his iconic orchid finger and stood up depressed and cursed. But the Lord Marquis said, as long as we can bring Teodorma back to him, we will each give us 2,000 pounds. Gibbs didn't care about Jack Sparrow's anger, but reached out shouted 2 fingers. All the crew members immediately screamed excitedly. £2,000 is definitely an astronomical figure for ordinary pirates, and it is an unimaginable amount of money. Everybody. Seeing that his crew was about to riot because of a bastard's astronomical reward, Jack Sparrow had to stand up and shook his fingers to signal them to be quiet. Then he looked around as if he was a thief, and found that he was already located on the vast ocean. Thinking that the Eastern Wizard should not hear himself, he coughed. Everyone, you have to know that Port Royal is the territory of the British. With the arrogance of the British, you don't think they will let an Oriental occupy their port without responding. Ordinary pirates are crude people who don't know a big character. They can't hold too complicated things in their heads. The political game between Britain and Spain is completely a Bible book to them. Anyway, don't care if you encounter a warship of that country, just run away. What does the British have to do with our £2,000? Could it be that the British will send us money? The British pound is issued by the British. If we think we should take the money from the British. Seeing that his crew had begun to digress, Jack Sparrow knew that what was said to these idiots was too complicated and they didn't understand. Let's rob the merchant ship first. If the other party can continue to control Port Royal after 3 months, it will not be too late for us to find a witch. It has been almost a month since the capture of Port Royal. The British thought they should have received the news, and within 3 months they should send a fleet for the first attack. If the opponent can block the first attack, then Jack Sparrow feels that he can find someone for the opponent. Say it a long time ago. Let's set off, to robbery. A group of sharpened crew members immediately began to scream in excitement. Anyway, as long as Jack is willing to take them to the witch and get the £2,000 bounty. As for too much mess? Who cares? You will definitely go to hell. Elizabeth Swann looked at the man in front of him, cursing with gritted teeth. I don't believe in God, so your Satan can't control me at all. Li Qingyuan stretched out his hand and pinched Miss Swan's chin and lifted it slightly, so that the saliva she was about to vomit was swallowed back. Asshole, let me go. Elizabeth struggled frantically, but her arms were caught, and even her legs were chained. She wanted to move her limbs. It was a wishful thinking. As a qualified villain, Li Qingyuan does not know the common low-level mistakes in the film and television dramas. Although his current 10-point physique, even if he is kicked by the opponent's yin leg, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is shameful. So I still lock the lady's legs. In fact, the two of us can have a peaceful conversation. Letting go of Elizabeth, Li Qingyuan sat on the seat, and then pointed to Governor Swan who was standing next to him at a loss. Your father has promised to marry you to me. We will have a wedding tomorrow. According to the plan, I will stay in this world for a year or 2. If I don't find something to do for such a long time, I'm afraid I will die. When he ransacked his home in Port Royal, he also watched the so-called aristocratic ladies. They were really uninteresting. Impossible, I won't agree. Elizabeth suddenly shouted when she heard that she was going to marry the in front of her. No one needs your consent, I just inform you. By the way, you take the lady down, take a good bath, and wash your whole body. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and commanded to the magnificent women who guarded Elizabeth. These women are the kind of top 5 and 3 sturdy masters, even if 2 or 3 men are not their opponents in rounds. Miss Swan is not as aware of current affairs as Governor Swan. If 2 maids were to watch her again, she would definitely knock the maids out and escape. Seeing his daughter being taken away, Governor Swan's eyes were full of dismay. He has now extinct himself from the entire United Kingdom. If he waits until the British fleet returns to take down Port Royal, it is estimated that he and his daughter will be directly convicted of treason and hanged. But if you don't agree to the demon in front of you. The other party took himself to see the misery of the women in the barracks this morning. Is it hanged after a few months, or is it better to die now? This is really a problem.